Man is old-fashioned. Changing the world is not enough. We do it anyway. And, to a large extent, this change even takes place without our collaboration. Our task is also to interpret it. And that, precisely, to change the change. So that the world doesn't keep changing without us. And, in the end, we don't change in a world without us. In the text and in the notes, references to the first volume of this work are to G. Enders, Die Antiquiertheit des Menschen, Volume I, Über die Zieleinheit Alter der Zweiten Industriellen Revolution, Beck, München 1956, translated. Man is old-fashioned. Considerations on the soul in the era of the Second Industrial Revolution, Il Saggiatore, Milan 1963, always abbreviated. Man is antiquated. 1. The references to Mollusic sayings and facts refer to an unpublished work by Gunter Enders, Die Mollussis Catacomb, The Mollusic Catacomb, which described the mechanics of fascism through fables, stories and maxims handed down from one generation to the next of prisoners shut up in a dungeon in the imaginary town of Mollussia. The manuscript, already ready for publication at the advent of Hitler, fortunately escaped Nazi censorship and, having returned to the author's possession in exile in Paris, he expanded it to 600 pages. Preface. This second volume of El Uomo e Antiquato is, like the first, a philosophy of technology. More precisely, a philosophical anthropology in the era of technocracy. And by technocracy I don't mean the domination of technocrats, like, for example, a group of those specialists who dominate politics today, but the fact that the world in which we live today and in which everything is decided over our heads, it's a technical world, to the point that we can no longer say that, in our historical situation, technology also exists, but we must say, history now takes place in the condition of the world called technique, or rather, technology has now become the subject of history with which we are only co-historical. Point 1. The book deals with the changes which, as a result of this state of affairs, both individuals and humanity as a whole have undergone and continue to undergo. These changes concern all our assets and liabilities, work as apogeo, our interpersonal relationships and even what we call a priori categories. Anyone who still supports the changeability of man today, as Brecht did, is a figure of yesterday, because we have changed. And this being changed is so fundamental that whoever speaks today of his being, as, for example, Skeeler still did, is a figure of the other day. Nonetheless, if in drawing the portrait of contemporary man I believe that I am portraying not only the man of today but also that of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and therefore that I am making, in a certain sense, a definitive portrait, it is not out of arrogance. On the contrary, I am well aware of the fragmentary nature of my work, but because the phase I am describing, i.e. that of technocracy, is itself definitive and irrevocable, given that this phase, even if it should not lead, one day or another, to the end of time, as everything suggests, neither can it be followed by a subsequent phase, but will be and will remain forever a final time. 2. Which means that we men will remain constant in this recently acquired being of ours. I say recently acquired because this constant is not a given of our human nature but an artificial state that we humans have ended up putting ourselves in, something we were capable of only because the ability to change our world, indeed, not only ours, but the world in general, and ourselves, paradoxically belongs to our nature. Point 3. I therefore affirm, this volume is a philosophy of technique. Such a statement sounds, perhaps, as if I were announcing a system, something of which it is absolutely impossible to speak if by system we mean a frame within which, in a second time, the empirical facts that exist are arranged slipped in more or less smoothly. For me, empirical facts have always been starting points, and for each of the reflections that I develop below what I had already said for the reflections in the first volume applies, that they are an occasional philosophy, that I've always started from precise experiences, whether it be the experience of working on the assembly line or that lived in automated companies, or that made in sports stadiums and so on. In reality, This en plein air character of my theorizing, far from any construction, is its characteristic, and on the basis of this I hope to be able to counterbalance the fact of neglecting the specialist literature on the subject. However, despite the impressionistic nature of these searches of mine, and despite the fact that I have never, at any time, looked for to invent something, but always and only to find something, and that I have never based my individual observations or theses on an elaborate construction scheme, that is, a scheme of prejudices, despite all of this, I really couldn't say that my research is completely asystematic. Their continuous connection is never designed, it is rather a systematic après coup. If, as I believe, none of the theses presented here contradicts even just one of the many others, indeed each one supports each other, this does not happen because I wanted to anticipate a pre-established harmony, agreeing one thesis to the other from the outset. On the contrary, I only became aware of this harmony at a later stage, that is, during the rereading necessary for the publication of these texts, written in part a few decades earlier and at a great distance from one another. This systematic was a surprise for me, not an unpleasant one, and only in this way, discovered après coup, does it appear legitimate to me. This applies not only to the theses presented in the 2 volumes of El Homo y Antiquado, but also to those of all my other books which are usually only paraphrases of the main work. It would probably be very easy to build a system in the conventional sense with the theses of all these books but I don't think this is my task. In fact, I fail to understand why truths can become more true if they are presented in the form of a construction. Non-contradictoriness is certainly sufficient. I will be asked why I am following this 2nd volume after the first only today, after almost a quarter of a century. This question is all the more justified, as many of the essays gathered here were already ready before I-960, some even already printed, and therefore I could have already been able to publish the sequel to the 1st volume a long time ago. What made me neglect my fundamental theme, the destruction of humanity and the possible physical self-annihilation of mankind to put aside my innumerable paperwork, indeed, to forget its resistance? What more pleasant themes have led me to desertion? The answer is as follows: I have never removed this fundamental theme, although it has often been difficult for me to resist the temptation to remove it. I have never given precedence to any other theme, I have never deserted. If something led me to philosophical silence, it was the conviction and feeling that, faced with the danger of a real shipwreck of humanity, not only worrying about its mere dehumanization was a luxury, but that even dealing exclusively with the danger of an effective end, if this was limited to a philosophical theoretical work, it remained useless. I felt it much more inescapable to actually participate, as far as I could, in the battle fought by thousands of people against such a threat, and therefore, if I gave up my 1st volume, it was because I didn't want to give up the thing I had represented in it. Such a philosopher, morally mediocre but speculatively grandiose and who in the meantime became famous all over the world, already warned me more than 50 years ago, with the taste for contempt that is typical of him, against defecting in practice. I have never been able to forget these words. Since then I felt that this moralistic warning was profoundly dishonest. In any case, I did just that. And why I did it needs no justification, if it is true that, as people murmur around, what is moral understands itself. However, during this phase of my life mainly dedicated to praxis, as was obvious, some not entirely non-theoretical writings also emerged, closely linked to the reflections in the 1st volume. 5 And since with these writings I hope to cause an of wider and more immediate alarm, it would have been absurd to postpone their publication for years only to be able to integrate them later into a 2nd volume of El Homo y Antiquado. Late warnings are silly. And this is also why, in these cautionary writings, I used a style that was not addressed to professional philosophers and that I could never have used in a purely philosophical book. But even after I had reported what I thought I could report on the atomic danger, the immediate repatriation into philosophy was prevented. For the 2nd time I was misled by it, if it can be said that the call of duty leads. In fact, In the 1960s another invitation reached me, which also had to do with the main concerns of man is old-fashioned, the invitation to participate in the fight against the genocide in Vietnam which, carried out by means of machines, it was a horrible example for my philosophical theses on the machine. As is obvious, even in this case it is not possible to draw any precise line between theory and practice, thus, also from this activity of mine came a book that represented a piece of the critique of technique, that is, it dealt with the language used and developed by the homicidal technocracy of the USA, partly to disguise, partly to justify their acts of destruction and of genocide. 6 What was true for the anti-atomic publications also applies to these texts. They were, even if not entirely non-philosophical. Non-philosophizing is a difficult commitment to maintain, so closely linked to the moment and to the historic occasion that it would not have been permissible to leave them in the cold and then present them later to a purely academic circle of readers, as part of the second volume. 7. It will now be understood why, to the question posed earlier, for what reasons I have deserted from philosophical reflections in practice. I cannot answer, nor can I recognize it as a question. On the contrary, the question why I defected backwards in philosophical theory, which I do in this volume, would be more justified. The answer to this question is trivial: for practice, I am now too old. Of course, such a desert back is no pleasure. When someone, like the writer of these lines, has been a busy writer for about 50 years, then the need to fold your hands in your lap or, in the best case scenario, to use your time to write about theory is hardly bearable faced with the ancient threats that have not yet disappeared, indeed not yet understood by the majority, and faced with the new threats not yet taken ad notam by humanity. Inactivity is incomparably more tiring than the most tiring of activities. Giving up commitments is almost too difficult. Resisting the temptation to do one's duty incomparably easier to learn than resisting temptation through one's duties. No wonder therefore if, now that I have returned to pure theory with the second volume of Man, it is antiquated and I have to leave the necessary fight against nuclear reactors, uranium enrichment plants, the production of neutron bombs to the younger ones and the like. The interval that divides me from writing up the first volume doesn't seem too long to me, but too short. I consider the resumption of my theoretical weaving not too late, but too early. I complain, already today. Not as I said then, in the first line of the introduction to that first volume, only today. During the last rereading of the following writings, which came to light at a great distance from each other and without a planned connection, a defect caught my eye, of which I had not been clearly aware while I was writing, that, in truth, they are variations on a single theme, that of the discrepancy of capabilities of our various faculties. However, this a posteriori discovery of my monothematic doesn't bother me. Not only because I believe that my variations are, in the Beethovenian sense, real transformations, and that is that each of them shows the theme in a new light, or hides it under new shadows, but also and above all because, as Heidegger has already underlined, this defect could be reproached against all the thinkers of the past, even the most significant ones, with whom I don't even dream of comparing myself. What matters is whether the many mutations somehow make the feeks visible. But to judge this is not the author's job. I would like to conclude with Max Weber's advice: the most important part is, of course, in the footnotes. G.A. June 1979. Introduction. The Three Industrial Revolutions. 1979. 1. Give us our daily eaters today. In 1956 I gave the first volume the subtitle, Considerations on the Soul, in the Era of the Second Industrial Revolution. It was, since then, an underestimation. Since if instead of placing, something as usual however superficial, the criterion for distinguishing the revolution in the diversity of energy sources, water, steam, etc., it is defined in a philosophical key, then the following calculation is mandatory: of a real industrial revolution, i.e. of the first, we can only speak from the moment in which, with it, we began to iterate the principle of the machine, that is to say, to manufacture machines mechanically, or at least pieces of machines. Since that moment, the date of which does not matter, the iteration has grown rapidly. In fact, the production of machines by means of machines is no longer the exception, but the rule. 1 The mechanism of our industrial cosmos now consists in the production, obtained by means of products, or rather means of production, of products which they, as means of production, aim at the production of other products, which for their part, and so on, until one last machine throws out, from time to time, final products, which are not more means of production but means of consumption, that is, such that they must be consumed through their being used, be they bread or grenades. Human beings are found only at the beginning of these production chains, as inventors or manual workers, and at their end, as consumers. But neither is it legitimate to assert that these final products are, in the end, exclusively products and not also means of production. Indeed, they too, iteration does not tolerate interruptions. Through their being consumed they must produce something more, that is, situations in which the production of further products becomes necessary, again machinery. In cases like these, it's not actually the products themselves that appear as means of production, but rather our acts of consumption, a truly shameful thing, since it limits our role as human beings only to worrying that, through the consumption of products, for which, moreover, we also have to pay, production does not stop. 2. If we were sincere, we should not pray, "Give us today our daily bread," but "Give us today our daily hunger," as a Moluschian aphorism sounds, so that the production of bread remains guaranteed every day. Even if the prayer should still come out of our human mouths today, in reality it is the products that pray, "Give us today our daily eaters." In fact, this Molussic aphorism applies to 99% of all products. Since the majority of products, even those that we cannot call artificial, such as butter, for example, which accumulates in real mountains, affirming its digestibility, are hungry to be consumed, given that they certainly cannot and must certainly count on the response of an equally great human hunger. That is, so that the accounts balance and production does not stop, a further product, of second degree, must be forcibly introduced between product and man, and this product is called need. Formulated according to our perspective, in order to be able to consume products, it is necessary that we need them. But since this need doesn't come spontaneously to us, like hunger, we have to produce it, and this by means of a particular industry, with specific means of production produced mechanically for this purpose, which are third-rate products. This industry, which must equalize the hunger of goods to be consumed and our hunger for goods, is called advertising. 3 Propaganda means are therefore produced, in order to produce the need for products that need us, so that, by liquidating these products, we guarantee the continuation of the production of these products. 2 What can be done must be done. But what must be satisfied with the production of human needs is not only the need for products, on the part of the buyers, but also that of the production technique, since the latter relentlessly requires that everything that can be achieved, according to the respective development stage. I say, requires, given that today, this is the fixed idea of the Third Industrial Revolution, the possible das Mögliche is almost always accepted as mandatory, what can be done das Gekonnt as what must be done. Today's moral imperatives come from technology and make the moral postulates of our ancestors seem ridiculous, not only those of individual ethics but also those of social ethics. In fact, these imperatives are strictly followed. The abortion of products, of those which, from a technological point of view, are in the gestation phase, is prohibited in the most absolute way, which has the consequence that now they come to light thousands of things in the world, thousands of Odradeks, as Kafka famously called an object he invented, devoid of any raison d'être, that do not correspond to any human need, not just any of these so-called natural needs, which, in any case, occupy only a minimal space in the growing and continuously transforming system of human needs, but not even to any artificial request. 4 Thus, for example, to satisfy the need of the technique of doing everything that can be done, of achieving everything that can be achieved, weapons have been produced that repeatedly make the end of humanity possible, a condition, therefore, which not only is there no need for, but there also cannot be some, indeed, which excludes any survival of industry. And not only that. Now, however, it is no longer only the fact that everything that is feasible must be realized, but also that every intended use of the product must really be implemented. Not only has no weapon been discovered that has not been actually produced, but also none has been produced that has not been actually used. 5 Not only what can be done must be done, but also what must be done, it is inescapable. This is not just a rule, but a postulate, which goes like this: do not leave unused anything that can be used. Used are also those weapons produced by A, the use of which consists in the threat, and therefore in the blackmail which forces the virtual adversary to improve his weapons in turn, to which A must in turn react by producing even better weapons. Since 1945, the United States has needed the Soviet Union to carry out this justification and thereby continuously increase its arms production. If the Soviet Union hadn't existed, the United States would have had to invent it. This absurd use of the product is in fact already so obvious that great indignation sometimes breaks out in the United States if the weapons they produce and sell themselves are then actually used by those who bought them. Actual consumption through use is no longer up to date today. Today products must be liquidated to be overtaken by new models. In fact, there already exist arms sellers, no science fiction author could imagine anything more absurd, who sell their weapons with the proviso that they will never be used as weapons of attack. 3. The variance of the Promethean height difference. And to propose a second example from Odradek, today computers are being built which not only can produce 1,000 times more data in a second than 1,000 workers could produce in 1,000 hours, but also 1,000 times more than 1,000 men could use in 1,000 hours. That Promethean gap, with the description of which I began the first volume of this work 25 years ago, that gap between the maximum of what we can produce and the maximum, shamefully small, of what we can imagine, has now become a gap between what we produce and what we can use. We anxiously look for raisons d'etre for these products, desperately we hunt for questions that could give additional legitimacy to the answers we already have, and we tirelessly produce, to satisfy this new task, that is, to find new tasks, new products. In fact, we can now give a third version to our Promethean gap. In fact, this now consists of the maximum of what we can produce and the maximum, shamefully small, of what we may need. Yes, even if this may sound contradictory, to be able to need. Humanity, in fact, finds itself in the condition of that sentenced to death of the 1,001 Nights, to whom it was communicated that he would be pardoned if he had consumed the 100 loaves that had been placed in front of him. Of course he wasn't able to have 100 appetites, and it had the consequences of him. Except that today it's ourselves who put 100 loaves of bread in front of us and we can't manage to consume them. Out of metaphor, our limitation today no longer consists in the fact that we are amala indigentia, beings with needs, but on the contrary in the fact that, to the inconsolable industry's regret, we can only feel too little need, in short, in our lack of lack. 4. The third revolution. Now in this stage, in which needs have to be produced, I see that of the second industrial revolution. But this change, which has already begun in the past century, is by no means the last, and it wasn't the last even then, when I was working on the first volume of this work. In fact even then, in the closing essay, I had dealt with a further revolution introduced by a new device, a revolution whose beginning dates back to 10 years earlier and which brought with it such a spectacular change in the fate of humanity, that even then it would have been more convenient to speak of a revolution sui generis, therefore of a third industrial revolution. The spectacular means of production to which I am referring is naturally the one which for the first time enabled humanity to produce its own destruction, therefore, the atomic bomb. To say that it has placed us in a position to is naturally an understatement. Even, as they say in America, the understatement of the century. precisely for the reason explained above, not only because it is part of the essence of our existence technique that what we know we cannot fail to produce, but also because we cannot not use what we have produced. This being the case, we live, and for 30 years already, in an era in which we manage the production of our own destruction. What we don't know is only the moment in which it will occur. If this is not a criterion for a new stage of the Industrial Revolution, therefore for the Third Industrial Revolution, then I don't know where one should look for such a criterion. Nuclear energy is not the symbol of the Third Industrial Revolution due to the fact that it is a physical novelty, it is also this dash, but because its possible or probable effect, which could not be argued for any previous human effect, is metaphysics. I call the effect of nuclear energy metaphysical, because the epithet epochal still assumes as a matter of course the continuation of history and the succession of further eras, an assumption that is no longer legitimate to us contemporaries. The era of change ended in 1945. We now live in an era that is no longer an era that precedes others but a deadline, during which our being is no longer other than a just still been. Ernst Bloch, who refused to acknowledge even an event like Hiroshima, was obsolete because of his belief, which bordered on laziness, that we still always live in a not yet, i.e. in a prehistory prior to true history. He couldn't find the courage to stop hoping, even if only for a moment. In any case, our era is and remains, whether it ends or continues, the last, because the danger that we have caused with our spectacular product, and which has now become Cain's definitive sign of our existence, can never end, except then with the end itself. This third revolution is therefore also the last. I would not like to say more about it, since in the last 20 years I have dealt with it to the point of tedium. Therefore it will no longer appear in this volume. 5 Internal Revolutions. Homo Creator and Homo Materia. 1. After this definition of the third stage as definitive and unsurpassable, we must give up counting further revolutionary stages. And this is because the revolutions that have shaken humanity since then, and there have already been several, and certainly more will follow, spectacular as they may be, nonetheless remain within the third stage. If we hadn't entered this third stage we could, indeed we should define the changes, which I will now deal with, as real revolutions. I am referring above all to 2 of them, to the monstrous fact that man has been able to transform himself into a Homo Creator, and to the no less unheard of fact that he can transform himself into raw material, that is, into a Homo Materia. By the designation Homo Creator, I mean the fact that we are capable, or rather, that we have made ourselves capable, of generating products from nature, which are not part, like the house built with wood, of the category of cultural products, but of nature itself. In fact, we can speak of second nature, an expression that until now was only used metaphorically, while today it can be used in a non-metaphorical sense, given that there are processes and pieces of nature that never existed before we had them created. Now, that new variants can be drawn from plants or animals is nothing new. Given that the specimens of these artificial species, artfully cultivated, are beings belonging to botany or zoology, it is legitimate to argue that already in these cases by means of tex verge, puit dollar, and therefore even these natural beings were, because they weren't foreseen by nature, spectacular. And yet for them we use the term variant, given that it has always involved variations on themes already foreseen by nature. However, we must and can speak of a revolution when the phase of mere variation is abandoned. And this is the case today. In fact, what can be discovered and produced through technology today is an entity scenes which is not a variant of a theme already given previously but, to stay with the metaphor, represents a new theme. I am thinking, for example, of elements 93 and 94. Element 94 is plutonium, which until recently did not exist, and which only through the intervention of a truly godlike man, i.e. with the elaboration of U-238, appeared in the ambit of beings, in the ambit of nature. That is, like the most terrible poison that there is now in nature. It is a product which, when it is manufactured, becomes part of nature as a novum / therefore not only remains nature like any other human product, whether it is a rotted table or a burning Rembrandt painting. But it is not only the world that is transformed in a revolutionary way by this possibility of manufacturing revolutionary novelties, but also man, who has thus risen from the status of Homo faber to that of Homo creator, and if this isn't a revolution, then I really don't know what this word means. That even this apocalyptic revolution that enables us to destroy the world has started in the laboratories of atomic physics is certainly not a coincidence. 2. The transformation of man into raw material instead began, regardless of the times of the cannibals, in Auschwitz. It is known that from the corpses of the camp inmates, which, in turn, were already products, since men were not killed but products of the corpses, this is known, the hair and gold teeth were extracted, probably also the grease, and then make use of these materials. Just as it is known that American soldiers returned from the Pacific bringing Japanese gold teeth with them, I saw bags full of teeth with my own eyes, the GIs showed them to me. I know how incredible it sounds, naively. Yes, naively, because it was natural for them to see in the world a raw material, and equally natural to consider their Japanese fellows as part of this world, who naturally had already before been degraded to the rank of monkeys through systematic defamation. 3. But this way of using man as a source of precious raw material, thank God, has remained an exceptional phenomenon. Much more frequent and incomparably more characteristic are those actions in which men do not simply produce dead matter from other men, but something living in and of itself. In fact, it can be said that in these cases the Homo creator and the Homo materia come to coincide, where, however, obviously, creator and materia never coincide on a personal level, rather one acts as creator, the other as materia. Of course, it must be admitted that there are legitimate actions by which men are transformed, that is, educational actions, which even in the best case make the treated man what is customary to call a real man. We are not talking about this transformation here. However, this case must also be mentioned, because it is difficult to establish where education ends and training begins, therefore where, in an inhuman way, men are transformed into conditioned men. And even of these it can be argued only with reservations that they are inhuman, given that, as anthropology and ethnology show, the artificial, more or less violent mutation of men into conditioned beings is as much a part of the nature of societies that are presumed to be the most primitive as well as of the most modern society, and not only that, but only then does it make society possible. However, the conditioning that I have in mind is incomparably more radical, since it is not satisfied with transforming living beings, but with creating other living beings from living beings. In a certain sense it is already in common use. In fact, the artificial insemination of sperm, taken from banks, is carried out today not only in cattle breeding but also among men, and this even with reason, especially if for some reason natural insemination is not possible. This manipulation, however, is completely harmless when compared with what threatens us today, given that the products to which we aspire by inseminating are not, similarly to plutonium, beings that do not exist, but also normal men, and artificial. It is only the road, direct or indirect, that leads to a normal destination. By means of artificial insemination in the mother's womb, the developing embryos become normal men. But today we are no longer satisfied with such an artifice. And with this I come to talk about a mode of production that should be classified as a total novelty in the typology of human production modes and as a further industrial revolution if, as we said earlier, we do not have to distance ourselves from enumerating further revolutions. I speak here of the so-called cloning, of the manipulation of genes, that is, the possibility of producing new unheard of and unforeseen genera and species, or even duplicates of existing individuals. I don't know if the cloning of human genes has already been done. But since we know that today's imperative says, what can, must be done, or rather, what is feasible is mandatory, what until now was only possible is present as a breathtaking omen. Until now living beings have been transformed only within the range of variations already granted to all species. This also applies to attempts, for example those of National Socialism, to change the physiological type of men or, as they believed, to improve it, breeding action called Lebensbaum. Point 6 Or what has been changed was not the type of living being but the indirect method of reproduction, precisely through artificial insemination. To this we must add that the mutations carried out on men are mostly not of a physical nature 7 but of a psychic nature, and that the psyche by its nature is plastically malleable, that is, it is not only capable of learning, gaining experience, being educated, but is also in need of all of this, and which not only has within itself the passive possibility of being changed, but is also actively intent on being changed. On the contrary, today's cloners try to change the physiological type of the living being. Which means either mixing together beings not foreseen by nature and of which it could no longer, or will not be able, to verify whether it is legitimate to count them among the still unknown species, or such as to abolish the uniqueness of the individual, given that they would be living replicas, in a certain sense, twins, not to mention duplicates, 8 of other individuals. While atomic warfare means the destruction of living beings including men, cloning means the destruction of the species qua species, perhaps the destruction of the human species through the production of new types of species. The question of philosophical anthropology on the nature of man, a question with which we who are 80 today grew up, Skeeler, and which I myself have still picked up on, naturally to already radically rejected with the answer, the nature of man consists in this, that he has no nature. 9 This question could one day, when man is used ad libitum as raw material, become completely absurd. How naive we were when we saw in a theory of evolution the opposition to the biblical thesis that man is in the image and likeness of God. How naive and humane was Darwinism when it placed humanity only in the prehistory of man, compared to the manipulation of genes that could produce the human, through the production of beings who would be the perfect images 10 or copies of types desirable for reasons political, economic, or technical. And even if the products to be manufactured were not subhuman beings but superhuman that technicians imagine in the manner of Superman, even if, for example, creative beings mixed, this is the ideal commonplace countries, geniuses of music or mathematics, etc., also in this case the sacrilege done to man would be no less than if the ideal image of an ape-like machine guardian were created. But let us return to our main theme, that of the Industrial Revolution. It is still a question of it, given that the manipulator now treats as a mere, i.e. physiological, raw material that same man, who had known his ancestors only in 5 roles, that of owner, inventor, worker, seller, and the consumer. Raw material for the production of new products or means of production. 6. Post-civilized cannibalism. That text, which for the best of our generation has been and has remained obligatory more than any other, that of Kant, which states that no man should be used simply as a means, therefore as an instrument, therefore as a slave, that text today it is already antiquated. Point 11 And this is not so much because such an instrumentalization, in the truest sense of the word, of man, in short slavery, would no longer exist. The opposite is proved by hundreds of concentration and forced labor camps. Between Santiago and Vladivostok, as much for the reason that, and in any case the naturalness or unnaturalness of the stage of the Industrial Revolution we are discussing here consists in, precisely what has occurred in the meantime, the use of man as a raw material, overshadows the prohibition formulated by Kant to use man as a means or as an instrument and makes him seem something almost human. What has developed over the course of the history of mechanistic sciences, that is, that man too has been considered, and the exceptions would have confirmed the principle, as a machine on machine, is repeated today on another level, given that the world is considered mainly as a raw material, even the peace of the world man must be considered as such, so that the principle does not allow for exceptions. It is treated not only in a theoretical sense but also in a practical sense, provided that the practical treatment does not precede the theoretical one. No one will dispute that this stage, which can well be called that of post-civilized cannibalism, is so spectacular that it can be recognized as an industrial revolution sui generis. If we don't do it, It is precisely for the reason we said earlier, because this revolution takes place within that third revolution which is the last deadline. 7. The world is overmanned. The fourth internal revolution, of which I will deal extensively below, is the tendency to make man superfluous, however absurd this may sound, that is, to replace his work with the automatism of devices, to create a condition in which I'm not saying that no worker is needed at all, but at least, it is, in fact, obviously an asymptotic process, the least possible number of workers. I deliberately speak of a trend and not a tendency because naturally no one, not even an entrepreneur who is fanatical about rationalization, can be accused of pursuing the aim of making men unemployed. The goal that today's entrepreneur wants to achieve, and this not only in the capitalist world, is not the unemployment of workers, but the unemployment of their companies. According to the Spiegel of April 17, 1978, the Japanese trust Kawasaki already boasts of having an unmanned factory. It is no coincidence that this expression reminds us of military plants, which are always ahead in all respects, therefore also that of rationalization, of peace industry plants and which, like the unmanned minefields in Vietnam, once installed they work without soldiers, i.e. without workers. However, the fact that, in effect, the lack of workers leads to lack of work naturally cannot be silenced by the distinction we made earlier. It would really be time to introduce a WQ, read workers quotient, which should express the percentage of workers that will be needed to guarantee the life of 100 of them, or rather it remains guaranteed, given that by life, obviously, here we must not mean mere physical survival but that existence Dasein / in which the whole system of artificial needs will have to be realized, which has by now become a second and third nature, and including even the constant growth of demands and quality of life that define life today. Our thesis naturally states, the WQ of highly industrialized countries falls continuously, asymptotically, towards zero. In these countries, not to mention, in the world, every company is, to use the American term, overmanned. 12. It is a characteristic of the so-called rationalization phase of the Industrial Revolution that it liquidates us as Beaumanis Fabreau's / that it has generated a condition in which work becomes day by day more rare and unusual and, far from passing as a curse, in this the Bible is totally wrong, it is claimed as a reserved right and as the privilege of an elite that is getting thinner day by day. What the majority of us should therefore expect is an existence without work, by which I mean a hellish existence, even supposing that our quality of life would not be affected at all. Infernal because we will be defrauded of one of the strongest, most important, and popular pleasures, i.e. the voluptas iaborendi, which we often lose sight of due to the fatigue of work. In fact, for a long time there has been an attempt to replace 13 this voluptas, whose libidinal energy must in some way be satisfied with other kinds of pleasures, which are also certainly welcome. However, I doubt that this substitution will succeed. In academic language, the classic equation in which my generation still believed 50 years ago, that between free time and freedom, which too, even today, is almost no longer valid, will become entirely false. On the contrary, free time, therefore not working, will be perceived as a curse. And instead of the famous biblical curse, Genesis 3:14, it will be necessary to say, sit on your ass and stare wide-eyed at TV for life. If, as I believe, the trend towards rationalization is unstoppable, then there is nothing more antiquated than the tendency, which can already be seen here and there, to stop this trend or even make it retreat, therefore, to recognize activities that may be, or already are performed by machines or robots, in short, to replace things with men, for example the vending machines for tickets with the archaic ticket collectors. The word self-assumption Selbstverteidigung, which does not indicate the same thing as Objektisation renders exactly the aforementioned process. 14 The Kafkaesque thing is when workers try to win back jobs which consist of production or elaboration of pieces of extremely modern equipment, therefore of products by means of which workers will then become replaceable again. Despite the absurdity of the battle for the reconquest of functions already conquered by devices, it would be inappropriate to mock it for its attack on machines' character, as if it were reactionary or even counter-revolutionary. By doing so, those who do so only prove that they have not yet been able to overcome the superstitions, common to Marxism and capitalism, therefore the most widely spread, on the identity of technical and social, or rather political, progress. And anyone who still fails to do so today demonstrates that he is himself a reactionary. 150 years ago our ancestors, day laborers and home workers, who had become unemployed and no longer competitive due to the flourishing of industry, were the first to attack the machines. It was thought that they, and their successors, after the terrible miseries of the transition and the losses produced by the change, would somehow then fold back and could be integrated into the industry, that the time of passionate assaults on cars was definitely over. It was an illusion. The crisis has gone hand in hand with the generations, and we, the great-great-grandchildren, are now faced with the same dilemma as our ancestors. After a century and a half of latency, the crisis has become virulent again. Again the car became the competitor and the enemy. But that's not enough, this time it is incomparably more dangerous than before. And this is not only because those who will be affected today or tomorrow will no longer represent a minority, but above all because this time there will be no more shelters. The question where, in which non-existent and unfeasible spaces of freedom or work can the masses no longer needed escape, this question remains open. Already today, for example in the printing industry, there are signs of storm and collective fear, and tomorrow this fear will swell, with full reason, until it becomes a mass panic, of unexpected violence. There is no need to use words of ridicule such as Luddite in and for this situation. If there is anything that deserves ridicule, it is, on the contrary, today's derisive use of the word Luddism. Given that this ridicule, which was recently indulged by a chancellor who defended the construction of an atomic reactor, is more antiquated today than Luddism itself, which is spoken of as something antiquated. In Militia, whose past was notoriously full of futurist illusions, in a similar situation, i.e. shortly before the end of the kingdom, repeated white strikes nieder Lagungan, the so-called negative strikes occurred, spontaneous mass revolts, linked to the occupation of factories, by the proletariat not admitted to work against their enforced freedom. Naturally, these attempts to repossess the lost work brought the country's technique and economy into total disorder, given that in the automated spaces, manual labor was no longer expected, indeed, not even more technically possible. Which is why it happened that large quantities of raw materials, already fed into automatic systems, were absurdly stacked in front of the doors of the factory pavilions. Of course, in these cases the Moloschian executive has always intervened without the slightest regard. And many things lead us to believe that he used weapons such as neutron bombs for this purpose, given that the chronicles do not read of destroyed factories at all but of the dead, and in a tone, as if they weren't so disliked at all. And yet, the Molluscan police forces were unable to definitively prevent such desperate attempts at reconquest. The company, in fact, has already collapsed. It makes no difference whether we will arrive at actual episodes of Luddism or not. Tomorrow, free time will no longer be considered as real life but as empty time, as a mush of time impossible to master, a meaningless vegetating, and as such will be hated. Not even the privileged few who will still be allowed to work will not escape this fate, and not even during their working hours. In fact, they too will be robbed of the possibility of satisfying their cupiditas at voluptas iaborandi, given that they will have to settle for the role of guardians of automation, that is, of activities that will differ from doing nothing just yet for the reason that they will be paid. But we will discuss this stage of the work exhaustively later. Such an unstoppable development in the direction of empty life, which began just half a century ago, which was suspended at the time of Great World unemployment and which then found its bloody pseudo-supersession in National Socialism, is one of the main characteristics of the Third Revolution industry, covered in this volume. Given that in the era of electronic media there is no longer a place about which one cannot be informed or, vice versa, uninformed, in short, one can no longer escape the condition of being informed or uninformed, there is no longer any province or even any place in which our ears are not filled with gossip about the loss of meaning by petty philosophers, psychoanalysts, radio charlatans, or by the automatic consolation tapes that can be accessed simply by using one's telephone. I will dwell extensively on this topic in my essay on the senselessness of the concept of meaning, which I consider all the more necessary since among today's preachers of meaning one could hardly find one who limited himself to shouting to deplore the loss, but rather everyone hurries to propose cheap recipes, the less etiology the more prompt the advice. I will extensively examine the lexicon they use. And with this it will be demonstrated that a large part of the words used by them consist of philosophical and psychological tin coins from the time before the First World War. Evidently the vocabulary of bourgeois culture needed many decades to drown in the language of philosophy and trivial edifications. Given that these words, such as true, values, creative, form, personality, not to mention intact world etc., find their mass disclosure, therefore they triumph only after they are now level expired, one cannot speak of remaining stock. People who claim to be absolutely avant-garde even use fragments of Heidegger's jargon of authenticity already, actually limping 50 years late. These chatterboxes of consolation and edification reach us, with no escape, through the radio. Since, moreover, they treat the presumed loss of sense as a disease, the roots of which, however, they do not want and therefore cannot even dig up, they are mere charlatans, from whom I distance myself in the most decided. So this book will contain just as little of authentic or positive or sense, or in any case, just as few values as my previous books. Today's situation is too serious for such a silly salad of fine words and recipes against the presumed loss of meaning of life. Anyone who tries to match the seriousness of the situation with his own seriousness must give up such mawkishness. But before articulating this renunciation in my essay on the concept of meaning, I will try to describe in detail in the first two broad essays the losses of categories that we have suffered and are suffering as creatures of technocracy. Naturally, I doubt that we, and by this I don't mean me personally, after the description of the transformation will still have enough time to revolutionize this revolution, that is, to lead it in such a way as to be able to escape this planned destruction, since this is what it is about and not the cure or deceptive reifications of private patients, thirsty for sense. 8. The metaphysics of the Industrial Revolution. Initially we talked about the fixed idea of the Third Industrial Revolution, that is, the obligatory quality that has acquired everything that is feasible das Machbare, the fact that the moral decision whether a product should be made or not, whether an effect should be produced or not, depends exclusively on the criterion, whether their production is possible or not, that the non-production of something producible passes for a scandal and that, according to the aforementioned criterion, the moral quality of the effects to be produced, whether it is also the multiple extinction of humanity, effectively does not count, in short, that no price is too high. But this fixed idea of the Third Industrial Revolution also manifests itself differently, not only the non-use of a potential raw material is considered scandalous, but even not recognizing raw material in something existing, and treating it as such. The world passes for a mine to be exploited. Not only do we have a duty to exploit everything that is exploitable, but also to try to discover the exploitability that is presumed to be immanent in anything, even man. The task of today's science therefore no longer consists in tracing the secret essence or immanent laws of the world of things, but in discovering their secret usability. The metaphysical premise, generally hidden from itself, of today's research is therefore that there is nothing that cannot be exploited. What is the moon for? Molosic. There is no doubt about it even for a moment that it must be of some use. The question of what is considered world, in this sense the dubious word Weltanschauung perhaps finds its raison d'être, has had many different answers throughout history, for example with the word cosmos or creation or object of knowledge or quintessence of physical processes. If we ask ourselves the question today, the answer can only be this: raw material. So the world is not interpreted as something in itself, but as a world for us / not in the sense of idealism, however, since the latter, speaking schematically, defines the world as a correlate of human consciousness, but in the sense of a, if one can say so, pragmatic idealism, in the sense that what is meaningful is correlated with what is usable. Naturally, this idealistic component is often veiled, given that, as we have seen, we often do not use the objects of the world directly for ourselves but for something, which we use. To this we must add that even if we don't yet know their usability and our need for certain products, the more we have to produce and use them. World is therefore not only the prototype from which something could be made, but the prototype of what we are obliged to make something from, with which it is tacitly admitted that nothing can be that must not be, that ultimately nothing exists from which something could not be done. On the contrary, the thesis holds true that one must remove existence from what one can do nothing about, and that wherever it gets in the way, it must be annihilated. Analogously, to the National Socialist life unworthy of being lived, there is therefore a being unworthy of existence. In short, being raw material is a criterium existentiae. Being is being raw material. This is the basic metaphysical thesis of industrialism, which we will deal with from now on in the individual essays. The appearance. I would like to open this second volume with a brief reflection that is directly linked to the fundamental idea of the introductory essay of the first volume 1 but goes far beyond it and immediately makes us familiar with the radicalization achieved by my philosophical thoughts. In the essay entitled The Promethean Shame, I presented the fundamental defect of our day, that is, our inability to imagine everything we can produce and all the troubles we can make, and I had underlined that only because of this fatal discrepancy between perception and imagination do we trust the unfortunate devices that we produce and use, and all that they cause with their apocalyptic effects. It would be inaccurate to assert that these spectacular effects are unpredictable, an adjective that is used as frequently as superficially, given that, on the contrary, we pursue these effects even when we cannot imagine them. I repeat the formula, because the key defect of our existence today in the universe of technology that we ourselves produce actually lies in the defect indicated in it. To this defect of ours corresponds one, and with this I arrive at the object of my discussion, which is on the side of the things we manufacture / not only of individual things, but also, in particular, of our entire system of appliances, which consists in a network-shaped whole. If we are blind in our capacity for imagination, the devices are silent, too, by which I mean that their appearance no longer reveals their real potential at all. To tell the truth, the expression muti is not exactly exact, given that their perceptibility cannot be denied. And yet they remain, even if in some way perceptible. Vile, unrecognizable. They feign an appearance that has nothing to do with their true nature, they seem less than they are. Because of their too modest appearance, it is no longer possible to understand what they are. Many, such as for example the Cyclone B gas cylinders used in Auschwitz, which differed little from the jars for fruit preserves, have a nothing appearance. This negative bragging, this being more than appearing, has never occurred before in history. And given that their potential being no longer has anything to do with perceptibility, one could call them lying, or ideological, an expression that up to now has always been used, wrongly, to characterize concepts or theories and not objects. In any case, these devices are the least physiognomic that has ever existed, by which I mean that they lack the ability or the will to express what they are, and that therefore in the extreme instance they do not speak, that their appearance does not coincide with their essence. This coincidence usually does not exist only in the field of living mimicry, but also in that of simple tools. In fact, hammers, chairs, beds, trousers, gloves, etc., you can still see what they are for. They appear. 3 The reactor's nuclear plants, for example, instead show nothing, they are just as innocuous and inconspicuous as any industrial plant, and they do not reveal anything about their virtual performance or the inherent threats. What could be so bad about that? Asked a well-known European politician, with joke and self-satisfaction, to someone who was ceremoniously trying to get him out of a nuclear reactor plant under construction, not yet functional, through which he had been led as if it were any shoe factory. This gentleman, in other circumstances not so dull, but not intelligent enough to recognize what must be recognized today, believed, like a man of days before yesterday, that even today one must trust one's eyes and the dusty concept of empiria. That we are capable, if we really are, of adequately understanding and judging today's devices only if we exert our imagination, that is, the perception of today. This effort, in fact, today must take the place of the effort of the concept of which Hegel speaks, of which our progressive politician had never heard, and certainly even later he will, in any case, be able to avoid understanding it. But to go back to the beginning, make it verbally harmless. Unfortunate installation was not even necessary, since it had already made itself harmless by its inconspicuousness. Philosophically formulated, such devices, if by this we mean, with Heidegger, something that shows itself, are no longer phenomena. On the contrary, their performance consists in this, that they do not show what they are, in short, in the fact that they hide. Even if I realize that I'm scrambling this word, nevertheless I don't think I'm inappropriate or blasphemous if I say that today's mysterium is inside the colossal appliances and complexes of appliances, given that these are only apparently visible but in reality they remain invisible. Attempting to perceive its meaning through our senses would be a meaningless undertaking. And this is true not only today but for more than a century already. Already the machines of our great-grandparents no longer reveal exactly to our perception what they really were. For this reason, it is also senseless to represent machines that reveal nothing in realistic paintings, as painters of Soviet Russia and the GDR usually do in their big cartoons of socialist realism. In reality, they do something similar to what the painters despised by Plato did in his Politeia, whom he reproached for painting images of images. If the machines themselves, no matter how noisily they work, but, in general, they do it less and less, satellites or computers do not rumble even approximately as much as the heavy industry machines of the 19th century, if the machines themselves remain dumb, then the images of what is silent must remain even more silent. Point 4. Materialism. 1978. We do not live in the age of materialism, as all the Philistines complain, but in the second Platonic age. Only today, in the era of mass industry, does a single object literally receive a minimum degree of being sense grad as if it were its idea, that is, its blueprint. What is the electric light bulb of the Tall-Di-Tally Company and the number 7846533930 worth compared to its non-physical model? It is only a mere imitation of the idea, and with it a PRJOV, a non-existent. In 1943 we entered the atomic age not because we had manufactured 3 atomic bombs, but because we possessed the non-physical recipe to make countless others. And the Soviet Union was not then threatened by the existence of some physical objects, but by that of their idea. And if a theft really could have taken place then, it would not have been for the taking of some objects, but for the drawings of their models. Patenting an invention means, as everyone knows, protecting an idea from its imitation and use. Plato could not even have dreamed that there would have been a property on ideas and an attempt to legally protect this property. Compared to the few ideas existing in Plato's sky, the number of our current ideas is infinite and infinitely growing, due to the inflation of inventions, which for Plato never present themselves as production of ideas. The number of ideas grows daily in the direction of infinity. If sooner or later, presumably sooner, we get to the bottom of it, it will be like victims of the second Platonism. The 1958 products. 1. Mass-produced products are born to die. The reproduction principle of today's industry does not only mean that products manufactured in the mass production process are perishable and transient, not only that they, like the individual pieces of previous generations of products, unfortunately one day end up becoming decrepit, but that they suffer from a highly particular mortality, a mortality whose characterization even appears theological, that is, that they are destined to die, that they are destined for transience. Not only their transience is foreseen, but, at least approximately, their expiry date, and always one that is as short-term as possible. As in the words of a Nazi song, the purpose of which was to inculcate in young people not only the idea of their substitutability but even the joyful affirmation of the latter, mass-produced goods are born to die. Pay close attention to this expression. A death for which one is born, which therefore, instead of limiting itself to concluding an existence, constitutes its purpose from the beginning, is only a dying in words. The young people to whom the song was sung were not prepared for their own death, but for their being killed. And the same goes for the dying of mass-produced products. They are not born to die but to be killed. And in fact they are killed by those new and fresh specimens, which, due to the fact that their invoice and their yield are identical to the invoice and yield of those whose turn has now come, have the same right to be fulfilled, and that in a certain sense they are pre-ready there, like packed potential, impatient to relieve the old ones. Or rather, to put it more precisely, the old ones are killed by the production itself. Since it is this that gives birth to old exemplars deliberately in conditions of low vitality. And given that production uses us, the consumers, as allies, that is, it exhorts and educates us to consume specimens by using them, to exploit them by using them, we take on this murderous work to the detriment of the new specimens, so that they can now take their place, even if for a single day, always innocent and with clean hands. Let's listen to what the Mollussi had to say about it. The fact that the products die in the most tender childhood, we read in one of the most famous mollusic documents 1, proves nothing against our industry. While it is true that it begets this mortal offspring and even, expressly, their mortality, and who estimates in advance the average length of their life, and prefers to others those who die in the short term, and even that it, something that was once said about revolutions, devours its own children. But to blame her for this, to accuse her of an unscrupulous demographic policy or even to insult her for this as a monstrous mother, would be as petty as it is slanderous. The industry knows what it is doing and what is good. Just think for a moment where we would be if it were so foolish as to produce offspring that are too good, too healthy, too long-lived, or even, God's beware, immortal. Don't you realize that in this way it would deprive itself of its own fertility and, together with itself, it would also lead us to ruin? The mortality of her children is the guarantee of her immortality and ours. And we should praise it as one of the guarantees of our happiness. So don't call production a cruel mother. If it conducts a tremendous population policy, it does so solely in the interest of its further and permanent fertility. And she demonstrates from the start her ingenuity in producing not just mortal children, but the mortality of her children. Thus we can safely admit that not only does she make her children explicitly mortal, but that she degrades them from their first hour. It allows none of them to carry a definite article, to be in the. Each of them he allows to complete his life only as an un. And none of them the reassuring feeling of being identical to himself. It's true, he is destined to be identical, indeed he must be. But precisely identical only to that model of which this or that specimen is taken into consideration and, respectively, to those sisters who came into the world just like him, that is, like this or that specimen of the same model. Anyone who therefore believes they can describe today's situation with the words, "What is produced today will become waste tomorrow," falls behind the truth. Rather, it is true that production gives birth to products as waste of tomorrow, that in short, production is the production of waste. Of a scrap, however, whose characteristic is that it is temporarily in a state of use. 2. On the end of a virtue. We, the owners and consumers of products, are not indifferent to the ruthless and regularly victorious struggle that production wages without respite against yesterday's generation of its products. Rather we are on his side, that is, on the side of production, which means that we participate in the struggle as partisans, from time to time, of the new generation. And it also means that we ourselves have become ruthless. We too. In fact, it is almost impossible, in a world whose maxim is to replace the old generation of products with the new as quickly as possible, for us to behave with regard to things. However, if one of us dares to tempt him, he swims against the current that carries him too. And if the attempt succeeds, if he succeeds in delaying the moment of substitution, of the old generation with the new, then he passes for a saboteur. Ruthlessness has become a moral imperative for us. Of course, this imperative is never or anywhere proclaimed. If someone were to raise tables of the law bearing inscriptions such as, "Control your respect for things," or, "Avoid respecting what you own," or, "Cultivate your ruthlessness," it would deeply irritate us and we would consider those who rule like this crazy. Nonetheless, these commandments exist, and all the more massive the more secretly and indirectly they manifest themselves. And these forms of camouflage are not just rare and occasional phenomena, but some of the most obvious and inevitable realities of our world. This seems to contradict the terms indirect versions and forms of camouflage. Not today. In fact, for camouflage one must not imagine transformation into the inconspicuous. Today one does not disguise oneself like this, but transpositions into the showy and the loud, exaggerations that cover up the voice of freedom. We've already known that the best way to escape the truth is furor for a quarter of a century. And in further, the disguised versions of the commandments actually consist. I'm talking about the advertisement. Why are advertising reclams disguised versions of the commandments? Because every advertisement, apart from the fact that it is ruthless in itself, that is, it always interrupts our life, it always interferes in it, also incites ruthlessness. Yes, to ruthlessness, because today we already own 95%, although, perhaps, in some other form, of the products it orders us to buy. So, for example, while I'm working on the drafting of this text, I am stubbornly recommended, that is commanded, by another text, printed on one of my folders, to use, instead of my ballpoint pen, which for me is completely sufficient, another, of which it is guaranteed that it also works underwater. Therefore, despite the fact that I don't feel the slightest need to be an underwater writer, to sacrifice my usual pen for a new one. What this text on my folder allows itself, every advertisement allows it with equal impudence. Each implicitly requires us to give up those objects we already possess, to put them aside as if they were already finished, therefore to be ruthless, without regard. Every advertisement is a call for destruction. However tiring it may be to evaluate the effect of each individual advertisement, an entire scientific sector is now in charge of finding methods for the quantitative survey of the effects of the advertisement. No one can dispute that the advertisement, as a whole, bears its fruits. But this also admits that success, although the difference between the two successes is generally necessary and sensible, that can turn the call to consume without regard to one's advantage. In fact, this success is so evident that one must be struck by blindness not to recognize its effects in our gestures and faces. Given that we live in a world that consists exclusively of things that are not only replaceable but must be replaced, in extreme cases they even appear eager to be replaced, it is not only plausible, but simply inevitable that we end up creating a kind of relationship social appropriate to these avowedly mortal and worthy to die objects, that we develop a lack of attention and respect in our way of working, of moving, of stopping, of expressing ourselves with facial expressions. And not just towards things. It seems to me unthinkable that in human relationships it is possible to let survive, as virtues, ways of behavior which, in relation to products, no longer pass as a virtue but, on the contrary, as a non-virtue. Humanity that treats the world as a throwaway world also treats itself as a throwaway humanity. Let it be clear what you want to support with this. Neither more nor less, that all the moralities that have existed up to now, however fundamentally different they may have been, have now merged into a single era, since, among them, there has not been even one in which respect for the products were not natural, and this one era is now forever behind us. Respect is now an antiquated virtue, and rightly so. But that's not enough. In fact, an opposite one has taken the place of that antiquated virtue. Virtue is now the most ruthless lack of concern. And anyone who doesn't play along is suspect. As early as the 1940s, I learned of the case of a student who was truly normal in every respect, but who was forced to undergo psychoanalytic treatment because she resisted letting her mother buy her new clothes all the time, which she really didn't need. She was classified not only as stubborn but even as poorly adapted. Disadapted to what? The prohibition of having regard, that is, to the dominant world. And not only was she considered as a sick person to be treated, but also as a virtual enemy, like a leftist. Who does not comply with our will / he is a saboteur. Molestion Song of Products. 3. The land of cockon of production. If this thesis is true, then there is nothing more short-sighted than wanting to recognize our current ruthlessness exclusively in our warfare, that is, in manifestly destructive ones. And nothing is more foolish than seeing our reproduction technique as a counterpoison, a remedy with which we could act against our desire for destruction. It is highly doubtful that behind our current reconstruction of the cities destroyed in the Second World War there is a mentality opposed to that of war. That taxi driver from Berlin who in 1953, not entirely dissatisfied, commented on the landscape of rubble to which the former Tiergarten district was reduced, well, at least they've created so many empty spaces for us to build. Approached the truth, given that at least he drew attention to the relationship between destruction and construction. Point 2. However, he didn't tell the full truth either, still leaving unexpressed the fact that the element of destruction is immanent in production itself. The truth really only comes to light when we realize the point we are at today when confronted with the ancient idiom, so proud of its own positivity, it is easy to destroy, but to rebuild. In fact, this way of saying, which in the past only seemed trivial, has now simply become meaningless. And not only because, in the age of mass production, instead of the thing in itself only specimens can always be destroyed, which has already reduced the burning of Hitler's books to a purely ideological action, indeed to a farce, and not only due to the fact that the quantity that can be produced today in a set period of time is hardly smaller than that which can be destroyed in the same period of time, but, and with this we return to our main thesis, also because destroying and rebuilding are not two opposites at all, but arise from a single and identical root, and because this principle is destructive as such, that is, because it is interested in the destruction of its product. If one attempted once to outline, in a utopian picture, the situation in which all the flowery dreams of today's reproduction technique had matured, in which therefore the situation of the land of plenty had come true, not so much for the consumer as for the manufacturer, a world should be described. In which use absolutely no longer existed, but only the most ruthless consumption, in which all products, no matter if women's stockings, hydrogen air bombs, cars, or cities, were destroyed with the very act of using them, no differently than for the products of the food industry or that of paper plates or napkins, in short, a world in which industry, as a whole, had been transformed into a single industry including all consumer products. If this picture remains utopian, it is first of all, from the point of view of the industry, because of our neglect of duty. Point 4. And because we customers neglect to fight the underdevelopment of our ruthlessness with sufficient energy, to indulge with appropriate and conformist behavior the ideal potential that drives towards its realization. This is at least the situation from the point of view of the principle of reproduction. And this perspective is not all that false. In fact, we have remained very old-fashioned, all of us. Contrary to what Benjamin says, we endow mass-produced products with an aura afterwards, even though the latter had no aura at the time of purchase. We auratize them, we imbue them with our existential atmosphere. Our heart does not, it sticks less to a pair of trousers bought ready-made than to another made to measure one, Sentimentality penetrates our relationship with mass-produced products just as deeply as it does in our relationships with a one-of-a-kind specimen. We also treat factory products as these pieces, as our pieces, as irreplaceable pieces, instead of, as would be the case in our situation today, as those pieces over there, pieces without owner as replaceable parts. And if we have to detach ourselves from the pieces, we are often unable to arrive at that indifference, or even that satisfaction, which would be appropriate in an era in which ruthlessness has become a virtue. Who knows if soon there won't be specialized psychoanalysts who will have the task of alleviating our inner difficulties, born of taboos against the world of objects, and making us capable of raping products with gusto and with a good conscience. To bring along for this exercise, first quality porcelain and a heavy hammer. For the unwanted owner. Products are manufactured to be sold as goods and as such become property. If, as we have just seen, all of today's production tends to make its products resemble the type of consumer product, and it already manufactures many products of this type today, then these products must become property in a sense similar to that in which consumer products are property. But are consumer products really property? Time is part of the nature of every asset that wants to be owned, that is, the duration during which it manages to remain identical to itself. And it is part of the nature of the owner that he has the freedom to return to this property after any period of time. One cannot become the owner of assets that do not offer this possibility. Consumer goods, however, do not offer this possibility of going back to something. When we have bought a consumer product, as soon as we have used it, we have also consumed it, and then our hunger explodes again, we are again non-owners, again vis-a-vis nothing, again we have to get our bread and our milk, and the miserable carousel starts again. Of course, all of this is only miserable for us, in fact it is precisely this round of the carousel that guarantees the survival of the consumer industry. If this industry maintains its production rate, it is only because we always destroy its products afresh and are always in need of them again, because by foraging ourselves we forage it, by satiating ourselves we satiate it. In short, because we never have the time to become owners. The counterproof makes our thinking clearer. If we possessed a food, something like a fabulous piece of long-life bread, that we could continue to use every day without consuming it, such a piece of property would force bakers to close shop. Our property would be his downfall. And, suddenly, the famous expression property is theft would come out of his mouth, therefore from the mouth of the producer instead of that of the proletarian, and would take on a new and unexpected meaning. Not what property means something stolen, but that any piece of property that continues to last in the hands of the buyer effectively robs the producer of the possibility of continuing to produce. The nature of consumer goods consists in this, that they are there in order not to be there. They are produced to be consumed as soon as possible after use. But if they are worn out with use, then they lack the time for them to constitute themselves as objects identical to themselves, or for their owners to return to them. 5. In other words, it is part of the nature of the consumer good to be ephemeral. How ephemeral it is produced. And as such it escapes becoming property. There has never been a concept so antipodal to eternity as this ideal of non-duration. If to Plato the things of our world seemed ontologically shoddy because, unlike ideas, they were subject to time, and therefore transient, in the eyes of today's producers, normal products appear ontologically shoddy because, in principle, they die too slowly. Instead of the fixed teat, the flashing vuv, the duration that absolutely does not want to assume the status of duration, applies as an ideal. This is pomology of the industrial age, which could be called negative ontology. Weapons also belong to this class of ideal items that are meant to be consumed upon first use. A napalm bomb cannot be thrown twice, just as the same sandwich cannot be eaten twice. In this sense, they are consumer items and, according to a theory of the object, they resemble sandwiches more than other industrial products. If a weapon refuses to wear out on its first use and stubbornly remains usable, or if, for example, by dint of political accommodation, there has been a lack of wars, and therefore of potential buyers, then naturally the manufacturer uses other means, then he liquidates the weapons by inventing a so-called better weapon, which has the consequence that his first weapon is no longer used and with this, precisely, liquidated. The frenetic pace with which, in the capitalist world, a product category takes over from the previous one is almost never motivated by the fact that consumers need something better. In many cases, this applies above all to liquidation nuclear weapons. The improvement would not even be possible, since there can be no greater effects than those of previous weapons. If despite this we continue to work on the improvement of these weapons, precisely to liquidate the previous ones, and because we are too blind, voluntarily too blind, to realize that the time when it still made sense to create something comparative has now definitely passed. There is no dead more than the dead. Humanity cannot exterminate itself in a more total way than total and, as is known, it has already been able to do this for decades. 6. 5. Factory hot products. The relationship between consumption and ownership is complicated. If you like dialectic, we own consumer goods only if we don't consume them. As consumers, on the contrary, no. This can mean two things. Or that we, for example when we eat up our long-life salami, cease to be its owners due to the simple fact that we destroy the asset that we own. Or, and we are only interested in this case here, that the factory supplies its product hot from the factory, that is, with the assumption and on condition that, in this state, it will be immediately consumed. The word immediately is decisive here. It means that it, the product, does not at all reach that duration which, as we have seen, is the necessary condition for an asset to become property. But this extreme possibility is not the only one. Between two extreme possibilities, the piece of property in the classical sense, for which duration is a constitutive element, and one that requires simultaneous or almost simultaneous consumption with its production, a wide terrain extends, that of everyday goods, which we buy today, we consume tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we replace with new goods. From the point of view of the producer, that we buy today because we have already consumed them tomorrow and to replace them already the day after tomorrow with new goods. That is, already in this case, which is normal today, the speed of consumption is so short-term that it leaves the product just enough time to become property, and the customer just enough to become owner. But really, only just barely. In fact, all branches of industry, with the exception of the consumer goods industry, still unfortunately still have to count on an interval that necessarily inserts itself between sale and consumption, that space of time, in fact, during which the asset is only owned, is only had, only used. But this time of use, the time during which the product is owned, is a dead time for producers, a time for which they take it out on the customer, which, despite the fact that they advertise the durability of their goods, they like to abbreviate, which indeed, since we are not available as buyers as long as we are wealthy, in other words, owners, they would prefer to abolish. Every dress, every radio, every refrigerator, every object that, instead of being consumed immediately, shows a certain resistance and is conserved and confirmed as a usable piece of property is, to use the word again already used just now, a long-life bread. And as such a theft. The pace with which the industry changes its seasonal fashions is a method of taking revenge, a measure with which it takes revenge on the resistance of its products. So the coat that still warms us well, since it cannot materially ruin it, makes it socially unusable. Fashion is the measure used by industry to make its products need to be replaced. No wonder all sectors of industry look, full of envy, at a sector that is ideal for them, the consumer goods industry, whose products remain so admirably unsuitable for ownership and in which they see the desired model for all the other products. For production, we would be the preferred buyers if we destroyed its goods not only as eaters but also as buyers of all its products, and thus keep its production rate alive. In short, if we were left without properties. But this conditional we would be, and this subjunctive we would keep, are almost superfluous. Reality is already approaching this ideal. Indeed, although production considers us as owners, it evaluates us, and, more importantly, treats us as owners of ephemeral goods. That is, it hopes that by consuming our property as soon as possible, we repossess ourselves as soon as possible in order to be able to buy a new one as soon as possible, to be able to free us again as soon as possible. And so endlessly. In short, production needs us and treats us as intermittent owners. Point 7. With the transformation of the owner into an intermittent owner, the concept of property changed in the most profound way, if not even destroyed. However, it is noteworthy that this destruction is not the work of just any socialism. Rather, it is industry itself that forces us to replace the stability of ownership with the alternation of having and not having. This of course does not mean that the industry wants us to be destitute. On the contrary, given that, as we know, it needs us as permanent buyers, it wants us to be as wealthy as possible. Her dream of him is a humanity consisting of money possessed, of customers who, unlike the owners, need everything, because with use they consume everything, and they can never, as the owners can, cancel the industry's calculation with the sabotaging words "I already have it." Of course, the industry cannot hope to find such ideal buyers as these. Mostly, it even has to produce such a clientele itself. But this production task is not difficult for her. In fact, it does it all the time. As if by magic he transforms with the hocus-pocus fidibus conjurer's trick, any state of emergency into a situation of not having and needing, in a situation in which the buyer, on the basis of the goods he has just purchased, feels the lack of many and many products, in a situation in which he hasn't yet allowed himself many and many goods that, in reality, he should be able to afford as an owner. This not having is a consequence of having. Rich esse oblige, says the production. If you buy goods A, you are required, indeed obliged, to buy goods B as well. In other words, production generates propertyless due to the fact that it produces each of its goods in such a way that the possession of this good would remain worthless without the additional possession of other goods. In fact, the production of a permanent state of need is among the main activities of all productions. Indeed, the state of need in a certain sense is an integral attribute of each of its products. Since it gives every commodity a sort of hunger, which the buyer must appease only with the purchase. For example, the car makes you hungry for petrol, which cars actually consume like man consumes milk. I say consume because the equation use equals consume evidently also applies to goods that are not consumables. Since every good purchased now requires a new purchase, every buyer will once again become a consumer. If a car owner, after buying a car, could hope to rest on the laurels of the purchased part, he would remain a pure penniless. 6. Liquidation of products. We've seen it before, consumer products go extinct with Puso. I'm here not to be here anymore. Being used and liquidated are two things that coincide in their case. Therefore they cannot truly become property insofar as and for as long as they are not used. Given that their use, i.e. the liquidation of their condition of objects and of their being property, makes the production of additional consumer products necessary and indeed promotes it, it is understandable that the industry as a whole aims to adopt such methods of promotion, in short, to abolish the status of thing and property of its products in the same way. In other words, industry would prefer to produce and sell without interruption, as on an assembly line. It would only reach this ideal if it could convince itself to liquidate its products with immediate use. In fact, with such a liquidation, it would be forced to immediately produce and sell new products. For this reason, it must look wherever there is even just a minimal possibility for it to imitate the method that the consumer industry applies, that is, to make the interval that extends between the production and the liquidation of the product as small as possible. It is his task to consider the object form, and the proprietary form, of his products as an unprofitable intermediate form, the product as an object as a deviation, a sort of barrage / not taking the object's form into consideration a priori, avoiding it, give up on it? That it really takes this path is proved by the radio and television industry. Point 8. Indeed, in them, the intermediate form object is truly no longer recognizable. There is no longer anything that corresponds to the object book. And it no longer exists for the reason that the product is inserted directly into the receiver, still hot from the factory. A similar image that conveniently conveys the state of things we have in mind is that of the mother and the infant. The industry is the mother, the infants are the listeners and spectators. But we viewers are infants not only because, as is often the case, we are made infantile by the infantile stuff we receive, but also because the method with which the products are delivered to us, does the same. If we are talking about people are funny or box B flat mass, consists in T being fed. The transmission between sender and receiver, in the interval between production and consumption, assumes its own status of object, not to mention its own status of property, just as little as the passage of mother's milk from the breast to the lips. Our daily use of language confirms this. That we use the word transmission to indicate both the transmission and what is transmitted is certainly not a coincidence, and it is so little that we only rarely realize if by this word we mean one or the other of the two meanings. In fact, unlike other goods, for example books sent to homes, which at the very moment of their arrival can be called transmissions, but already in the following moment they cease to be transmissions to become pieces of property and as such take on their status. Radio and television broadcasts have a status only as long as they are broadcasts. Or they have none at all. Thus, in a sense they surpass even the model of the consumer industry. In fact, the duality between consumer goods and consumption, between eating, in the sense of food, and mangiare, in the sense of eating, is already abolished here. The two merge together, forming a single process in such an indistinguishable way that the consumer who neglects eating, in the verbal sense of eating, at the same instant in which eating, in the noun sense of food, comes his way, also loses the possibility of taking possession of the food. In fact, this exists, if it really exists, only in the very moment in which it is provided. Point 9. It is obvious that in this way the possibility of becoming property is also lost. Of course, radio and television broadcasts can be classified as our property from a formal juridical point of view, since we pay for their reception and they are delivered to us at home as paid goods. But this classification is rendered devoid of object by the lack of object. In fact, presumably there is no radio or television customer who would classify broadcasts as such, nor who, as long as he listens or watches, feels he owns the show. Compared to the reader who sits in front of a book that he has paid for, he is really no longer an owner. Rather, he consumes what is broadcast during the broadcast. He is not given the possibility of having apart from consumption. He lacks the opportunity to return to it. The object is a consumable object which, since it is consumed immediately, makes the immediate supply of a further transmission necessary, and so to infinity. The inability to become property can be defined in yet another way: if the transmitted product can be consumed only in the moment of transmission, it reduces the freedom of appropriation. But with this it contradicts the concept of owner. Part of the essence of this is the fact of being able to dispose of one's own property, therefore also when and for how long she has his property and uses it. Since as radio listeners we can no longer do this, as such we are no longer owners. So our real property is only the devices that transmit the goods, not the goods themselves. Said in a paradoxical way, we are sovereigns of mere passivity, if not actually, since they want us to consume the goods that have been transmitted to us, owners of what we are condemned to. Figures, in short, no less comical than the Stirnerites, owners of their own hunger, mocked by Marx. Sovereigns of our passivity, since what we possess is only our ability to be supplied. On the contrary, we do not own the goods that are supplied to us, since we consume them before we can possess them. Their manufacture, shape, and range are mostly left, on a large scale, to the supplier and, respectively, to the manufacturer. Millions of us, returning home after work, blindly turn their buttons, without first knowing what will flow out of the tap of culture. The important thing is that anything flows out, that we rest on the optical or acoustic mother's breast. The greed for possessing and the pride of having are, in most cases, already satisfied by the possession of the appliance. It is now child's play to dispossess ourselves ad libitum along the road to this property of ours. Now, if these reflections only illuminated the particular broadcasting sector, it would be difficult to justify their inclusion here. But what occurs in this particular sector is an example of a much more general state of affairs. With this, of course, it does not mean that what is true for radio and television is already true for the industry as a whole. And yet what happened there can be pointed to everywhere as a very lively trend. After all, there are already sectors for which our description is valid, for example newspapers. These, in fact, are already consumed and cancelled by use, that is by a single reading. The same goes for those kinds of newspapers into which today's reading material complex is about to be transformed. It is no coincidence that 99% of all the books read in the United States are displayed in the same shops, the drugstores where consumer items such as ice cream or mineral water are sold. The description also applies to all articles, now rapidly developing, made of paper, cardboard, and wadding, items that make laundry superfluous, which are intended to be used only once and after this, from time to time, are destroyed. Or more precisely, articles whose purpose consists precisely in this, in being destroyed during their only encounter with the world. But even if our analysis applied only to radio and television, only would be wrong. Don't be fooled by the fact that these productions currently represent only two sectors among countless others. However, two sectors that have become decisive for the concept of world and object as it is today. What both supply is not a specialty in the sense in which the ties, soap, or needle industries produce specialties. Rather, radio and television produce a second world, that image of the world in which today's humanity presumes to live. And, in addition to this second world, also the third, also the world of entertainment. In short, everything. And decisive is precisely that this everything no longer assumes any form of object or property, but rather remains fluid, or it does not remain at all, but is absorbed in this fluid state in which it flows out of the factory. In fact, it glides so smoothly that one can no longer speak of an act of reception or even of a conscious perception. This is not an exaggeration. We know that there are already methods today to make certain transmissions so subliminal that they can still be perceived but not apperceived. Thus, for example, certain companies advertise for their branded goods in certain films, but always so fleetingly that Tokyo is not even able to find out. This provision of the pre-object world cannot but the mess. The Job 1977. He was wrong. And what lies before us is not simple. However, the meth judgment follows from this fact. The fourth is closely related to this. It is natural that even in underdeveloped countries and I'm no match for his dishonesty. 4. The fight against the empty of sense. 11. Attempt to see the physiognomic game of a 20. Only Hegel a priorizing the contingent has POS. This provision of the pre-object world can never be taken into sufficient consideration. In fact, it is characteristic of the condition of comfortable unfreedom that reigns in the world of today's conformism. It represses every possible action, and this precisely means the possibility of both laziness and unfreedom. If this assertion sounds contradictory to someone's ears, this someone still has an antiquated concept of unfreedom, that is, he still associates the term unfreedom with the oppression felt or even the chain that weighs and cuts flesh. But today we can no longer talk about these things. Anyone who no longer needs to swallow, given that only the world prepared in a liquid state passes through their throats, is already so deeply chloroformed that no feeling of unfreedom can arise in them. We are indeed deprived of the feeling of being deprived. It is true that the situation of the 20th century differs fundamentally from that of the 19th. If in one of the most famous phrases of the last century it was said that the majority of humanity at the time had nothing to lose except their chains, today it must be said that the majority believe they possess everything thanks to their chains, of which notices. Since it is part of the nature of these chains that they are not felt by the wearer, as little as in any a priori, naturally there is never the fear of losing them. But if we, the people of today, were transferred, for example with the lightning-fast requisition of all the instruments that supply us with the world in a liquid state, therefore above all through a requisition of radio and television sets, to a condition free from chains, in a condition in which we suddenly saw the world in front of us in the form of objects, endowed with such a consistency that it could no longer be liquidated with immediate consumption, we would not be able to fully understand our absolute dependence on the elaborate world in which we had lived up to that moment, but we would probably end up in a kind of panic of hunger, in the panic of those who, toothless, used to being fed with baby food, had to face death by hunger despite being surrounded by loaves, apples, and salami. What lessons can we draw from the previous reflections? That the term reification, with which the trends of our era have been characterized for a century now, is no longer enough to characterize our current situation, that we are on the threshold of a new stage, of a stage in which, conversely, the shape of the thing is avoided, the thing made fluid. Or at least a stage in which the fluidification of the object will be as characteristic as the reification of the non-object. For this state of affairs, hitherto neglected by theory, I propose the term liquidation. Revision of 1979. These analyses written more than 20 years ago do not seem to have lost their validity with the invention of recordings and video recorders which give consumers the possibility to reconsume what has already been consumed in liquid form, wherever and whenever they want. It actually now happens that, no one has yet described this paradox, the consumer, yes, the consumer, can now reproduce what is unique over time and refit what is liquid, an absolutely new type of reification. But my thesis, which is actually in the highest interest of production to produce its products in the liquid state and for immediate use, instant consumption, only once, is not contradicted. In fact, as far as new inventions are concerned, they are not, at least not in the primary sense, inventions made in the interest of production, but on the contrary due to the protests of consumers against being supplied with liquid objects, that is, they refuse to being condemned to a single, irrevocable, and propertyless consumption, and they wish to possess their transmissions in as solid a state as that of books or paintings. This protest has in fact succeeded, and there is rightly talk of preserving certain television films and preserved music. Indeed no, it is wrongly spoken of, since the preserves the consumer can only enjoy them once, one can only freely choose the time of consumption, while a recorded broadcast can be listened to as many times as he wants. However, the consumer could not take this step alone against the ideal product of the industry. To do this, he needed the industry itself. And the industry didn't let itself be called twice. He immediately seized the opportunity and made this need, in a sense directed against herself, to satisfy it. As soon as it realizes the possibility of producing a new commodity, it immediately makes this possibility true, even if the new product contradicts the principles of production. He has already demonstrated it with the production of those building pieces necessary for the do-it-yourself. So then, even today, the industry produces appliances that the customer feels the need for only because he refuses to passively accept the industry's, principle of liquidation. Hegel would have been not a little surprised at such somersaults that his dialectic made 150 years after his death. The Human World. L958I901. The Desideratum, a Psychology of the Object. The number of game hells is incredible. By this name I don't mean something similar to speakeasies or casinos where roulette is played, I'm talking about the so-called leisure centers accessible to all, located on the ground floor, perhaps initially designed as department stores, where chrome-plated sirens line up next to each other, playmates of the Japanese people, pachinkosi waiting for the little man in the street, to give him pleasure in exchange for a few coins. That they are really there waiting is, indeed, inaccurate, since these sirens are seldom found unemployed, but on holidays and on sultry evenings, when the idea of going to sleep seems impossible, they even become frantically courted game. In fact, with the due exception of those hunters who are already happily gripping the handle of one of these sirens, the halls are teeming with innumerable hungry game who spy, moving with nervous steps, where one of them finally frees itself, until suddenly, apparently for mysterious reasons, but in truth because they are able to understand with a single glance whether the competitors are still halfway through the game or are instead close to the end, they manage to conquer this or that place. To immediately grasp the still hot metal handle, in other words, to secure the longed-for lever in the very moment in which it is released. Once, in Yokohama, from a crossroads I was able to simultaneously see as many as 7 establishments of this type, and in front of each of them, people elbowed each other. And in Tokyo's entertainment district, which extends from Shimbashi Station down to the extreme part of the Ginza, next to these establishments of normal size, there is even a glass building of the department store type which, from floor to floor, contains only these synthetic playmates, and looks like a transparent anthill. So these mermaid hunters stand there, lever in hand, parrying the leaps and whims of their mechanical partners. They know absolutely nothing of what is happening around them. It is clear at first glance that they are not beginners or people passing through who have come in, for once, to take a quick look and try their luck. In fact, they all move like skilled fencing players, with that fantastic speed typical only of regular customers or maniacs. After all, it is well known that there are many game addicts among them, people who just can't go to bed before having finished their game or their daily battle. Whatever you want to call their passionate activity. Yesterday, for example at midnight, always in front of the same device, I happened to rediscover a player, a disabled person with a prosthesis instead of a leg, whom I had already observed playing at 7 in the evening, as if in a trance, in front of one of these cars. Of course I can't know if he was still there or again, in a trance. After all, who can say if he knew better than me? Why has that man already returned, or is he still there? Why don't the hours strike for him? What sex appeal drags him into the arms of the chromed siren? What magnetic force keeps him from tearing away from her? The obvious answer would be this: because he is alone, because he too, like hundreds of thousands or like millions of other inhabitants of the metropolis, needs a substitute for satisfaction, because the appliances are sufficient to replace a human partner. But this answer does not satisfy the eyewitness, in which the image of this player was imprinted. The degree of his passion, the depth of his trance, the inability to stop, all speak against the substitution hypothesis. The first thing that strikes you, in fact, is that players no longer look for real partners, who now prefer object partners to living partners. In reality, the hypothesis of play as a substitution is not only wrong but also naive, since it assumes something that not only does not correspond to the facts but even overturns them, that is, it overturns the hypothesis that human relationships are still, in the first place, relationships with men. On the contrary, the opposite is often true today, that is, that the everyday world with which men have to do is first of all a world of mechanical things and apparatuses, in which other men also exist, not a human world in which things and apparatuses also exist. If psychology were to take note of this inversion, it would have to investigate to what extent our psychic life, and in particular our emotional life, has changed in the light of this inverted situation. Or at least, whether it is about to change due to this situation. In other words, whether today a large part of our emotional energies is not destined for machines. In short, a specific psychological discipline would be needed, roughly corresponding to and of equal value to social psychology, whose main task should be to investigate our relationships with our world of objects and more particularly with the current world of machines, investigation which should also include the relationships of the objects towards us. Which, in other words, can only be understood like this: how we think we are treated by our objects. This new discipline should then relate to social psychology and analyze how the relationships between objects and us can influence interhuman relationships, therefore those treated by social psychology. Of course, until today, this deseritum does not yet have a specific name. And if I use the denomination of psychology of objects here, I am well aware of the fact that it can create misunderstandings and be only provisional. I'd be grateful to anyone who could come up with a better one. Typical example of a psychological relationship with objects, the one that the car owner has with his own car. But this is a relationship that negatively affects the interhuman relationships of the owner himself, for example, the relationship with his wife. The specificity of the worker's relationship with the assembly line is completely indisputable. In this case, it would make no sense to ask which human relationship has found its replacement here. Our one-legged man of course is still there, in front of his car. No less in a trance than before. This reaffirms how simplistic our hypothesis of a surrogate relationship is. The degree of intensity of his passion does not explain it. But what other explanation could be taken into consideration? Let's ask the man himself. And he gives us a first indication with his appearance, with the expression of his face. What particularly strikes us about it is that it not only reflects the particular feverishness that we saw, for example in Monte Carlo, in the gambler's mimicry, therefore not just tension and excitement or the pleasure of tension and excitement, on that face we also saw anger and a thirst for revenge. But why? Why is this man angry? Against whom could it be? And why is he vengeful? Against whom and what might you want revenge? We can give, at least heuristically, the answer suggested by the new discipline we hope for, psychology of the object. The man, therefore, is angry against an object. Against appliances. But against which ones? To the trauma of the industrial age. Let's first answer in the negative, not against these gaming machines as such. If he wants revenge, it's not against these machines. They did nothing to him and could almost be called innocent. However, only almost, and this limitation is important. Only almost, because they are accomplices of the guilty. But accomplices only for the reason that they have no other reason for being and they do not want to do anything other than divert the anger intended for the perpetrator onto themselves, in short, because they represent ablation devices. If your fingers itch from the desire to hit your family, advises a Moleskine house rule - hit the maidservant. And if you don't have a servant, get one for that purpose. These appliances are maids of this type. They are created for this purpose. For this purpose, they are installed. But in that case, who is the family to which these beatings are addressed? They are the machines with which men must spend their lives day after day. Which day after day they must serve. Of which they are daily slaves. Against which their resentment is directed. Their hate. This sounds hardly believable. It sounds as if in all the nooks and crannies of our world sand is crunching into cars and as if cars are exploding everywhere. But this cannot be. In fact, in today's machines the amount of sand is minimal, direct explosions of Luddism do not occur anywhere. Certainly not direct. But I didn't even claim that. What I rather insinuate is that for workers, as long as they work on their machines, their own anger remains unknown, in a certain sense repressed, accumulating until the moment they leave the work sheds, but their resentment then immediately bursts out, venting itself on other machines invented and placed there for this purpose, precisely on the pachinkos. As has been said, spontaneous rancor against machines remains unknown to those who suffer for them. And it is essential that it remains unknown to them. In fact, if those who hate machines were aware of their hatred and let themselves go with it, this would undermine the foundations of the entire production, representing subversion, sabotage. The awareness of resentment must therefore be interdicted for prophylactic reasons, sabotage prevented. Compared to this impediment of the impediment, sabotage in the usual sense, that is, what we do against machines, becomes a secondary phenomenon. It is realized in the broadest sense by means of a psychotechnique, that is, by the fact that our soul is manipulated. Said in technical terms, that the simple thought that such a grievance is even possible is penalized. Or rather, given that the very expression penalized turns out to be too weak, that it is subjected to taboo. In reality, such a reaction is taboo for both workers and employers. Under the sign of this taboo, the two fronts, for better and for worse, proceed as allies. And in this area, East and West are no less in solidarity. So certain is that any American entrepreneur, faced with the alternative of choosing to employ someone who openly declares himself a Luddite or a communist, would decide for a communist, just as certain is that any Soviet company, faced with a similar AUT, would prefer the capitalist candidate, the one who openly declares himself a Luddite. This means that the taboo referring to technique is class and system neutral. ISIS is incomparably more powerful than all those taboos that are produced by the different forms of political or economic power or by the different philosophies in this or that part of the world. The taboo is global. And the taboo of today. And what is subjected to taboo, let us emphasize it again, nowhere is it just a possible action of destruction by machines. The force of the prohibition goes much deeper. The simple idea that there can be any resentment against machines is already prohibited. With this, today's taboo also presents itself as an authentic taboo, that is, as one that corresponds structurally to those we know from previous societies. In fact, even in those there had always already been some idea that was repressed, for example the idea that there may exist in man, even in every man, objectives of lust, or variants of them, which could shake the foundations of the family and clan structure. Something like this doesn't exist, because what cannot exist must not exist. Perfect taboos don't consist only of prohibition but of negation, the most radical one can think of. That is, not only in the intellect's refusal to recognize facts, but also in the senses' refusal to perceive such facts. Point 2. And that is now, it seems to me, the situation we are in today. The taboo of our era works perfectly, that is, there is no one, as already mentioned, neither in the East nor in the West, neither among workers nor employers, whose gaze is sufficiently free and autonomous to recognize resentment against machines. Sometimes such blindness baffles those who believe that such anti-machine resentment exists. Since the facts that validate it, or which, if this resentment is not admitted, remain opaque, are known to everyone, indeed they accumulate day after day, even on a global scale. For example, there are everywhere, even beyond the curtain, disorders of medium gravity that often degenerate into real rebellions. That anger and thirst for revenge are written on their foreheads, no one denies it. The question, against what young people actually rebel and against whom they want to take revenge in their destructive rage, has been posed repeatedly. But the plausible answer, that destructive anger moves from working hours, during which it must not let off steam, to hours of idleness, and that, instead of igniting against work machines, it is appeased with false, random, and completely innocent surrogates, made available by the world of leisure, this plausible answer has never been given. Point 1. But the example of juvenile disorder is of course only one among others, albeit one of the most conspicuous. In fact, today there is, and I'm not just talking about war, a strong growth in the real pleasure of destroying too, not to mention indolence towards destruction. Indeed, this indolence is today, for example, as indifference to the total destruction caused by a possible atomic war, an almost universal phenomenon. If we do not hypothesize a desire for revenge, which lurks almost everywhere, such indolence would be difficult to understand. And those blasé apocalyptics would be fully incomprehensible with their what with this, types who like to set aside the thread with a and why not. The answer to the question, against whom is this rancor of theirs directed, should instead sound like this, against the entire complex of machines. That is, against the machine of today's world, in whose motion they are forcibly inserted and from which they have lost all hope of being able to escape. They are probably fascinated by the fact that even this machine is not so self-confident and that it itself, under certain circumstances, could explode in a general twilight of machines. In any case, this thought fills them with joy for the damage of others, such a tremendously anticipatory joy that the fear of dying together with the machines does not count against them. Of course, they are mostly outdated today. While there are no longer home workers, at least not in competition with the work of the machines, the standard of living of the factory worker has fabulously risen. And no less antiquated is of course the ACIUs that whoever is condemned to work with machines is deprived of his physical health. Compared with the amount of effort that has been invested since human labor has existed, and still is today in the field of agriculture and the construction of buildings and roads, working with machines is light. Where the machine is limited to requiring manual command and control actions, it is not even worth talking about physical investment. And in fully automated companies, this investment is reduced to almost zero, so that now the problem becomes the lack of physical effort, i.e. the similarity of work to doing nothing or idleness. 5. But with that we are very close to that deception at issue here. The contemporary man who works at the machine is not defrauded of his physical health, which is less threatened than that of his ancestors who worked in the pre-machine era, nor his survival, threatened by much more massive means, nor of the remuneration for his work, today higher than the remuneration of yesterday or the day before yesterday. Rather he is defrauded of his own binding. What does it mean? It means that what he has to do and does for a living, that is to say his work, is no longer a real manufacture. And it also means, if one takes seriously the definition of man's nature as homo faber, that he is defrauded of what determines this nature of him. This also sounds strange. Manufacturing, it will be objected, ultimately means producing. And today we produce more than before. Even infinitely more than before. Right. Economically irrefutable. But only cheap. Not in a behavioral sense. And this distinction also means, the fact that products come out of the work of machines, and even in unpredictable quantities, is not yet proof that the activity that brings these products into the world, or rather, without which these products would not be in the world, represents a real facere, a real manufacture. And quite the opposite. In fact, there is nothing that is more characteristic of today's production situation than the reversal of the proportion between the economic and the behavioral. This reversal is even the rule. In fact, the more manufactured things exist today, the less they are produced in the true sense of the word. Or, the lower the number of those active today who still produce in the strictest sense of the word, the greater the yield of the product. In fact, the classical formula causa quod effectum, the effect corresponds to the cause, has never been as much disproven as it is today. Today it is quite valid, effectus transcendit causam. What does this formula mean? It means, the effect, the product of the work, i.e. its performance, exceeds the presumed cause, the worker's work, not only in terms of order of magnitude but also in terms of quality. The gap between cause and effect is so great that, now said from a psychological point of view, the coster, i.e. the worker, no longer recognizes the effect of his doing as his own, therefore he no longer identifies with his product. But this first explanation of the thesis effectus transcendit causam is not enough. In fact, it leaves open the possibility that the cause, therefore the worker, originally attempts such an identification and that this attempt fails. But this too is out of the question. That is, he is defrauded not only of identification, but also of the failure of his own identification. In fact, he no longer thinks at all about trying to use the effect, therefore the final product, as the guiding image of his activity. But not even this second explanation of our thesis effectus transcendit causam suffices yet. In fact, it still seems to presuppose that the worker, if he only wanted to, could try to carry out the identification, and that therefore he alone does not want it. However, even this is out of the question. In fact, he is not only deprived of the pleasure of tempting him, but also of the ability. It is rather true that he is already no longer able to try to use the effect as a guiding image, that he, for example, if he were suggested to keep the final product in mind as a guiding image while he works, would no longer know how to combine the idea of the guiding image with his actual activity. And even this third explanation isn't enough. In fact, it still seems to presuppose that the worker would be allowed to carry out the identification, if only he knew how to do it. But this too should be ruled out. In fact, he is not only deprived of pleasure and of the ability but also of the right to realize identification. It is true, given that the attempt at identity reaction, whether it succeeds or fails, would disturb the work, thus becoming sabotage, the worker is not allowed to use the F-read as a guiding image for his work. In other words, that Promethean gap exemplified by me in my first introduction of the concept 6 above all by making use of the difference between representing Vorstellen and producing Herstellen, is realized, given that the producer has nothing to do with the product, already within the production process itself. And with this, it seems to me, my thesis is highlighted. In fact, where this deception is eliminated, i.e. made impossible or prohibited, naturally one cannot speak of manufacturing. For to make equals make equals make. The serving. Our thesis will become definitively clear if for a moment we jump from the dimension of manufacturing to that of acting. Here, in fact, the relationships are completely correlated. That is, just as little making still exists, just as little acting still exists. For example, the assertion that the pilot of Hiroshima acted when he pressed his button sounds inaccurate. 7 But perhaps it could even be argued, given that the effort that could have confirmed his doing was absolutely irrelevant, that he didn't do anything. At any rate, his fatigue was so minimal that he may have had the feeling that he had done nothing. And, since the smoke mushroom he perceived did not match the image of people being burned alive, he did not see the effect of his doing either. Nonetheless, with his doing nothing he, in a sort of annihilatio ex nihilo, sent 200,000 men from life to death. Suppose this wretched man is sitting in front of us. What should we ask him? Evidently not, did you do it? In fact, that it was him, we know it and he knows it too. He rather, did you do this? Which would mean, can what happened with your help still be called doing and be attributed to you? Which he would perhaps deny with the words, no, after all, I didn't do anything, at most I only collaborated. And rightly so. In fact, the words doing or acting would not really be suitable, for the simple reason that not only had he not understood the effect of his doing nor could he even have understood it, because of the limited capacity of imagination of he, but also because not once had he been allowed to understand it or even to be able to understand it. The moral of the story therefore consists in the fact that he had been prevented from really understanding the outcome of the action for which he had been used and from participating in the morality or immorality of the latter. Even from participating in the immorality of the action he was excluded, even the right to a bad conscience had been denied him, not even he was allowed to feel irresponsible, to be able to feel irresponsible. In other words, the fact that cause and effect are detached from each other, the separation between cause and effectus that we have observed in today's manufacturing, is also manifested here. If in the first volume I expressed the assumption 8 that traditional ethics are outdated today, it is for this reason. That is, because in them the existence of real actions was assumed, and still is assumed today, despite the fact that, as regards what is done today, at least for those activities that are considered moral today, it is not more than actions in the true sense of the word and not even more than actors who would have a right to liability. Manufacturing is therefore no longer manufacturing and acting is no longer acting. It is no coincidence that these two degeneration occurred simultaneously. Rather, here we are faced with a single event, both forms of activity have fallen victim to the same enemy, i.e. a third form of activity which now, regardless of all the previous differentiations, has completely monopolized the practice, the serving. If we were more attentive, we would be amazed every day by the fact that by now, to describe today's work, we use the word with which yesterday they used to describe the performance of service personnel, only today precisely, in place of those lordships that served yesterday, machines have taken over and conquered domination. But careful, we are only very rarely distrustful, and we hardly feel distrust of certain words, such as when we pronounce the expression serving machines. Much more surprising sounds instead, for most, the assertion that this i.e. applies to working, or to manufacture, also applies to doing, or to act, that is, that even acting has been replaced by the form of action to serve. But we'll talk about that again. Example, let's take the Hiroshima pilot faction again. I entered schematically, it consisted of the following service phases. Certain workers, oi, served certain machines, me, to produce with them another machine, the airplane, M2. Following an order, another worker, O2, called the pilot gets into this car, T** he in turn used it to give the possibility to another worker, greater than 3, equally seated in an M2, to serve yet another machine, the launch device or the M3 bomb, equally produced by the workers, oi, thanks to the service of other machines, me, and thanks to this service, to cause a certain effect, the destruction of Hiroshima. Naturally this was the effect aimed at, from the very first act of mechanical work, by the process as a whole, and even if this process was divided into many, even innumerable phases and single steps, it represented a continuum. And not only in a temporal sense but, in fact, also in a stylistic sense, that is, it did not contain any act of work that had not been an act of service. If I just said that the process was aimed, and not that the men were aiming, I did it intentionally, precisely to underline that none of the workers had really foreseen the final effect, that rather it doesn't matter that their task consisted in manufacturing something or completing an action, without exception they neither manufactured something nor completed an action, but performed exclusively acts of service and moreover disinterested and blind to the final goal. My thesis therefore maintains that the difference between the stages manufacturing and making is overcome. This overcoming has become completely evident today, since in our age of the push button, even the ultimate effect would be produced by pressing a button. And given that this would take place somewhere in the hinterland, therefore well away from the scene of action or the theater of war, this act, of pressing the button, would not differ at all from the button pushing that is usually used in normal processes of production. In short, it would have so little to do with act as much as the other mechanical service moves. In principle, as regards the modes of activity, there is no longer any difference between drilling a sheet metal and destroying a city located on another continent. From a sociological point of view, it means that the two types, manufacturer and agent, or worker and soldier, have now merged into a single type, given that both activities have resulted in a single activity. From a strategic point of view, since the act of pressing the button that will trigger the last effect will take place in exactly the same rear areas in which the production of weapons took place up to now, it means that all war actions will be produced and detonated in the rear lines, with which naturally, something that already began in the last World War, the rear ceases to be rear and becomes the front. All these differences are therefore overcome. Anyone who gets angry, and certainly rightly so, at the fact that workers in totalitarian states are sometimes subjected to paramilitary organizations or even naked military organizations should be no less angry at the fact that in non-totalitarian states there is a parallel development, that is, that the militia is transformed into a labor army and that this development, even if it takes place in the opposite direction, leads to the same result, that here too, therefore, the difference between worker and soldier is erased. It is enough just to remember the extermination camps, in which the liquidation of men was carried out as if it were a job, to realize that the elimination of this difference is one of the most characteristic features of totalitarianism. It is naive to believe that this totalitarianism could be curbed or prevented by purely political means. Since ultimately its root lies in a technical factor, precisely in the fact that manufacturing and doing will be equally overcome by serving, indeed, they are already outdated. 5. The decapitated produce. Whoever uses a tool, for example a pair of pincers, does not need pincers. On the contrary, he masters them, since he uses them for the purposes of his own work, of the TPOF he has in mind. He dominates them almost in the same sense in which he dominates his personal tools, his organs, even if those, the pincers, he uses as an extension, refinement, and strengthening of the latter. Machines can also be used in the same way, the producer does, since he uses them as instruments by which he carries out his epiof, the production of his goods. But since, even if he is the owner of an automated company, he cannot use machines that work by themselves, he must also use workers at the same time. He therefore uses the latter to be able to successfully use his own machines. He does not serve the workers with the machines, rather, in order to be able to use them himself, he serves the machines with the workers. On the other hand, to assert that these workers in turn use machines would be absurd. Rather, it is they who serve to ensure that the service performed by the machines is crowned with success, they serve the machines. The objective of the workers is therefore not the product, but the perfect functioning of the machines. If anything, to keep them functioning, they themselves must use a tool. But this is another matter. This means three things. The work of the worker is devoid of T-poundcos. Even if the company where he works is a manufacturing company, in it he only has something to do, not something to make, as the English language correctly distinguishes. This applies to all workers in the company. Rule: if a production process is divided into countless phases, and if each worker is placed in a single production phase, the production process does not break down into partial productions, but into partial activities, then whoever makes is no longer one who makes but only one who makes, and the expound exo of these activities is not achieved when a product is here, beautiful and ready, but rather if a lot has been done, if one has worked for a long time, in short, when the working day is over. If then something, that is a product, is there beautiful and finished, this does not concern the worker and does not even interest him, for today the work has been completed, not the product. Now, of course, there is no objection to making, as opposed to manufacturing. Anyone who is capable of reading well or playing the piano decently, therefore only of doing, is in no way inferior to someone who makes something. But as far as the work of the machines is concerned, it is by no means an authentic doing. While reading and playing the piano, in Aristotelian terms, are evtexexftad, therefore they carry their own T-poundcos and with it their own satisfaction, the work of machines is in a certain sense av epia, because it is excluded from epiof, or from interest in the latter, from knowledge of it. A mining horse won't become a riding horse because it does its job after being blinded. In such activities the zixo, of producing is disassembled, producing in a certain sense decapitated. The work here is reduced to doing solely because of this mutilation. Anyone who remembers the crisis in Germany about 3 years ago will still have before their eyes the image of those emergency workers who had to dig graves, and while they were working they knew very well that the chevellers of the next shift would have the task of filling again and with due care for the same pits. No wonder these workers often pretended to act as if they were doing, that they often let their activity devoid of T-poundxo, degenerate into play. It will be objected that this was an extreme case. Certain. And yet today all workers can be considered colleagues of those emergency workers. In fact, whatever the way in which work becomes devoid of zakak, whether the T-poundcos is only proposed as a false purpose for maneuvering, as in the case of the emergency worker, or whether the x-ecos does not concern the workers, as in the case of normal factory work, psychologically the result is the same. In both cases, work, even physically light work, becomes an unbearable demand, given that it is excluded from the two satisfactions to which man is entitled, both from the satisfaction that the visible formation of the product brings to those who produce and from the satisfaction that an authentic doing, not addressed to any T-poundxo, exterior It is no wonder that today official attempts are made to make inauthentic making more pleasant, which arises from the decapitation of manufacturing, with background musical accompaniments and the like, therefore to transform it into a sort of ballet, so as to give it the appearance exterior of an occupation manifestly devoid of zeitgeist, indeed, once again, a game. To work is effortless. Of course, that sounds extremely nice at the time. But for this very reason, work is completely defrauded of its own character. In fact, the pleasure of work is not limited only to the pleasure that those who work feel for the development of their product. Rather, it also consists, at least in the investment of effort, in the fact that those who work exploit themselves to the fullest. In work, especially fully automated work, in which the quantum of effort is reduced to a minimum, enhanced degeneration now takes place. In fact, degeneration does not consist only in this, that manufacturing becomes a simple doing, but also in this, that doing is now reduced to a sort of non-doing. However, only a sort of. Just as the decapitated manufacturing must not be classified as authentic doing, so the decapitated doing, for example that of the controller in the automated company, must not be classified as authentic idleness. The attitude into which he falls is rather that of apparent idleness, a mutilated attitude, a mere residue. In fact, despite the fact that he does not need to move, indeed, in certain circumstances he does not even have to move, the automated worker must still always be, in the most concentrated way, on the alert, just as the machine worker must still be active in the most energetic way, even if he no longer has to manufacture any products. By now, work consists of paid attention, accompanied by physical immobility. Who does is reduced to being a mere car policeman, who sits there on a chair hoping not to have to intervene, until he secretly begins to hope that some accident will occur, that he will give him for once a chance to step in and feel like he's doing something. But even with this description of the two phases of the degeneration of work, not all has been said. Let's go back, from our avant-garde automated worker to a still normal one, to the one, therefore, who at least still has to serve his machine. What must he perform in order to fulfill this service properly? 3. The imitatio instrumenti. He is bound to act according to his machine, indeed he must become his servant. Don't misunderstand this expression. Get to grips with something, of course we have to do it in every job, even in the one completely devoid of appliances. If we want to manufacture something from something, there exists a priori a whole series of conditions, for example the material, or the limit of our technical capabilities, according to which we must regulate. Let's not complain about this. Manufacturing is human, it doesn't matter whether we see in the having to manufacture a sentence or in being able to manufacture a certificate of freedom. Anyone who under the a priori conditions of manufacturing, therefore in the fact that, if he starts working, has to come to terms with the world from which he manufactures, already sees a deprivation of freedom. He claims to be more free in an absurd sense, that is, in sense of who is deprived of the world, and is simply a metaphysical troublemaker. However, only if the workman keeps pace with the motion of his machine, only if he tolerates the imitatio to the end, 9. Only then will his service be perfect. The Hegelian master and servant model can easily be transferred to the man-machine relationship. 6. The evening of revenge. With this, therefore, we would have given a brief description of what work is today. And also a description of the average day of our Japanese without a leg grappling with his pachinko. 1. He too, after all, had not produced anything. 2. He too had only serviced his car. 3. He too had had to tune into the motion of the latter. 4. Even for him, it was a fact that did not concern him if a result had been achieved despite everything. And then came the end of the working day. And now he wanders around outside the factory door and, lo and behold, in the room opposite, there are machines there too. And he approaches, and stops in front of one of them, not so different, he thinks. And by that he means, not so different from the thing I've been standing in front of all day, from the car I've been servicing all day, that I have so many boxes full of, that I would gladly take a fight. In any case, anatomically, this pachinko belongs to the same lineage as its sisters, greased and soaked with oil, in the factory. And his needs also seem essentially no different from the needs of his sisters. It too extends its leverage like an arm, it too asks to be fed, it too wants to be served, it too wants to be set in motion. And if she deigns to work only for my beautiful eyes, that too means nothing. In short, she is one of them, car is car. So that's what he thinks. And yet not only this. In fact, there are certain incontestable differences that amaze him. Already the fact that the shiny chrome creature enjoys showing off, that he knows he has something to show, that he has learned what a man likes, this already makes it a being sui generis. But that's not all yet. In addition to this, in fact, and now the matter is starting to get really interesting, and only now does the car become a siren. In addition to this, therefore, it gives hope for something, a satisfaction that had never been offered to him before and to which his sisters anointed with oil would never lend themselves, if they were capable anyway. In short, what this machine here promises him is to produce something for him, yes, just for him personally, and precisely something that would be the direct result of her collaboration with him, not unlike the bread that when it comes out of the oven is the direct result of cooking, or the jug that takes shape on the disc as an immediate result of the potter's work, and in the end the object is held in the hand. It is exactly what one had in mind before and even, at least initially, belongs to whoever produced it. And this is something unheard of, and this effectively transforms the shining creature into the queen among his sisters. What are you waiting for? She whispers, in a fluted voice, to the man who looks at her in admiration. Or maybe you're afraid of me. If you set me in motion properly, if you serve me in a trustworthy way, then you too will be served in a trustworthy way. I mean, you will be served by me and you will get something, you will get what you deserve, and you will be the boss. Only then, though. In fact, if you serve me in an incompetent way, things change, then it's you who's left without a mouth and I'm the lady. So then she whispers, with her flute voice, so she challenges him to prove himself. And despite the fact that the victorious outcome of the battle has not yet been established, on the contrary, despite the fact that victory depends on whether or not he treats the shiny chrome creature competently, or perhaps precisely because this condition provokes his pride, it's impossible to resist the challenge. Machine is machine, he thinks again. After all, we've learned how to treat your peers, haven't we? And already he hands her his feed, since she demands an advance payment, and I'll show you. And what he wants her to see is not only that he knows how to deal with guys like her, but also that a guy like her deserves nothing better than to obey him and do what he wants, and that it's absolutely time for her to learn it now, since he is the master. And rage assails him and the desire to force her to make up for what, during the day, her sisters, anointed and soaked with oil, have done to him in the workshops and factories. Then he grabs her. And even if the handle of the lever is still warm than its predecessor, who tried to vent his anger on her, naturally in vain, the world to her right and to her left collapses, the world to her right and to her left is now sunk, and the game or rape or revenge, or whatever we want to call what is about to begin now, sets in motion. And if I pass by there again in the evening, it will still be still, or already again, in motion. So then, or in a similar way, the meeting with the siren takes place. That for him she does not represent a reified partner at all, that she is not at all a surrogate for a human playmate, is quite evident. On the contrary, it is a humanized device, that is, a surrogate and representative of the devices, of the whole family of devices. But, precisely, a representative who, unlike the other apparatuses, poses human conditions, conditions under which you can be treated like a human being, conditions in respect of which one can behave like a man, conditions for which one can be defeated as one is defeated by a man. Take revenge on a real man. But then, why should our one-legged player take revenge on a real man? And of which man? Maybe the owner of the factory? It is not with him that he has his daily experiences, but with appliances. Not by that he is humiliated, but by these. And therefore to these are directed his feelings. A game with other men? What a miserable substitute! Only here can he let off steam. Only here does he get the chance. If one can still speak of possibility. In fact, the probability that he wins is very small. And this too he knows. If one can speak of possibilities, this consists solely in the fact that he has the right to try his revenge on a just object, that is, on a type of machine. This, having the opportunity to try and fight and maybe be defeated, this is the victory that is granted to them. And even for this victory, which is mostly a defeat, he has to pay, yes, even for this defeat, since he enjoys the possibility of fighting as if this were already a victory, or at least a satisfaction. And he takes the purse and pays again, for the umpteenth time. Ultimately, therefore, our man is not a player but a game ball. However competent he may play, and let us suppose that once, or even several times, he has won the siren, even as a player he is always defeated, the priors. Won by the manufacturers of the sirens, by those who built for him, already ruined by a life spent together with machines, these special machines, to give him the possibility of finding a Valvai's thirst for revenge. When he puts his coin into the mermaid's mouth, he returns the money that he had laboriously, or bored out of his mind, earned in the engine room opposite. And when in the nearby buildings, to his right or to his left, new meeting places for sirens, new gaming hells are built, it will be he, our invalid in one leg, he who will be the victim, who will have contributed to finance them. 1. Affectus transcendit causam. But why? Why should modern man hate the car? Answer, because he is deceived by it. 2. This accusation sounds old-fashioned. In fact, it was raised repeatedly, for example by the home workers of the 19th century, who, ruined by the machine, had lost the minimum necessary to live. Or by those pre-scientific socialists who, as non-owners of the machines, saw themselves defrauded of the fruit of their work. These allegations. The Mass. I 961. 1. The return of the soloists. 1. To the thoughtful observer, the pachinkos described in the previous chapter have not only an irritating, but even a ghostly effect. The main reason for this ghostliness is not immediately recognizable. And this is for the reason that it resides in something that is missing, and what is missing does not immediately catch the eye. Only yesterday, finding myself once again on the threshold of a gambling hall of the type that I have described to collect observations, certainly for the 100th time. The reason for this ghostliness became clear to me. Suddenly I had the impression, which seemed absurd to me, causing me discomfort, that I was watching a very old film unfold. And when I tried to get to the bottom of this association that kept growing inside me, then I realized, then I felt that there was absolutely nothing to feel. At that moment I realized that the image of that place teeming with men remained almost without sound, and that the multitude that gathered there was a speechless multitude. Hence the memory of a silent film. How could this lack of sound be explained? And what's surprising? I already hear an answer. That today's mass consumption, at least that of entertainment goods, proceeds in a solo way. This is now being talked about. So his players are soloists. Now, the fact of solo mass consumption I have already dealt with before. Point 2. But this expression is not a proprietary formula. The pitiful insertion of our gaming situation in today's entertainment consumption erases the specificity of the case. There is a considerable difference between our player and the normal consumer of entertainment today. Which, if radio listeners or television viewers no longer see each other and no longer enter into a relationship with each other, if they therefore consume as soloists, it is because in this way they assume an attitude appropriate to the situation. That is because they, effectively separated from the world around them, can sit in their shells and consume. But this why has nothing to do with it in our case. Quite the contrary, in our case, instead of the why there is a despite that. In fact, if our players remain soloists, it is not because they remain physically isolated from each other but despite the fact that they are not physically separated from each other, despite the fact that they are close shoulder to shoulder. And this is a special case which deserves to be considered as a new stage of mass consumption. 3 stages can be distinguished. In the first, the normal one, which we are not dealing with here, the entertainment offered is consumed collectively, or at least together, by a truly accumulated, physically crowded crowd. This theatrical stadium has always existed. And it still exists today. Even cinema is still part of this stage, despite the fact that film, as a reproduction medium, has reached the threshold of the second stage. In the second stage, that of radio and TV, the mass product is no longer manufactured just for the mass, but en masse, that is, in countless copies reproduced by the millions. There are no more originals but only copies. Or, if you want, just still original. Be that as it may, these are distributed to consumers on such a large scale that virtually everyone can consume the goods within their own 4 walls. The characteristic of this second stage, discussed in detail in the first volume, is clearly the abyss between the standardization of identical products everywhere and the privacy of reception, and therefore, given that this privacy or, if you prefer, isolation of reception covers the mass character of the goods, and together the mass character of the recipient caused by the same, non-truthfulness. But this non-truth, which is suggested to the recipient or, from time, to millions of recipients, if it were formulated, which of course never happens, should sound like this: you are a private consumer of the goods that are supplied to you. But then where would Umasa be? All right, you. Everyone is approached as if they were the consumer. It is no coincidence that the title of a famous magazine of radio programs was, in the singular, Horziu. Listen. So where would the mass be? Yeah, where is it really? As a concrete, graspable something, it is in fact nowhere. But it is nowhere only for this reason, because it must be attributed, in what form, it will turn out later, an existence so massive that it no longer needs physical substantiality. In other words, given that the mass producer and supplier can direct his mass products, at any time, to a home, or to any home, he can give up mass production, in the sense of crowd. Given that it is aimed at millions of individuals, completely leveled, it prevents the formation of the substantial mass. The media reproduction technique not only has no democratizing effect but, on the contrary, it even has a democratizing, atomizing one. Naturally this applies to the East as well as the West. It makes no difference whether the inventors of the mass media anticipated, or even planned, this atomizing effect. However, the media today are used in this sense. Despite the fact that today everyone is massified, and still remains one only in a numerical sense, the massified no longer present themselves as a mass. Mass, precisely as massification, has by now become a quality of millions of individuals, no more their concentration. The Nazi Party congresses in Nuremberg probably belong to a bygone era. Events like those are no longer necessary, just as original theatrical performances are little necessary with original spectators, that is, really present, to broadcast television shows. Television productions become real only as copies and only these copies can be consumed. But given that each consumer, despite the fact that the broadcast delivered to them at home is identical to the broadcasts delivered to millions of others, receives their own in a solo way, everyone has the feeling of being delivered individually, even if they know, but in fact he only knows, which is not true. And this is true even when the quality and tendency of the broadcast are openly totalitarian. In fact, each of us is not only given his own individualization and standardization individually, but with this, at the same time, however this is generally a double conditioning, the illusion of privacy. One feels at home if in the family circle, which naturally has become a mere juxtaposition. One consumes the same program that, at the same time, others consume privately. So this would be the second stage. The third stage is the effect of the second. Indeed, it consists in this, that we are so definitively shaped by the consumption situation described that, even if it is once, casually, interrupted, we behave as its creatures, even when we are away from home. We remain soloists even if once, by chance, we end up in an orchestra. Today we can easily be set free from our physical isolation and find ourselves in any social or pseudo-social situation, without thereby falling into the danger of losing our mentality learned at home or losing that situation as a soloist that has been imposed on us. It is well known that there are prisoners, Dieterle showed one in his film on Dreyfus, to whom the cell doors can be left open, so much so that it is known that, accustomed to the four walls, they will not make any attempt to escape, or that, if they were to escape, they would remain prisoners even outside. In short, they would not be able to free themselves from the cell, as a cell mentality, not even in the future. Just like these prisoners, even today's hermetic consumers can be left free, so much is it known that even there they will not stop behaving like hermits, and that they will even continue to behave as such if, as here, in the pachinko's gaming room, they are all crammed together. By now fully leveled, therefore, mass beings, it is unlikely that they will concentrate to form a mass. Never is the danger of mass revolutionary action so minimal as in the stage of the highest industrialization, in which everyone is reduced to being massified through the manipulation of mass media. In conclusion, while the characteristic of the second stage was that in it the external world, transformed into an image, was transported home to be consumed there solo, the criterion of the third stage consists in the transport backwards, i.e. in the fact that the soloists can now safely be left to return to the outside world, since, conditioned by the second stage, they no longer recognize it as such and no longer endanger their soloist status with this return home. And with this I return to thinking of our leg-mutilated man, who is still there immersed in the game and has not yet noticed that to his right and to his left, similar to him like two eggs to another, are his companions in suffering or passion and who also did not realize his presence. 2 parallel case. The zoo house brought with it into the world. Our schizotopia. Another example confirms this third stage character. In the early 1940s, there were drugstores in the United States, in which a jukebox was installed in front of each customer, that is, a machine that produces music. These jukeboxes offered customers the opportunity to listen to their favorite songs while consuming. This innovation was successful. And not only because every new device is always destined for a certain initial success, not only because today every offer is worth a commandment, therefore because customers suffer from a bad conscience if they don't use one of the devices placed at their disposal, but also for a more particular reason, because customers, thanks to this installation, were able to continue their home occupation in a public place, that is, to continue listening to the gramophone and radio in a public place. Because thanks to the jukeboxes they could behave in public as at home. This may seem contradictory, given that with the word Heimhaus we generally mean a space separated from the outside world and defended against the intrusion of this outside world, a space in which we are chez nous. While on the contrary, the objective and performance of the radio consist precisely in this, in bringing the outside world into the home or a desired image of the outside world. This contradiction is not my error of assessment, rather it is based on reality itself, on the absurd, but no longer revocable fact that today we feel as Heim precisely that space which opens the doors to the external world for us and really puts us presumably in contact with it. In politically perilous times, we hurry home to learn from the media what is happening outside. The Biedermeier concept of zoo house at home seems to have aged for millennia. A house in which there is no information tap, through which the external world flows into the internal one, or, since there is no longer anything like it inside, a house in which the transmission duct for once does not work, no longer appears to us as Heim but as a sinister, empty space, isolated from the world. Every prison cell furnished today with normal communication devices, indeed, every Sputnik interior thus furnished, would seem, in comparison with a room without a radio and television, inhabitable and welcoming. Corresponding to this is the fact that millions of individuals take their transistor into the green countryside to remain, out there, as closely connected to the outside world as they are used to being in their kitchen or bathroom. So those customers behave in public as at home. I underline this in. In fact, it cannot be argued that they make it a coram publico, they do not even take note of this public, even if surrounded by it or even wedged into it. I have never observed a jukebox patron attempting to draw the attention of those sitting next to him to his music from him. This is strange because the collectiveness is in a certain sense part of the essence of acoustic phenomena. They are audible in a circle, also received by others, or rather, and this is language, they are destined to be received by others. But this phenomenological reality, are jukebox players, or rather, no, not players, this word really indicates too much activity, but consumers, consider it invisible like air and pretend that it is the only ones there, as if only they, since they paid to have their music played, were its legitimate recipients. It doesn't even occur to them that other customers who can't help hearing, who can't help but listen, might think of protesting against unwanted music, or against unwanted music, given that often different pieces of music play authentic, that is drawn from reality, polytonality and polyrhythm, point 3 and rightly so. In fact, the others do not think at all about raising protests, since in this way they would admit that they have not paid for silence as much as the consumer for his music, and that the commodity is more important than the non-commodity. Once I protested against a neighbor of mine, the other customers protested against me, with menacing unanimity, "You better mind your own business, but think a little about his business." I didn't even try to explain that, with my protest, I had attempted just that. I rather hurried to leave the room. The thesis, which goes far beyond the results of the first volume, therefore reads, just as the outside world is supplied to the house through the media, the mentality of the house on the contrary is brought out by those who go out into the outside world. The oft-repeated observation, that for some decades the difference between private and public has been erased, has its foundation in this double movement. In this context, a role that should not be underestimated is played by the possibility of maintaining our schizotopia, already natural for us at home. What do I mean by this term? Answer: dual spatial existence. The fact that the space we perceive through the media is never identical or coextensive with the space in which we actually find ourselves is one of the strangest and most characteristic features of our existence today, and that we are always simultaneously here and pulled there. For examples, even while tied tightly in his bed, the infant is simultaneously immersed in the screams of the sports crowd, rumbling from the baseball field over the radio. Even if she is vacuuming the dust from her carpet, the housewife is not only staying within her four walls but, given that the organ sound of the Pope's investiture spreads all around, at the same time she is under the gigantic dome of St. Peter's. Even if impregnated with the smells of food, the dining room is not only a dining room but at the same time, since it resounds with the cries muffled in the fog of those who are drowning, a part of the sinking ship. Andrea Doria. A characteristic of today's zoo house is therefore that it is not only a space but also contains a second one. The schizophrenia that corresponds to this schizotopic zoo house, in short, the double spatial existence, is already so familiar and natural to us today that we become agitated if once, for example due to the interruption of radio broadcasts, we are condemned to remain only in a space, precisely in ours. No wonder we feel at home even in public places, if these can provoke us and guarantee this double spatial existence. Since the radio device can be installed anywhere, both at home and in the car or in a public place, in a certain sense it represents a device with a common denominator, capable of neutralizing the difference between these different places of stay. And since thanks to him we are always elsewhere, in short, never at home, thanks to him we are also everywhere and always at home. If I dwell so long on this being at home while being in public, it is because it represents a component of our existence today, which until now has generally been neglected by theory. What cultural criticism had hitherto put in the foreground had always been the deprivatization of the private sphere. But only half of our current existence was described with this. No less important is its counterpart, in short, the fact that even the public sphere has lost its uniqueness, that this sphere, despite the monopoly which it seems to have conquered with deprivatization, is often understood only as a continuation of the private sphere, therefore for nothing as public. Anyone who neglects to include both of these mutilations in the context of today's era draws an incomplete portrait of the era. It is part of the socio-psychological picture of today's American, for example, not only that due to the incessant flow of the external world he is always elsewhere and never at home, therefore the loss of his private sphere, but that at the same time, at least as long as he is on American soil, he is everywhere and always at home. Hence the loss of his feelings for the outside world, or velephantiasis of his private sphere. Just as, even when actually sitting at home, through the broadcasts he is always also somewhere else and yet at the same time always remains at home, even when, sitting in his car, he crosses foreign countries. If the radio is the embodiment of his deprivatization, the automobile is the embodiment of his always being at home. Anyone who sees the radio and the car as simply two devices, which have become decidedly important at the same time only by chance, does not understand how close their complementary relationship is. In fact, the dream of our existence today is fulfilled only when we serve the two devices at the same time, when we, despite crossing foreign countries, nevertheless remain at home, since we have not left our car, that is, our second home, and because in it we receive like at home, through our radio, a second world. We men today are half nomads, because even when we are at home we find ourselves in a different place every moment, and half of us are sedentary because, when we actually travel to foreign countries, we can consume the comforts of being at home, and paradoxically this means that we also have the opportunity to stop in another place, i.e. a remote place. The first paragraph had shown us that to prevent the formation of a real mass, made up of thousands or millions of individuals who gather together, massification is produced for thousands or millions of individuals, through their isolated consumption, which the mass substrate is replaced by the massified attribute. And, in this paragraph, we had discovered the specific deception of today's media, if not even of our era. Furthermore, as we had understood, the effects of this so-called second stage of mass consumption, those of apparent privacy, are so resistant that we, conditioned in this way, can be released and sent back into freedom, even in the swarm of millions of individuals. Those who release us need not fear, despite the fact that millions of us have been leveled up to interchangeability by means of the fodder of the media, that we thereby lose our pseudo-isolation, coagulating into a real mass. The isolation of our pachinko player, squeezed right and left by neighbors similar to him, therefore does not represent an isolated phenomenon but, on the contrary, even an epical phenomenon. Given that the mass of individuals, the one that Le Bon had portrayed and which was still a reality at the time of the 1917 revolution, is being replaced by the massification of individuals, produced by the mass media, we can say that the mass is antiquated. Kollwitz's paintings of the revolution are documents of the past. This replacement of the masses with a mass production is the real revolutionary event of our century. Or rather, counter-revolutionary, but the definitive victory of the counter-revolution is, of course, also a revolutionary event. Appendix: the fascist mass. The mass as a bulwark. If one thinks of the enormous role that the crowd still played yesterday, in physically concentrated assemblies, for example during the party congresses in Nuremberg, one comes close to the assumption that these masses at the time, so to speak at the last moment, had reached their culmination of their development. But this conclusion would be wrong. The minimum was achieved only when the image of the physical crowd became superfluous, when the gigantic demonstrations could be dispensed with. Even Hitler and Goebbels had already understood that by means of the radio an incomparably greater quantity of men could be coordinated and effectively massified than in the Nuremberg esplanades, however colossal they were. Thus, in an effort to give their mass actions the maximum mass effect, they again multiplied their gigantic demonstrations, broadcasting them by radio. At the time, television did not yet exist, Riefenstahl's films did not yet reach everyone, but the radio does. Without it, Hitler's mass successes are unthinkable. Fascism and radio are related. The demonstrations that were at the basis of the broadcasts were truly already obsolete measures, the latest efforts, at the moment of the transformation of mass into massification, if not made even after this moment, to organize the massification of nominations, which by means of the radio was completely achievable, once again in an aged style, i.e. in the form of the physical concentration of men, even in the form of an alleged cult. It was not yet understood that the power of copying made the creation of the original superfluous, and it would take years to understand this. The colossal demonstrations, which could not yet be done without, represented, in fact there are not only ideological concepts, ideological actions, returns to an already outdated mode of social production. Handcrafted tanks or homemade missiles would have been no less anachronistic than such colossal demonstrations. If the latter still proved anything, it was indeed a transformation of the mass, but not its culmination, i.e. the transformation of the mass as power into a bulwark against this power. It is evident that what fascism organized was not mass in the same almost mythological sense with which this expression had been used for a century. Indeed, until then it had been argued that it was essential for the mass that it, although generally amorphous and sleepy, could nonetheless occasionally, with a sudden and massive shock force, shake up the established orders and thus become subject of history. Despite the fact that the leaders of National Socialism seemed to assume the myth of the masses, in fact they flattered it, and structured it so that it became half army and half community, nothing remains so distant from them as the idea of helping the masses to achieve such a status as a subject of history. On the contrary, with the massification of the mass, they had the aim of transforming the latter into something different from the mass, indeed, precisely into its opposite, that is, into a colossal guard troop whose task was to protect them, their capi from the mass, therefore from herself. The deprivation of the masses was therefore what those who, at the time, pretended to be saviors of the masses mimicked. And what at first, simply because of its grandeur, could appear as the high point of mass power was, on the contrary, its lowest point. This is what I meant when, a moment ago, I contested the fact that it makes any sense to speak of a culmination of the mass. In fact, the climax of the masses, at least in the quantitative sense, occurs precisely at the moment in which we want to deprive the masses of their power. And it occurs because it must be deprived of power. If in 1933 the events of that time remained invisible to millions of interested parties, the funny thing about the situation consisted in the fact that the mass was suffocated inside itself, to quote Goebbels, fried in its own fat, that is, that the mass was confronted with so much mass that it must have had the impression of triumphing as a mass, while in fact it was now overwhelmed by itself. The expression shines, but it shines precisely in the direction of the truth. Point 5 Already then the mass became a counter-revolutionary means. And, as we have seen, it has remained, and it is today more than ever. First of all because the mass media based on reproduction techniques have made the mass that can be manipulated even more massified, and then because the mass now consists only in the standardization of individuals. This second reason appears more important. It is in fact evident that a mass that still represents only a quality of the individual is in no case to be considered an active subject of history. This is the situation today. At least in those highly industrialized countries, the difference between East and West is once again irrelevant, whose populations have already been transformed, due to the means of reproduction, into millions of mass hermits. And since mass hermits no longer gather together, or at least no longer need to gather, they are generally harmless, almost all passive, non-revolutionary. with which it is affirmed, and this also applies for the two hemispheres, that the era of reproduction is fundamentally my non-revolutionary era. It is self-evident that, on the other hand, it will be easy for those powers that supply mass hermits with opinions, attitudes, emotions, at times when it may seem more appropriate to them, for political reasons, to retransform as if by magic in simple massification in physical mass, that mass which, if needed, can always be remanufactured in one night. The work 1977. If demagogues like Hitler or Goebbels showed up today, they would promise their people, in one breath, rationalization and full employment. On the contrary, they would propagate rationalization precisely as a prerequisite for full employment. But why the conditional? And if their peoples were as easily deceived as the German people were in the year 1933, they would praise this double promise and, in praising it, they would throw themselves into the abyss. But, again, why the conditional? 1. The privations of the worker. Chaplinite. The question whether today's worker is still proletarian or not cannot be answered only with the observation of whether his standard of living is low or high. From this point of view, hundreds of millions of workers are no longer proletarian, but with the ascertainment of his standard of freedom. And the latter is in fact so low that an answer in this regard must be 100% affirmative. He is deprived of freedom not only because he is excluded from the ownership of his means of production or his products, but also because he is unable to measure the totality of the context of production in which he is integrated, nor to know the final product and its destination. Both things somehow remain transcendent, nor the moral or immoral qualities of his product of him, nor whoever benefits from it, uses it, and remains a victim of it. All of this, including even his own work of him, takes place somehow behind his back. This is what happened to me and the team I worked with, already more than 35 years ago, in a Californian factory. The only thing we saw in front of us was the piece of product that we had been sent there to treat, which approached and then immediately flowed away from us, and we no longer even wanted to know or see more. Our curiosity had been artfully taken away from us. We lacked any interest in what we did, because then we should have known or seen more. What would we have gained from it? Above all, we didn't have to have any interest in what we were doing, we had to work aimlessly. If one of us asked the foreman, or anyone else, something about the purpose of our doing, at best would have passed for a weirdo. That's none of your damned business, none of your business, and a couple of years later, around the time of Makar 11A, would have been considered a security risk. In fact, it would also have been wrong and too great an honor for what we did back then, calling it work. Since it was carried out blindly with respect to its purpose, it was rather a form of gymnastics, to which we were forced 8 hours a day, a gymnastics that consisted of exercises, the free body always equal to themselves, or rather, of non-free body exercises. In fact, in these exercises dictated by the assembly line, what would still be free? A few decades earlier, Chaplin had already represented exercises of this type in his film Modern Times, where a man is shown who, returning in the evening from work on the assembly line, is no longer free enough to get rid of, just movements not free, and watches in bewilderment the dance of his inans now similar to unknown animals. Chaplinite. One can truly be seized with anguish if one realizes that even now, in this moment, hundreds of millions of individuals are busy doing such gymnastics, and that these hundreds of millions are even grateful for the fact that they are still allowed to perform it, unlike millions of less fortunate, the unemployed, and that they strongly proclaim the right to this gymnastics as a political right fundamental. In fact, they have to proclaim it, because without this futile gymnastics they would find themselves in nothingness, but this doing is only a camouflage of doing nothing. They would be sitting in front of the small screen, forced to gulp down the porridge of time day by day, which always accumulates before them. And our fear increases even more if we think that this gymnastics cannot be stopped or even corrected by any type of revolution, that our description is equally valid for work in socialist countries as for work in capitalist countries, that therefore, with the modification of property relations, the consequences of technology have not and will not undergo any change, that the discourse on the humanization of work and that on the abolition of alienation remains and will remain definitively pure chatter, until we will live in a technologicalized world that continues to become technological. And with that I come to the assertion, so often made lightly and haphazardly repeated today, that proletarians no longer exist. The truth is that today there are more of them than ever. Indeed, if they are not proletarians who spend most of their lives with these non-free body exercises, and such are almost all salaried workers, and who at the end of the day only still have the strength for products entertainment provided free at home, one or those who are excluded even from this possibility of working without freedom, therefore the unemployed, if these are not proletarians, then I no longer know what this word means. To this we must add that it is not quite so certain that work on the assembly line still truly represents work in the classical sense. In fact, our services as workers on the assembly line are not gestural entities, actions performed in themselves, to which we can abandon ourselves just as the carpenter abandons himself when he makes a table, or the lumberjack when he cuts down his tree, or like the violinist he abandons himself to the melody. Rather, our performance always consists only of fragments of an activity, with which we can never identify, but which we are forced to repeat 1,000 times without identification. And tomorrow again. Since it does not grant us joy either for the nascent product or for the finished one, work on the assembly line is something much worse, not to say much more cursed, than any previous job has been. It only makes us proletarians. One reason that totally robs us of freedom. Actually its introduction is in itself a revolution, and precisely a revolution which, albeit not perfectly synchronized, takes place simultaneously in the East and in the West. I'm talking about automation. Now, most of today's workers still don't belong to the category of automation servants. But the trend is unstoppable. In the 2000s, it is predicted that the majority of workers will be automation workers. This of course does not mean that everyone will work as volunteer labor or in automated industries. In fact, there is an iron rule of inverting the proportion, which states that with the growing development of automation, the number of workers required decreases. In other words, it is inevitable that millions of unemployed, and therefore proletarians, emerge as a byproduct from automation. Point 1. But, one should think, if we ignore this probability and limit ourselves to those lucky few who won't suffocate in the mush of their unwanted free time, but will actually occupy a place in the automated industry, at least they will have a chance, albeit a poor one, to blindly do free gymnastic exercises. But no, even this assumption is too optimistic. Even these lucky ones will be condemned to unemployment or already are. This sounds absurd, but in reality it is not, because the unemployment referred to here is of a completely new type, that is, it is unemployment, the duration of which is congruent with the duration of the job, or, let's say it quietly, it is congruent with the job itself. What I mean by this is that those who are employed in automated companies, it doesn't matter whether we call them workers or white-collar workers, the difference here is no longer valid. They won't even be forced to do that gymnastics during their work which we had previously signaled as the height of today's inhumanity. No, they won't even have this freedom. Rather, their duty will consist in doing, in a certain sense, nothing, continuously immersed in saccharine radio music. Naturally only in a certain sense, in fact they will be busy waiting for perhaps, this is just one example, a common green light, turning red, to announce a failure, which should never happen and in fact only happens with every death of Pope. This waiting they have to carry out in the most concentrated way, and this, in a psychological sense, is something unique. They are the Lindsay of the industrial age. The word wait is used so willingly, because it has a double meaning, not just to wait for or wait if, but, in its transitive form, to wait for something, which indicates the active custody of something. This second meaning is suggested to those who wait. The one who waits der Warter must feel like a guardian ein Warter. But he is a guardian only in a small percentage of cases. Shepherd of the object would be the most exact denomination for the automation worker. Here is today's bucolic. In reality, since the very ancient profession of the shepherd, there has never been any human activity that, although truly a curse, is so fundamentally different from the cursed work, Moses 1.4, as the situation of the automated worker. Even sweat is denied him. I'm not at all sure whether one has the right to bring together his doing nothing and the toil of the farmer who plows the field under the superior concept of working. In fact, compared with the frustration of the busy of automation, work on the assembly line, described above and which still prevails today, is still an enjoyable occupation, one would almost be tempted to say, worthy of man, despite the state of blindness it produces. In fact, it still keeps the workers moving. At least it still looks like a do. Added to this, as a second negativum, is the fact that the guardian waits for something to happen. I doubt that man is capable of resisting this second negativity to the end. Probably, the one who anxiously waits for the unfortunate light to come on does so with as much impatience as the policeman who wanders around for hours, at the height of frustration, waiting for the manifestation of a delinquent who can prove to him that his occupation is not entirely free utility and motivation. Finally, the third negativum, and this third point will never be emphasized enough, consists in the forced antisocial nature of waiting. While those who work on the assembly line still somehow feel close to each other, they remain in touch with each other, even if only in a contact similar to that of prisoners in a jail. The automation workers have to lead the guard solo, no, not even lead, since they have to carry out their task while sitting. The hereditary condition of today's consumers, for example of television, which I inscribed in the first volume 3, now corresponds to the hereditary condition of today's automation workers. In fact, they no longer find companions at my side, and if they suffer from social thirst, instead of their neighbor, they can at most turn to the company itself, that is, an object. Who knows if the idea, with which we who are now 70 or 80 years old grew up, and which for 100 years had provided their impact force to socialist movements, that is, the idea that workers should feel like masses of workers and that only then, by doing so, they could have felt and acted in solidarity and gained political weight and freedom. Who knows if this idea will not become incomprehensible for future generations, given that the labor situation does not will it contain any mention of a team, not to mention a mass or a class. It is certainly no mere coincidence that the lithographs Il Kathy Kollwitz that represented the revolutionary masses, once rightly famous, after being hurriedly detached from the walls in 1933, have not been hung there since 1945. The future represented in these images became the past before they could become the present. These images have lost their truth, no one recognizes themselves in them anymore. And who knows if tomorrow many workers won't work in an equally hermetic relationship with the world around them, like the astronauts locked up in their rockets today. And if already the day after tomorrow the words class consciousness and companion, and perhaps even the word work, do not become as old-fashioned and unknown as the word worker already today replaced by the misleading term of employee. And yet tomorrow the do-it-yourself waiting or watchdogs will be the favorites. In fact, there can be no doubt that automated companies will become almost autonomous, that is, they will give up workers as much as possible. In Japan there are already unmanned factories. There will soon also be elsewhere, as well as unmanned offices, given that today's computers calculate with speed about 1,000,000 times greater or perhaps even millions of times, yes, millions, than that of their manufacturers, if one expects from these last the same performance, and therefore they are already now lagging behind, in the most pitiful of ways, compared to what they have built. 5 Countless specialized services, which even 25 years ago, when I was working on the first volume of this work, had to be performed by men, today they can, actually with greater precision and at a work rate multiplied by 1,000, be handled automatically. The worker will no longer experience the Promethean shame that I described then, the shame of being less perfect than the appliance, which he serves. In fact, This Lincean of tomorrow, sitting in the cabin of his cosmos of appliances, will not find the occasion nor will he feel the need to compare his own performance with that of the machine. In fact, the latter does not work in his place, that is instead of the individual, but in place of the entire workforce, and this means, the difference in performance has become too great. Some machine complexes already replace 50,000 workers, for comparisons to still occur about it. And yet, despite the degrading situation in which these damned waiting find themselves, they will represent the elite of workers and employees. Since, let's not delude ourselves, the majority of proletarians, however eager for work they may be, will wait in vain to be installed as waiting staff. Will humanity turn into a single, colossal lumpen proletariat? And even if, which is entirely unlikely, he were to manage to conserve today's affluent society with a total restructuring of the social system, what should these millions deal with, from morning till night? It is ridiculous to believe that this question could be answered with proposals for popular education. Won't they be exposed to the ocean of free time? The question, what should we do, which the best men of the past century and the beginning of the 20th tried to answer, will perhaps be replaced with the other, what must we and our fellow humans occupy ourselves with? I doubt and dispute that these millions of individuals will be able to fill their oceanic empty time with entertainment or culture or sport or sex. And not because I am a stubborn and envious zealot of work ethics. Nothing is further from me than stating with a raised index finger that only those who earn their living with their work deserve to live. But I believe that man, without the work to which he has been condemned, cannot live, that he is incapable of enduring amusements around the clock. The advice of those who could no longer bear the misery of humanity, whether they were called Tolstoy or Lenin, are also already outdated in the face of humanity's completely new situation. The problem is no longer how to properly divide the fruits of the libero but how to make the consequences of non-work bearable. As repugnant as the word leisure training may sound, I distrust the word training, which is part of the blacklist. Those typically proscribed words, the word leisure at least indicates asterisk clearly what it is about. Naturally, I don't know eitherly answers. The good old days were still those in which the workers known as workers, who, however, never had the freedom to take on the work, were still taken and understood as workers. In fact, the unemployment that naturally threatens us will make the unemployment that reigned 50-giant years ago seem harmless. If one thinks that unemployment back then was already one of the main causes of National Socialism, one may lack the courage to imagine what will produce the imminent unemployment. It is not impossible that the gas stoves of Auschwitz, at the time absurd from an economic point of view, will be able to provide models for overcoming the fact that, compared to the possibilities of work, there are too many men. But the subversion that work is undergoing today is not signaled exhaustively with the mere indication of rationalization. At least as fundamental as the revolution produced by automation is the one that consists in the fact that today means and ends are inverted. We will demonstrate shortly that these two upheavals are only factors of a single upheaval. It is true that today it still happens that each individual considers his or her work as a means, for purchasing subsistence goods, in a broad sense. But while before the purpose of work consisted in satisfying needs through the production of products, today the first need is the production of jobs. The creation of work becomes the real task, the work itself becomes a product to be produced, becomes the goal, which can only be achieved in this way, with the production of intermediate products. These new products are called new needs, which, in turn, are produced through work called advertising. When these new needs have been produced, new work as a final product also becomes necessary and possible. However, not ad libitum. Not only because our main need is not unlimited, what should we still want after buying a typewriter usable underwater, but, above all, due to the unstoppable rise of technology. Due to the unstoppable improvement of rationalization and automation, the number of workers once needed for a given task is continuously decreasing. The postulate of full employment will therefore be even less feasible, the higher the technological status of a company. If certain Central European politicians pretend that they want to increase the technological level of their countries because only in this way they could guarantee full employment, they are either incapable of thinking or demagogues. It is not possible to plan the highest rationalization, which decreases the number of workers required, and at the same time full employment. Nowhere else but politics could such a logical blunder be afforded. Today's dialectic consists in this contradiction between rationalization and full employment. But no politician has the courage to admit it publicly. 3. The WQ. Similarly to the IQ, a WQ, workers' quotient, should also be introduced, the measurement of which would indicate the percentage of those whose work is essential to keep 100 people alive. WQ 100 would mean, it takes 100 men to support 100, which sounds ideal, given that everyone should have a job and, consequently, would. But in the capitalist system, for 3 reasons, one cannot think that this cover is ideal. In the first place, it would not be because, with the maintenance of production, every job would become a desiriandum for a certain number of unemployed, and with this the workers would be weakened. Secondly, because rationalization, therefore the reduction of jobs, is desired in order to increase profits. Thirdly, because it is more desirable that 100% be sufficient to maintain 100%, that is, because every single company aims with its work to ensure that its assets exceed its duty. On the other hand, one simultaneously aspires to the utopia of the land of plenty, WQO, that is, to the condition in which no one has to work anymore because all the work is entrusted to the machines. Similarly, WQ4 means, it takes 4 to ensure 100. The higher the technological status of a country, the lower its WQ. Given that, however, the amount of what is considered indispensable is in itself relative, what is indispensable in Los Angeles are certainly superfluous in Calcutta, and depends on the level of status 1, enological already achieved, any indication on the WQ it should only be used with reserves. In highly industrialized capitalist society, the following rule should apply: n men are never needed to maintain n men. It always takes n men minus x to maintain n men. Those who try to combat unemployment by re-educating other hospitalities of those who have been freed from a certain job, as they say today with such a beautiful term, "Now I finally know what freedom is," use the tactic of someone slicing a salami, since it does not take into consideration the fact that with rationalization, the WQ drops not only in a single category but in the entire industry, i.e., rationalization causes an absolute decrease in jobs. If this rule does not apply in socialist states, and if these boast about their lack of unemployment, they indirectly boast of the fact that this rule doesn't apply to them yet, therefore a sign of their technical backwardness. The WQ corresponds to IHQ, H equals hour, which indicates how many hours a man must work in order to live. HQ 24 would mean, to be able to live he must work continuously. HQ 4, he only has to devote 4 hours of his time to work. WQ and HQ decrease simultaneously. And this is not only true in industry, understood in the strict sense, but in general. For example, as regards the self-employed owner of a company whose working time, with the help of electronic devices, is so shortened that he can transform himself into a part-time worker, indeed very, very partial, almost an unemployed, HQO. This unemployment is of a completely new type, that is, unemployment that can be afforded. Unemployment is therefore, in this case, a stage of social ascent. 6. Diligence, which for millennia and still in my youth was naturally recognized as a virtue, it was even mentioned with a special mark on school reports, is now antiquated. In truth, it now passes only for a non-rational characteristic, and for a way of working that wastes time. Anyone who takes 2 hours for a service that could also be done in an hour looks clumsy. For the transfer of the voluptas iaborendi, of the voluptas concurrendi and of the voluptas solidaritatis to leisure, sport. New division of labor. What way out exists today from this situation of working and not working? In fact, despite the fact that automation has not yet won across the board, working today is already defrauded of the fatigue of working, and not only of the fatigue, but also of the pleasure of the effort, of the indispensable voluptas laborandi. The proof of existence, which work once provided us with, I sweat, therefore I am, has been taken away from us. On the one hand, of course, it would be bold to argue that today's workers and office workers are nostalgic for the work of the past, which was all the more tiring, or even that one of the reasons for Luddism in the last century was the relative, I emphasize, relative, ease of work on machines. But in the future, the nostalgia of effort, or at least of doing, will become overwhelming. I can already see our great-grandchildren in front of me, shepherds of automation and the unemployed, who will be nostalgic for work on the assembly line, despite the fact that it consisted exclusively of dehumanizing movements à la Chaplin, because in any case that work had still represented a minimum of doing, therefore in a certain sense something human, and had relieved them of the trouble of having to kill time by themselves, enemies of automation, who, of course, will be defeated like their ancestors who, in the last century, attacked the cars. The targets of tomorrow's terrorists will be large industrial concentrations, just like the official targets of warmongering states, since the acts of violence that individuals or conspiratorial groups commit today driven by desperation for the lack of meaning in their lives or by the hope of proof of their existence, of an ergo sumus, these terrorist acts will pass, I fear, all the more rapidly into the hands of the masses the more automation triumphs, without being able to be contested. In the meantime, however, employed and unemployed will have to content themselves with recovering the labors of which they have been defrauded by other means. In fact there is one, and precisely one that has proved extraordinarily successful, sport. Without an analysis of today's work, the role of sport would remain poorly understood. What do you usually do in the evening after work? I asked, already years ago, a worker in an automated factory in Murray, who hoisted a green light. His answer, during which he didn't interrupt lights of him staring of course football. And, twice a week, of course, weightlifting, explains better my observation a little while ago, that today's workers secretly miss the toils of their ancestors. The double naturally in his disposition was completely natural, since for him these sporting activities in his free time represented the natural compensation for the unnatural ones, in particular, too light activity that filled up his working time. Here it's really impossible to do without the inverted commas. In fact, the root of today's sport is today's too light work. The existence and development of sport can be understood exclusively as a complementary existence and development. Which means, the more fatigue-free work becomes, and development in this direction has already begun at the beginning of the century, to culminate now in the work of automation, the more man, who by his nature 7 is made to work, it has to make up for the fatigue that it absolutely cannot give up and the equally indispensable voluptas laborandi, closely linked to it, therefore he must transfer her into his time free of him. While until now this expression had indicated that the execution of a work necessary for the manufacture of a product was divided into different phases, naturally more or less tiring, assigned to several people, here the same expression means that the effort component is subtracted from all these executive moments of the work. This procedure is very strange, because it contains a double freedom, or rather the appearance of a double freedom. Free appears the execution of the work itself, freed from fatigue. But equally free appears too, this separate effort, given that it proceeds, as a game and entertainment, in a completely voluntary way. However, this is of course nonsensical. As the double use of the word appears already indicates, we are faced with a double deception. Indeed freedom from toil does not mean eo ipso freedom, effortless work, such as gluing envelopes or, of course, automated work, is anything but free. And 2, idleness is not eo ipso a condition of freedom, rather the modality of idleness is determined by the working modality that is imposed on us, therefore equally forced. Hobbies, which pretend to be freely chosen leisure activities, are determined by the objects that are offered as commodities for this purpose, and these in turn are determined as counterparts by today's working methods. It is not clear why setting up a mini golf course yourself, naturally with the help of prefabricated parts, should be a free occupation. If we spend our holidays fish spearing or windsurfing, we only do it because we find ourselves under the pressure of objects thrown on the market out of love for producers. In the role of tourists dedicated to fish spearing or windsurfing, we are employed by manufacturers who seduce us into an activity that, as workers, we never do, for example, that of killing or taking on a splendid risk. It should be added that, accustomed to what I called the soft terror of goods 20 years ago, we are absolutely no longer able to take care of ourselves. I'm not so sure about whether our ancestors did it better. It is probable that, especially during the winter, they simply vegetated and slept more than we do, overwhelmed as we are by so many impressions. Be that as it may, today the television screen is the assembly line of idleness. By consuming, we must keep up with its speed. In short, idleness, consumption, and sport are imposed on us like work. Our experience of work and leisure is therefore not, as it seems at first glance, a double freedom, rather it is a double unfreedom which, presenting itself in the form of a double freedom, is the existential lie of the time. 5. Compensation through sport. But this does not end the compensatory effect of sport. There are still other defects of today's work that are compensated for by sport. While, as workers on an assembly line, we are deprived of the possibility of identifying ourselves with our activity and of seeing the result of our work with our own eyes, as sportsmen, runners, swimmers, skiers, we are not only capable of being at one with our actions, in the happiest of ways, but even incapable of not being. And that's not enough. What the worker today lacks, a defect that has always been tried to remedy, here with the introduction of piecework, there with socialist competition, Stakhanovism, is the agonal moment, i.e. the possibility to compete, the pleasure of being in competition, and the fear of winning in competition. What the trivial philosophers of capitalism, particularly in their appeals to small entrepreneurs, reproach socialists 8, who want to abolish the possibility of free competition, industrialism takes the step, with the introduction of dehumanizing work techniques, techniques which were taken over unchanged by the socialist states, has already done so on its own initiative and for a long time. In factories the possibility of Paitsov, not to mention the pleasure of Paitoff, has been almost completely abolished. The role of piecework is irrelevant. Again, what we said a little while ago about fatigue is true, that a shift is taking place. Given that there is a lack of competition opportunities during work, and given that it is impossible to give up both the greed for competition and the voluptas concurrendi, the latter is moved to free time, back to sport, which represents day-to-day competition, those who are excluded from real competition. In sport you can still, indeed you must win, both individually and collectively. Is sport the valve of greed for competition? Is it competition for the people? But even with this, the substitution effect exerted by sport is not yet exhaustively represented. In fact, it must be added, and this is its third function, that it offers the possibility to workers, or condemns them for this, to feel, and once a week they give vent to that sense of unity and solidarity, very little appreciated by the dominant class, which they should try it in the factory premises. See now instead it is transferred to another floor, completely harmless, sometimes even in a sports field made available by one of the entrepreneurs. Sport, as the satisfaction, through competition, of the thirst for solidarity, is well regarded, if not even encouraged. Now, as footballers, they are in solidarity with their football club, or, as cyclists, with their cycling club. And they are also when they don't participate in person to the match and the race, but, as friends or family members, they just gape and shout at the top of their lungs, or even just when they cheer in front of the television screen. Then they are supportive precisely as members or sympathizers of the Brooklyn Eagles or of the Parisian Velos de Rougemont. And that is not as proletarians. At the foundation of so many false how are very effective ideological manipulations both in the East and in the West. The Moloshian saying sport is counter-revolutionary is not at all so unjustified. It should also probably be added, but this goes to the same point, that sport allows those who practice it to experience those feelings of enmity which are generally denied to them, or rather, it condemns him to vent the repressed energies of political hatred on a false object. And not only is the object of enmity replaced, but even this feeling is sublimated into a less serious one than mere antagonism. That this also applies to the East, where it is said that there no longer exist classes, and therefore no surrogate for class hatred should really be needed anymore, that even there, mass enthusiasm and mass hatred are officially promoted in the sports stadium, and even a competition industry is developed, is a bad sign. And once these pseudo-effects have been produced, they can also be retransformed, and with this we go one step further, into political pseudo-effects. Recently in Central America a sports incident escalated into a full-blown war. The bestial screams that interrupted and concluded Goebbels' speeches, both the screams of hatred against Bolshevism and world Jewry and the screams of solidarity for total war, had previously been rehearsed on soccer fields. Even the sporting scream, in fact, already sounds deadly. The fact that the most famous National Socialist rallies took place in the Sportpalast in Berlin has an insurmountable symbolic meaning, no novelist could have invented better. All of this, obviously, also applies to the rallies for May Day in the East and to the party conventions in the United States. Let's summarize. The process has 3 stages. 1. Authentic political affections of solidarity and enmity are supposed. 2. These feelings are subtly replaced by new objects, which are transformed into inauthentic, sporting affections. As such, they are incomparably more intense than all natural affects or emotions. No one rages with natural anger in such an inhumane way as during a football match. 3. These inauthentic affections, which have become more intense, are being replaced by new, pseudo-political objects. Instead of for his team, the soccer fan now screams at the top of his lungs for his Reich and for total war. Instead of him railing against the opposing team, he now rails against Bolshevism and world Jewry. 6. The technical revolution, the only true revolution of our age. Planned economy, the system tailored to technology. Finally, let us return to our initial question, namely whether those who work today are still proletarians, and to our response that yes, they are due to multiple privations. Naturally, these deprivations are not predominantly political facts. Rather, they are effects of the only authentic and global revolution that has taken place in our age and which, unlike a certain other, truly continues as a permanent revolution, the revolution of technology, which remains neutral to the system and therefore, both here and there, he established his dictatorship in equal measure, and which remains a constant even after political upheavals, continuing to develop frantically as if absolutely nothing had happened. If indeed the level of technique achieved, no longer corresponding to the political structure in force up to now, is not the spring that sets the political revolution in motion. Perhaps the well-known revolutions of our age, which have presented themselves as political, if not actually as events of salvation, have only disguised themselves, or at best have been misunderstood, as such. In reality the changes obeyed technical requirements, and it would not be an exaggeration to argue that politics is already an ideology, indeed, that perhaps even economic programs are now nothing more than superstructures built on technological requirements, that the dictatorships, under which millions of people have to spend or struggle or sacrifice their lives, are themselves enslaved by the dictatorship of technology. What unites Washington and Moscow is certainly not something called a fil rouge, but the fact that both can no longer exist without the technology of the telephone, and nuclear reactors etc. etc. etc., the fact that both are dictated by technology, i.e. the technologists. If, as is indisputable, the political programs of most countries still differ significantly from each other, despite the fact that the dictatorship of technology is the same everywhere, this is not an argument against our thesis. These differences derive rather from political, social, and economic situations in which technology has gradually made its way into. But once it has really penetrated it, then day by day it is worth less and less for it to develop in the political sphere. Rather, a real reversal takes place here, i.e. the importance of technology takes such an upper hand that every political event ends up taking place within its ambit. Accordingly, states that come from different pasts become all the more similar to each other, the more the dominance of technology is maintained, and continuously increased. It would be foolish to hope that the illiberties, described above, will disappear with the end of capitalism, which perhaps one day will happen, since these illiberties are consequences of technology much more than of property relations. Perhaps on the contrary, we need to ask ourselves, which naturally is a terrifying, depressing, or provocative question for every socialist believer, whether the technique that acts within a programmatically centralized plan economy, therefore technique, for whose needs planning is mandatory, does not aim at the satisfaction of human needs, which was the original objective of the introduction of planning, like the capitalist economy, aimed at profit. And if perhaps even the technique functioning within an economy that is not fully centralized but still structured in a pluralistic way, which in the eyes of central planners must seem sloppy, still does not leave certain gates open, through which they pass, naturally not designed, but tacitly accepted, the last chances of freedom. Removing this question, which even to my ears sounds ultra-reactionary and scandalous, for the simple fact that it is confirmed, obviously not in the interest of the freedom of those who work, by the spokesman of the reaction, would not only demonstrate bias, but also cowardice. Be that as it may, the convergence of systems, which has already been taking place for a long time, and in truth it was not discovered by me, is unstoppable. This convergence caused by technology is the revolution that develops permanently. And it does not move in the direction of human freedom, but in the direction of the totalitarianism of appliances. And, like pieces of this world of appliances, we men are, at best, proletarians. Or, probably, something far worse. The Machines, I. 1960. 1. The Dream of Machines. The triumph of the world of apparatuses. Apparatimuelt consists in the fact that it has erased the difference between technical and social forms, making the distinction unfounded. The apparatus of a company, which in order to function, must coordinate the performance of each work group with that of all the other groups, and which contains in itself, as pieces of this same apparatus, innumerable devices, from telelono to punched card machine, it is an apparatus in the same literal sense as the physical technical object that is generally so called, indeed it is even more so, since the ideal of the apparatus is all the more perfectly realized the more energy and efficiency a structure brings together. Indeed, individual apparatuses in the literal sense remain incapable of functioning sensibly until they are coordinated into a perfectly functioning whole as the apparatus. Since they lack the raw material, as well as the motivation to work and the possibility of selling. What we today call corporate doctrine due to its tendency is nothing more than the attempt to bring together the two types of apparatus in a single discipline. In any case, the proper functioning of the macro devices is the condition for the success of the micro devices which, seen from the perspective of the macro devices, are reduced to the role of mere pieces of apparatus. But, in exactly the same way, each macro apparatus too, if it wants to function and function well, must for its part be in accord with others, and ultimately even with all the other macro apparatus. With this, however fanciful such a conclusion may appear, it is affirmed. CSA, that the apparatuses fundamentally aim at an ideal state, a state in which there is still only one single and perfect apparatus, therefore the apparatus, the one that gathers and exceeds all the apparatuses in itself, the one in which everything works well. With this we have arrived at one of the key concepts of our reflection. Today's world of apparatuses is in fact only ex-future, understandable only for this idea that is innate to it as a goal. Therefore we must try to clarify our ideas about this state to which we tend, at least on the trend towards this state. 2. The apparatus equals world equation. If all the apparatuses had merged into a single one, and this would consist of the aforementioned state, then the assertion everything works well would not only mean, as it has meant up to now, that within an isolated apparatus it would not occur no more errors, but that an outside would absolutely no longer exist for the apparatus, or as little as there was an outside for philosophical systems, that by now it would have managed to incorporate everything, to bring together in itself all the imaginable functions, to assign all existing things their own function, to integrate all men born in its ambit into themselves, as their own functionaries. In short, the phrase everything works well would fit into the equation apparatus equals world. In truth, this has not yet occurred today. Today the apparatuses have just started on the road that leads to this equation, even if they already consider themselves as candidates, as parts of the universal apparatus in the making. And thus they see not only themselves but also each other, and not only that, but thus they see everything that exists. If an ontology of apparatuses were sketched out, and therefore if one were to ask how apparatuses conceive what is, or what the beings represent for them, the first basic answer would be, everything is perceived by them as a potential part of the apparatus. Or rather, only what reveals that it can possibly be qualified as part of an apparatus is registered and recognized as existing. Why ontology of robbery? It never happens that they, the apparatuses, turn to raw materials, energies, things, men as components of themselves. It just happens that they demand them. In their ontology, even the most common idiom, things exist, no longer corresponds to anything. Give in fact, give remain unknown to them. What does not qualify as a thing to be taken, as prey, they do not classify as SNIC. The terms being and capable from their point of view are interchangeable, they equals bosses. Mondo is therefore the name of a potential territory of occupation. Energies, things, men are only possible materials of requisition. Materials that for them acquire validity, strictly speaking, only from the moment in which they are subjugated and integrated, therefore forced to work together. It doesn't matter if the apparatuses use their prey as raw material, as machine parts in the strictest sense, or as consumers. In fact, both the raw material and the consumer are part of the machinic process. Strictly speaking, they too are parts of a machine. What certain vulgar mechanistic theories on the world in the last century had peddled as a description of the actual condition of the universe, that is to say that the latter is a functioning whole like a machine, this assumption has now been made by technology its own objective. For it the universe must become a machine. The moon, which once shone in a friendly way, now, transformed into a television relay station, can serve us as a signal for countless other parts of the world which, with equal evidence, prove to us that this universe of ours is turning into a machine. For the realm of bliss. Similarly, the homme-machine theory of the French philosopher Métrie, i.e. that we men are similar to machines, is now presented in the reversed postulate, which claims that we men must make ourselves similar to machines, or rather transform ourselves into machines or pieces of a machine of larger machines and finally into the machine. All machines are programmed a priori for this final state, in which there will no longer be individual machines since they will all be united, like machine pieces, in the womb of the single beatific machine. They have always dreamed of this mechanical eschatological realm of bliss, and still today they continue to dream of it, since, as long as they are still under the curse of having to work individually, or in any case not yet in coordination and total agreement, they will not have reached their optimal performance and, with this, accomplished their mission. So they will still persevere, without beatitude, in the state of technical sin. Spinoza's pantheistic formula individuatio sub negatio, being separated means being imperfect, is their creed of unhappiness. Or, put in a less metaphysical way, given that machines are expansionist and integralist by nature, therefore they burn with the desire not to leave any service unfinished. Indeed, they are absolutely incapable of not assuming all the functions they are able to perform. they do not, they will have achieved their objective as long as there are still some residues left, eccentric things or men who continue to exist outside the machine, energies of disloyal outsiders or performances capable of escaping the managerial grip, vacuous, which will continue to successfully resist total employment, waste, which will refuse to give up their last stocks such as raw materials or energy sources for the umpteenth time. Every slightest lump of the world not yet occupied in their eyes will be a source of torment, every smallest piece of the universe still left at a stellar distance a wasted opportunity, indeed, a missed assignment, a missed duty and therefore a stain of infamy. They will become sharers in bliss only when they realize that the Evzat 7if has become reality, that the Deus of Machina has risen in its glory of him, therefore the machine has started, and that now they too, the machines humbled to be pistons, screws, or combustible material, will work together with her and in her, completely and without obstacles. 5. Totalitarian rule. The catastrophic danger of such a universal machine is evident. If total interdependence were achieved between all its parts, and this would happen if all the apparatuses were degraded into parts, the apparatus, any failure of a single piece would automatically involve and therefore paralyze the whole apparatus, putting it out of use. Clearly, it is in the interest of the total machine itself not to become totally total but to maintain a measurable autonomy of its pieces, that is, to ensure for itself a relative independence from its own pieces. His total maxim regarding the single pieces reads, "I have an absolute need you, but in case of an emergency I don't need you." But we cannot further explore this dialectic here, which is part of the sociology of objects. A generation ago a refrain was sung, the SAS had brought it out on the streets of Germany, which ran, "And tomorrow the whole world." This strident hymn to total domination, we can no longer hear today. But if we had ears made to measure for today's world, we would instead hear those words today just as they did then, that is, we would hear them in the roar of machines, even those that work silently today. In fact, this refrain was born from the workshop of technique, of that technique whose dominance is today as undisputed as it was then if not even more so, and it was conceived there, already long before the word National Socialism even existed. As frightening as this may sound, what the SA did was nothing but pick up the refrain from the steel-lipped machines, to then, stunned by its poison, march with resounding steps like parts of a machine towards the great machine of the total state. 6. Monocratic final condition. If there were a sociology of objects, its axiom would be, there are no single apparatuses. Rather, each of them is a poundo, ovchtoxitkov, and outside its society it would remain useless, isolated as a mere Robinson object. However, in this context, the word society does not only indicate something similar to itself, not only the millions of devices that function simultaneously or their sum, but a correlate that approaches the device in a morphological sense, a casing made of raw materials, producers, consumers, twin systems, waste channels, which surrounds the system, cleans it, and purges it, in short, an environment. And given that the perfect functioning of the individual apparatus would be ensured only if its environment functioned as impeccably as its own, this environment is considered as an apparatus. If an isolated material appliance, which, as we know, is imaginary, is called an apparatus if world is called that company from which the apparatus draws and within which it functions and works, then the following holds true, the apparatus A, to make the most of it, can only desire a world that is itself an apparatus, that is, a mega-apparatus that fits it as if it were made to measure for it, or as a copy of it, which in short represents its complement and structural end. Functional expansion. Naturally, this is easier to wish for than to do, indeed this desire for a mega-apparatus that fits in an ideal way, is essentially destined to remain unattainable. In fact, single apparatuses, from to infinite, which can claim a monopoly to form the world in which they function as a copy of their own image, there are as few as single human individuals who can tailor the whole world to their size. Rather, each apparatus must be satisfied with dividing this world with its innumerable peers, from to infinity. the coordination of the micro and macro apparatus can be truly perfect only if all the micro apparatus come together, self-denying, in a popular community of apparatus, that is, if they are committed to the victory of a single macro apparatus, to the dominance of a monocratic condition in which everyone should sacrifice themselves to be a mere piece of apparatus, nevertheless acquiring, thanks to this humiliation, the perfection of their functions. This fight for the popular community indeed, has not yet been won, but it has already begun for some time, after all, perhaps since the first apparatus existed, and it certainly can no longer fail. The Machines, N1. 1969. 1. The expansion of machines. Not long ago, in the United States, something happened which not only in the routine of sensations and daily news proved is little daily, but which for all those who try to philosophically connect with technical problems, especially with those of centralization and planning, was of the utmost importance. I'm talking about that collapse of the power plant network in the northeast of the United States and in the extreme southeast of Canada, which resulted in a paralysis, which lasted many hours, of an area populated by millions of people. What we can learn from this event can only be understood if we make a couple of preliminary reflections on the nature of technology in general and, more precisely, of machines and apparatuses in general. I emphasize the expression in general because, in this context, we are dealing with reflections of a fundamental nature, one, i.e. such as to remain independent of the split of our world today into two different economic and social systems, the results of which, therefore, are either valid both here and there, or they are valid neither here nor there. I will summarize my reflections in 10 theses. First thesis, machines expand. Every single machine is innate, if we can use Nietzsche's expression metaphorically, the will to power. Not submitting to this will is not in the power of any machine. Each one is, whether she likes it or not, intent on becoming greater than herself. In fact, each tends strongly towards a condition in which the external processes essential to its functioning over the duration of its services, maintenance of machines, input of material, supply of energy, withdrawal of the product, production of demand, consumption trend, etc., are carried out with the same mechanical precision, which means, at the same time, that these external processes must form a functional whole with those internal to the machine itself. Second thesis, the expansionary impulse of machines is insatiable. Suppose a machine, MI, has succeeded in linking its environment, i.e. the processes that surround it, indispensable to its functioning, to its functions and synchronizing it with them, so that all these processes represent a single complex of functions of a higher degree, therefore a mega-machine M2. What happens at the time of this merger? Answer, one iteration. That expansionary impulse, by which the M1 machine had already been transformed into a M2 machine, is now once again manifesting itself at the highest level, i.e. on a larger scale. Even the M2 machine now tends forcefully, and it cannot fail to do so, to acquire for itself those processes which are the presuppositions of its functioning, so that these take place in a manner that is just as precise, just as calculable and just as mechanical as its own. In short, the M2 machine in turn expands and becomes a larger machine, the M3. It goes without saying that this expansion will also manifest itself in a third phase, and then in a fourth and so on, and therefore that the iteration of this process is not, in principle, set any limit. Third thesis, the number of existing machines decreases. Of course such an assertion, if posed in isolation, would be absurd. Every housewife who buys her washing machine, every teenager who pays her moped in installments, knows that the number of these objects is growing day by day. This increase even proceeds so rapidly that we could speak of an explosion of devices, similar to the explosion of the population. However, we do not formulate our thesis as an isolated assertion, but in connection with our theory of expansion. And in this context it is not without meaning, because what is true for the single machine MI, which we took as our first model, that is, that it goes through stages 11, ELI, 4, etc., naturally holds for every other car. In other words, New Jersey *NI machine, in order to work optimally, either has to try to conquer its environment, getting it to coordinate with it and to form a single mega machine with it, or, and this happens in 99 cases out of 100, it must fit into another larger machine. So we don't have to start from a single machine, mine we did once in a non-dialectical way, but from the fleet of machines, made up of machines that already work together today, even if they have not yet been merged into a total machine. If each machine, in order to prepare for its own survival and improve its evaluation, has joined in comradely promiscuity with the other machines, ultimately, with all the others, it clearly no longer makes sense to consider, from the point of view of a single machine me, a single machine M2 as an other machine. In this case, it is no longer possible to decide where one machine ends and the other begins. Rather than it is permissible to speak, indeed, one must speak, instead of two machines of a single machine, and this means precisely, quod erat demonstrandum, a reduction in the number of machines. Fourth thesis, machines degrade themselves. The last stage of the dialectical process which results from the machine principle is not yet added with the decrease in the number of machines. What is happening does not end in numbers. Rather, a real dialectical qualitative transformation is manifested. That is, as they mesh with each other, the machines are transformed, it can even be said that they transform into something else. Into something less. What is meant by this? Naturally, not that they are worth less than yesterday's machines or that they get worse day by day, on the contrary, they improve progressively, if their obsolescence is not planned. Nor is it understood that the social prestige of the machines, or of the owners of the machines, decreases, even if, in truth, this can sometimes be the case, owning a car no longer means anything, but in general it is not. Rather it means that the machines, precisely because of their interdependence and collaboration, cease to be machines, that they downgrade themselves ontologically, that is, they become pieces of machines, pieces of mega-machines, which therefore become inferior because the dignity of the single parts is always inferior to that of the whole of which they are part. What is true for us men, who, if we are reduced to mere cogs, we lose our personality, is also true, strange as it may seem, in the realm of things. To the reification of man, which today is generally admitted, for perverse fashion reasons, even by those who collaborate in producing and promoting our reification, this reification corresponds to a reification of objects. That is, the number of machines that are still effectively machines and not just wheels of a machine is decreasing day by day, or at least the danger of a loss of autonomy is increasing day by day. Compared to today's machines, the machines of the last century are still solitary and sovereign individuals, not to mention proud pioneer personalities. Fifth thesis, machines become a single machine. This reification does not take place only occasionally and not on one level. The principle of iteration, which we have already encountered a little while ago, applies to the entire realm of machines. This states that if individual machines degrade, that is, they become pieces of mega-machines, then the same also happens with these mega-machines, then they too begin to degrade, then they too become mere pieces of machines, then pieces of even larger complexes, and so on. It is impossible to predict an end to this except in the case that a completely different end should occur, that is, the atomic apocalyptic end of the world, which would extinguish any possibility of repetition. Or if one day a phase were reached, in which all the machines were blissfully brought together as pieces of a single machine, identifiable with the entire global production system, and functioned as parts of it. Naturally, if such a situation were to arise, to which the innumerable machines of today are already tending without exception, this would not mean that there would be fewer machines than there are today. On the contrary, there would no longer be anything that was not non-machine. Which, however, would mean that, with the exception of this single total machine object, of which all machines would be part, there would no longer exist any object that could claim to be called an individual machine. Already today there is no device that does not dream of reaching this totalitarian final state too, in which it would still exist and function only as a piece of equipment. Every machine, if it wants to survive, must be at least ready to accept this condition of total degradation. Therefore what we must expect tomorrow is not only, as we believed when we were in the phase of the fourth thesis, a decrease in the number of machines, but even the abolition of the plural machines. 2. The collapse of the network. There we now return to the event in the United States, which we recalled as the beginning. So something very strange occurred there, which makes the trend we have just described appear in a new and unexpected light, the process of expansion that originates from the very nature of machines and develops in the direction of the total machine. ELE must induce every thinking, i.e. non-doctrinaire, man to face the problem of the dialectic of machines. What happened? Somewhere, in the nook of a piece of equipment in the complex and gigantic network in which the equipment had grown up, there had occurred, making mistakes is not only human, a tiny breakdown. Point 3 Indeed, not tiny. In fact, what does small mean if it causes such consequences? With this breakdown, thousands of machines proved that they were no longer machines, but, as already said in our third thesis, only pieces of a machine. What was positively achieved, as a collaboration of innumerable pieces of machine in the form of a network, meant at the same time, negatively, that each piece of machine depended on each other, and therefore also on the incorrect functioning of every other piece of machine. Suddenly, having broken down in a single part, the whole network broke down. Suddenly it was revealed that the innate desire for expansion in machines, the Con-1 recognizing of single machines in complexes of machines, also had as a consequence a growing threat from each single machine, or rather, from each single piece of car. Sixth thesis, the bigger the mega-machine, the more seriously its pieces are in danger, which, before being reunited in it, had functioned as single pieces. Due to the breakdown that occurred in some secondary corner of the network, I am limiting myself here to the description of New York, despite the fact that the area of the fault was much larger. Now, suddenly, hundreds of thousands of people were stuck in the catacombs of the subway, in the IRT and BMT cars and in wagons that stood there motionless like stones or planks and seemed to have never known that they had been used as mobile objects and that they had proved themselves as such. Others of our contemporaries, also by the thousands, were suspended, while the abysses of the streets below them darkened in an unusual way, inside paralyzed elevators between the 100th floor and the asphalt, similar to mountaineers forced to resign themselves to continuing waiting there, between heaven and earth, on the half-height ledge on which they had climbed just before. Millions of gallons of milk turned acidic in so-called refrigerators, whether there were children or not, as the validity of physics always takes precedence. The operating theaters plunged into darkness, without caring whether a heart lesion or just a finger wound had to be stitched up there. The calculating machines refused to add up the day's income, whether it was pennies from a delicatessen or millions of dollars. The films died on the screens, even the images of the corpses died. And if just then someone, a condemned man, had been sitting in an electric chair, he could have, it is not difficult to imagine, enthroned in it for hours, profiteer of the breakdown and triumphant of that ghostly night. In short, the huge electrical complex of the gigantic city no longer seemed anything but a gigantic mountain of millions of imitation buildings, machines, and equipment similar to pop art objects, completely useless, produced only for the belle of it. And suddenly it happened better, since of course it was already known, suddenly it became clear to everyone, and in the most terrible of ways, that there was no longer any apparatus that was an individual apparatus, no machine that was an individual machine. Gertrude Stein's formula "a rose is a rose is a rose," always mocked as absurd and avant-garde, suddenly made sense here, because it turned out that it was no longer valid, that refrigerators were no longer refrigerators, subway trains no more subway trains, electric light bulbs no more light bulbs. Nothing was itself anymore because each piece had become a branch of the power plant in such an exclusive way that, when the plant went haywire, everything lost its sense along with it. Or, a no less justified formulation, because each branch had itself become the central point of the network, the argument that not only did it depend on all the others, but all the others depended on it. Be that as it may, it suddenly became clear to everyone 11 that the hopeful dream of machines, that of one day merging M into a single total machine, must not only fill us with hope but Mishi with terror. In other words, when the electricity grid collapses, it was demonstrated that the expansion process, since it hides the continuously recent danger of a shutdown or accident, must not simply progress in an always equal degree and measure, in a certain way like in concentric circles that get wider and wider. Proportionally, the growth of the machine into megamachine, of the megamachine into the complex of megamachines and from the complex of megamachines into an immense network of complexes, proportionally to all this, the danger of failure, even of catastrophe, also grows. As long as a machine works in relative isolation, the probability that it will be infected by the defects of other machines, or that it will infect other machines with its defects, is much less than when it is interdependent with other machines. The failure of a single device remains relatively without consequences. But if the operation of a larger piece of apparatus N depends on the functioning of a piece of apparatus I and on this the functioning of the even larger piece of apparatus M etc., then the danger also grows that each single piece, with its possibility of failing, encloses within itself. However indisputable it may be that the piece of equipment I depends on the whole, on the total megamachine in which it is integrated it is equally indisputable that everything depends on it, on the piece of equipment, and on the possibility of sabotage that exists in every single piece. It is all the greater the whole of which it is a part. Hence the seventh thesis, despite the integration of the pieces into the whole, the piece must protect itself from the whole as much as the whole from the pieces from the failure of the whole and the whole from the failure of the pieces. 3. The iron ration. The electric trains didn't run. But the car does. What does this mean? Evidently, that the machines were all the more reliable the more they still functioned as individuals and the less they depended on the continuous connection with other machines. I say, from the continuous connection, because of course even cars are not independent devices, but depend on the supply of petrol, therefore they owe their autonomy to the machinery that supplies petrol, and only occasionally, between filling up with petrol, are they autonomous. However, this doesn't mean a damn thing. In fact, the collapse of the service stations, for example due to a strike, would not result in the immediate functional failure of the individual machines, which can survive the strike of the distributors, but only under certain conditions, that is, if the latter lasts only a short time. In other words, while the railway and underground trains stood there paralyzed, waiting to become pieces of machinery again, and thus capable of functioning again, the buses and private cars which, at least for some time, carried their own reserves of energy, they continued to run, as if nothing had happened. As already mentioned, this is in no way intended to state that there are two types of appliances that are fundamentally different from each other. Nor is it understood that some work only as pieces of a gigantic central apparatus, while the others, for example cars, would be autarkic beings and exclusively dependent on themselves, therefore they could carelessly wait for catastrophes such as the collapse of the power plant network. The thing is not that simple. Without a network of supplies, which in turn depends on imports, which in turn depend on oil production, which in turn depend on the constellations of political power, without all this, obviously not a single car would have been able to continue running on that dark evening by its own power and in an autarkic way, while the electric trains were condemned to stand still. But a deduction must be drawn from this difference. 8th thesis, the megadevice to which the individual devices are connected in such a way that they can only play the role of pieces of equipment, as long as it works, must give each of these pieces an iron ration, a sort of bridging ration, which should last until he, the megadevice, is out of order. In other words, the plant must take measures for any emergency situation into which it could fall. It must always function so as to make itself, at least temporarily, unnecessary. Of the fact that the interconnection of all systems and appliances, the lie in the energy economy is perhaps the most widely advanced, is the bearer of enormous advantages. There can be just as little doubt that the fact that the magnitude of the danger increases with the magnitude of the energy machine. The bigger the complex, the bigger the catastrophe if the complex misfires. It's not only true that companies migrated to megagrids can be endangered by these ultra-IMs, megacompanies themselves pose such a risk that slightly smaller ones could perhaps prove more useful. Beyond a determined maximum size, to be weighted in each specie dash. Thus, the equipment complexes could become uneconomical, because they are too risky. Ninth thesis, one of the main tasks of all planning, namely, the centralization of thousands of activities and devices, their projection towards a single objective, will in the future consist in the dosage of the size of the megamachines. It is certainly possible that not only the smallest apparatus but also the largest is the best. 4. Dialectic of technique. In the preceding pages we have drawn conclusions from the dialectic of the machine which, I am under no illusions about this, could be misunderstood. And this not only as a reactionary polemic against the planned economy but even as a polemic against technology as such, therefore as an appeal to Luddism. In fact, this expression has sometimes been used in criticism of my writings, in attacks that came from both the capitalist and communist sides. I would like to make two observations in this regard. 1. It is not enough to state that technology must be used for good rather than evil purposes, for constructive rather than destructive tasks. This argument, which is boringly heard in the mouths of many men of goodwill, is undeniably short-sighted. What we must ask ourselves today is whether we dispose of technology so freely. We cannot limit ourselves to supporting this discretionary power. In other words, it may very well be that the danger that threatens us does not consist in the misuse of the technique, but is implicit in the essence of the ironic as such. Two reactionaries are those who, it does the same whether here or there, are afraid of being made fun of as Luddites. The belief that there are free provinces of self-contradictions and dialectics, and that technology itself is such an angelic province, is pure ill. It is little surprise if believers in pre-Marxist or anti-Marxist progress are naive enough to exalt technology in all circumstances. But Marxists, who respect the word dialectic for more than an official business card, shouldn't do it. Rather, they have the duty to recognize, analyze, and combat the internal contradictions of technology as such, and therefore also its potential dangers. Nothing is more ridiculous than to see something ridiculous in such dangers and something ridiculously non-Marxist in examining such dangers. Given that Marx made the apparatus and technology of capitalist society responsible for alienation, and announced, it does not matter whether right or wrong, the self-transformation of the capitalist system into a socialist system, he too, indeed he himself, affirmed the possibility of a dialectical reversal as regards the technique. Of course, nothing is further from me, and naturally nothing less within my power, than to advise against technically underdeveloped peoples blackmailed by the superiority of the great technical powers with my critique of technology from facing the technical adventure. The attitude towards technology in underdeveloped countries must completely differ from what we must adopt in highly developed countries. The lack of technology in underdeveloped countries is an incomparably greater danger than its existence. In those countries, the warning about technology, already valid for us, must sound crazy. 10th thesis, the characteristic of the current condition of the world is not only its division into a capitalist and a communist hemisphere, nor the fact that it is subdivided into technically highly developed zones and into zones that have remained technically underdeveloped, but also that the inhabitants of the various highly favored regions are forced to take a completely different stance towards technology. It would be madness, in the presence of a starving Indian whose country could be saved with the mass production of tractors, to suspect him as such. If we did, that man would have every right to fight us as his enemies. However, it is difficult to answer the question, where should the I to the technique stop and the no begin? In fact, the technique becomes threatening, not dot. Where it becomes above all the technique of threat, as today in the United States. One of the main tasks of the philosophy of technique. Is to discover the dialectical point and determine where our A to the technique should turn into skepticism or into a naked no and a levenuto. Philosophical Anthropology. 1979. The question what is man, or in a more pretentious, so to speak more existential way, who is he, a question that Heidegger also asked again without hesitation, makes no sense until the presuppositions are clarified, which Heidegger did not do either, on what is meant by the what, or the who, that is, what type of answer we expect or believe we should expect. A mere differentia specifica, this would merit immediate denial. In fact, it would be philosophically childish to believe that the difference with respect to other beings, whose existence is entirely contingent, is decisive for the essence of being man, assuming that he possesses one. If then one has in mind something other than a specific difference, then the term essence can only mean the specific mission in the universe, or the latter's mission for man, that a creator God he assigned to man, a function for which God created man. This function assigned to him would be his essence of him. In other words, the question about being has meaning only if it has theistic presuppositions, which of course says nothing about their truth, and rather everything against the possibility of a definition of the essence of man. In fact, the incorrupt Vatheist considers the question about being meaningless. If he still puts it, then he doesn't know what he's doing. On the other hand, as regards the question about who, the one who asks it requires, for the necessary identification, his own name instead of the indeterminate article which generally answers the question about what. In fact, the one who asks this question transforms the questioned human race into an individuum, vs in undu, that is, into a being whose particularity is that, called by God. He must declare himself present as such. Consequently the question ni who also presupposes God, and not just a God who, by creating I homo, assigned him a mission, or created him for this mission, but a God who ceaselessly keeps man in evidence. The question about who is therefore not a question but a double prejudice fused in the form of a question. 1/complacency of the what and who question. Unsurpassed. Would other species be confronted with questions her genus? One would ask, what is the horse? In short, one would ask idiophilosophical hippology. Or, in the manner of Kierkegaard, who *ei in, horse? Skeeler, who, as is well known, wrote a book entitled The Position of Man in the Cosmos, would also have written one me mulatto, The Position of the Horse in the Cosmos. In the same way who, Dine Heidegger, takes seriously the questions what is man? And, respectively, who is the man? With this he already demonstrates that he has answered, affirmatively, only out of arrogance towards the millions the species existing in the universe, to the other fundamental question, whether it is justified to grant man a particular metaphysical or theological position. And Heidegger did this, for example by calling men shepherds of being, just in the same way as the philosophical doge anthropes whom he mocked as fashionable people, from whom however he had no right to distance oneself in such a snooty way. It is understandable that a theory on the antiquity of philosophical anthropology forms part of El Homo e Antiquado, that the lament about the end of man must be based on a well-defined idea of man. Formally, this argument is not wrong. If I was left debilitated by the exposition of this positive anthropology, it was not only because, like a doctor, I never found time to theorize about healthy man, therefore out of a concern of mine, but also because, for half a century now, I have seen in man the being that fundamentally cannot be healthy and does not want to be healthy, in short the being that cannot be determined, the indefinite being, which would be my paradox want to define. In 1929 I extensively sketched such a negative anthropology in a conference entitled Die Welt und die Dimension, which I then held at the Kant-Gesellschaft of Frankfurt and in which, years before Sartre, I treated man's freedom as a positive affirmation of his inability to establish himself anywhere. The lecture in German no longer exists. The same French version was then published 7 years later, late, but still too early, with the title Pathologie de la Liberté in the Recherches philosophiques of 1936.2. The individual. That discrete individual beings exist by nature is truly an unfortunate defect of creation and, presumably, we will never be able to abolish it. But there is no reason to despair. Individual beings are not gaps in our total system, just as holes in the sieve are not gaps. Although the latter are not made with sieve material, they nevertheless function as pieces of the sieve, even as its most important part. And they are and remain unable to offer any service that is not imposed on them by the size, material, and shape of the sieve. From the Manual of Mollustic Conformism. Forward 1970. This essay, conceived in the winter of 1962-63, was published, one to a few paragraphs, in the spring of 1963 in the Merkur, with the title Der sanfte Terror, the soft terror. At that time, I'd not planned it as a self-contained text. Rather, it was born as an appendix to another text, namely my first reflections, also previously published in the Merkur, on space navigation, which was then just beginning. Thoughts on conformism have pushed this specific issue back into the background, so much so that now, after 7 years, it seems to me unmotivated and unjustifiable to present the two texts together, even as parts of a whole. I separated the two pieces, combining the first part, the reflections on spatial navigation, with a text subsequently written on the same subject, namely spatial navigation, too, and now I present the second part separately, i.e. the text that follows here. However, it is clear to me that this information is not sufficient, that the reader, with full rights, will want to know how the two pieces were originally connected, why, at least momentarily, I was able to consider them as parts of a single piece of writing, or, in other words, how a theory of conformity could have arisen from reflections on space flight, what was the common denominator between the two themes. The answer to this justified question sounds, science fiction. It struck me, and I was not alone, how much space flights resembled those fictitious adventures and events, already described for decades by science fiction authors and cartoons, published every day from all U.S. newspapers. The amazement at this surprising literary and graphic anticipation of contemporary reality provoked, in a more than natural way, the question about the function of these artists in today's world, a question that could be answered by arguing that these men wrote and drew not as if they were free writers or artists, but employees of the technocracy, as if their paid job was to pre-educate contemporaries, therefore us, to be good citizens and not rebels, in short, compliant citizens of the technological world. To what extent it is only an as if, it is difficult to find a global answer to this, especially since the authors would not feel offended to be classified as workers on commission. In any case, as I wrote, the characters of science fiction, cartoons, and product consumers lost their exemplary significance. What interested me, and which I made my theme, were the processes of homologation Gleichschaltung and of education for homologation as such, processes of such a fundamental and general meaning that it would not have made sense to continue documenting them with examples taken from designers of cartoons or science fiction authors. And so it happened that the original starting point was forgotten, the memory of it was often left out, even intentionally, and a general theory of homologation was sketched out. 2. I also finds no pleasure in trumpeting daydreams in his brothers eager to reach the moon and the planets. Every age he gets the profits he deserves, the vulgar age vulgar profits. It is well known that the aristocrats of Mollussia considered it beneath their dignity 11c, to help those of their fellow citizens whose predictions had come true, to even going so far as to incorporate in their code of honor the maxim "let yourself be surprised." However much this may have been the roaring, it certainly was not without judgment. In the prescience they recognized they were precisely accomplices, and in the fulfillment of the prophecies, even of in the admonishing ones, the testimony of the fact that the prophet was reduced to be common. And this is also true today. Science fiction authors are not suspects because, by fantasizing too wildly, they are imitates in the most boundless utopian. Only the less gifted do this, or because they are sometimes wrong. This only rarely happens, but the opposite, so that their reportages on the future generally turn out to be right, because this being right of them proves that they have given themselves body and soul, without reservations, to realism. Yes, to realism. In fact, this word does not indicate in the first place a faithful representation of reality, but rather a certain position taken towards reality, the position taken by those who accept and support the world, regardless of its moral quality, mainly because it is as it is, that is, because it is power. So it is the position taken by opportunists and accomplices, whose maxim is, "We are realists." In this not very honorable sense, science fiction authors are realists, even when they make up like surrealists, or when the difference between the superworlds they describe and the current condition of the world from time to time remains enormous. The statement that science fiction writers have imagination, no matter whether in praise or blame, in itself means little. What we have to ask ourselves, and this alone counts, is who their imagination is. And the answer to this question is, they have the imagination of their more powerful brothers, the imagination of those who sit in laboratories and workshops, at their designer tables, to prepare the exclusively technical world of the day after tomorrow. 3 The authors of science fiction feed on their inventive spirit, that is, on the spirit of scientists and engineers who are already the masters of the world today. Their imagination is parasitic, the activity they engage in is theft, in short. They copy the blueprints designed by their brothers and, having revealed some secrets of the future, offer them to their contemporaries to consume as faits accomplis, as monde accompli. Of course, that in doing so they allow themselves modifications, doodles, exaggerations, crudeness, is irrefutable, but there is no reason to believe that for these variants they need more imagination, or that with them they show more imagination than non-science fiction novelists who, after all, cannot limit themselves to simply photographing the world. If many of them manage to create avant-garde-looking images or texts that prophetically hit the mark, it is not because they have unusual reserves of imagination, but only because describing the technical results costs less time, less sweat, less risk, and less responsibility that actually achieve these results in laboratories, because nothing is easier than imagining as already solved and ready for use what in fact has not yet passed the experimental phase and is presented only as a first draft. In short, because, while their brothers continue to make an effort in vain, they are already able to offer us, albeit in a fictitious way, easily recognizable images of objectives, traced from technical projects, as if they were images of reality. Today it is no longer an extraordinary fact, indeed it is already the norm, that copies detract from the mill of the originals and that, in the competition, the dissemination texts beat the basic texts. In this respect, the hasty anticipations of science fiction no longer represent an extraordinary case, but only the confirmation of the rule. Be wary of who is first. Reads a mollustic gnomic, in fact where you see two people running, the one who runs in front is usually the thief and the one who runs after him is usually the one who has been robbed. The maxim seems prophetically coined for today's prophets. 3 Deems me insufficient, if we limit ourselves to arguing that the victims turn a blind eye during the visit of the copyists, or that they turn their backs on the theft of the patent. 4 Rather it is true, and this truth, in its, complex, is still more surprising, that the owners are grateful to the thieves for playing a common game with them. What does the essay mean? Answer: they expect propaganda for themselves. Rightly so. In fact, what the thieves try to achieve with their superworld and Superman stunneries, assembled together by the Icalcati projects, is perfectly congruent with the purposes of the robbed. What are thieves looking for? Since today, they have been trying to familiarize us, we, the children of the totally technicist era which is in its infancy, with the totally technicist future which is being prepared on the designers' tables, to get used, starting today, to this world, to re-educate ourselves, starting today, to be the conformists of this world of the future. In other words, if technology is kind to science fiction authors, it is because they burn with the desire to anticipate it like heralds, because they offer it to function as its fifth column C** to bring victory for it already before the victory. And all that, even for free. Where we work, they assure their big brothers, the men in laboratories and workshops, there the resistance has already been defeated, there humanity has already accepted total technicization, there the way is open for your invasion. It is completely understandable that the owners are grateful to their thieves. But how do the latter actually obtain their result? Because it totally disarms us. The non-seriousness with which it is presented means that we entrust ourselves to it without precautions, that we hand ourselves over to it without defenses, incomparably more incautious and defenseless than in the face of any other terror that assails us clad in a tinkling uniform, that we lose the will to resist even before it can germinate in us, that we assimilate what is treacherously administered to us before even intuiting what is being administered to us, and all this means that we can be overcome by fun even before the battle. Ruthless, and therefore terrorist, is not only what refuses our requests but also, and today above all, what presents itself in such a harmless and comfortable way, which presents its offers to us in such a sweet way that we don't even let us come in mind to say no, to resist or ask for mercy. Dictatorial systems that still have recourse to truncheons or threats of liquidation are already deplorably obsolete. In any case they are incomparably less fatal than those that can already count on entertainment, or even just on sentimental songs and tear-jerkers. Among the powers that shape and deform us today, there is no longer even one whose strength of formation can compete with that of entertainment. The way in which we laugh today, walk, love, talk, think or not think, even the way in which we are willing to sacrifice today, all of this we learned only minimally in our Father's house, in schools, or in churches, but rather, almost exclusively, through the radio, the magazines, the movies, or through television, in short, through fun. If the latter, in previous times, had been only one of the many training forces, and certainly not one of the most notable, it has now rapidly conquered a monopoly position. Of course, the blame for its rise must not be attributed only to our inability to resist, but, metaphorically speaking, to the world's inability to resist, by which I mean that none of the content that the entertainment industry wants to process has the strength to fend against such processing into entertainment material multiplied by millions of times. Finally, it must be added that this industry resembles an omnivorous beast, an animal that not only has an indistinct appetite for anything, but also the talent to devour any content, lilac skin to bone, leaving no residue, and, after a quick digestion, to return it as a sweet excrement. Whether it is the humorals of the state or of chimpanzees that smoke, of naval catastrophes, of fashion shows, of bases set up at night or of cities devastated at night, this beast not only never meets resistance, but not even anything that could nauseate it. Of taboo, she has never heard of. As long as she can swallow incessantly, digest what she inswallowed, expel what she has digested and serve us what she expelled, what ends up in her jaws leaves her completely indifferent. As is known, he's not even ashamed of ruminating on his own products and then eliminating them for the second time. Then, he ejects novels in the form of radio dramas or makes songs in the form of greens flow out of his mind. So now we are exposed to this incessant supply, this irrigation. In fact, what the beast lets fall out of itself is also destined for us, for our incessant consumption. However, we had seen 1. That we remain available, without suspecting it at all, for everything that claims to be nothing but entertainment. 2. That there is nothing left that cannot be offered to us as entertainment. It inevitably follows that we transform ourselves into beings who swallow everything and digest everything. And since, due to the ease with which we swallow the morsels, we no longer feel that we are swallowing the nest and what we are swallowing, since we are now swallowing mechanically, we carry out this transformation in a flash. The times in which those who had nothing to swallow passed for poor to the famous are long gone. On the contrary, nowadays the hungry poor are precisely those who are no longer able to offer any resistance to the terror of being stuffed, those who, with every bite they swallow, have to swallow even a tiny bit of deprivation of freedom. Whoever consumes without freedom consumes unfreedom. Instructions for use. Those who are determined to submit to us, in our case the people interested in the technique, i.e. the technique itself as an interested party, wish their future victims to be without resistance and willing to absorb as much as possible. As this power elite now knows. 1. That our resistance is minimal, and our disposition to assimilate is optimal, if we are provided with entertainment. 2. That there is no content that could defend itself, therefore none that could not be transformed into entertainment material and served as such. Then this elite disguises in the form of entertainment any content it wants to assimilate. The entertainment is therefore a part of the trend of power. Indeed, given that with its help the victims foreseen for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are already subdued today, therefore the victories already secured before the victory, is his art of avant-garde tendency. And, seen in this light, science fiction is the art of the avant-garde tendency of the technique. 5. Of course, this does not mean that entertainment is an avant-garde art, in the sense of modern in which the history of art uses this term. Nothing would be more absurd. It is true on the other hand that it uses almost exclusively the most obsolete forms and the most worn-out idioms, such that even the illiterate of feeling, do not cause any difficulty. But this is not a counter-argument. Its being outdated in the sense of art history does not contradict its avant-garde applicability in the pragmatic sense. On the contrary, amusement is so suited to its role as herald precisely because it is obsolete, that is, because with its ease it can guarantee that it will not cause any resistance. Precisely for this reason, therefore, he can be sent forward by power, without any risk, as a herald. 6. Let's not rush too much, I hear people say. After all, science fiction authors are freelancers, therefore free writers. And in I'm of the accounts, the technique is not a company that commissions the production of science fiction novels. Read that? No. But it is equally indisputable that the texts are drafted M///C if they were commissioned, as if they came from homogenist authors who are perishable in their mind, not to mention by very decorous employees. And that aspect of them, if the our interlocutor were right, it would remain miserable. So how are things? Was our interlocutor right or wrong? 1. Automation, the second unemployment. And yet, although this alienated work is already truly inhumane, although it is impossible to do without it for now, despite the fact that no political system may have an interest in doing without it, and despite the fact that no political revolution would be able to do without it, it still isn't even the worst of jobs. By that, however, I don't mean that there are jobs that would be physically or intellectually more difficult than the job I described above. On the contrary, what I'm referring to is a very easy job, if viewed in a superficial way, a job that is actually so easy that it even less resembles what we, since we are no longer shepherds, have understood as work. It is rather the worst for the 2. Prophets as thieves. It is striking, and painfully, to see how much space flights resemble those colorful illustrations, which the most childish and vulgar among us writers, the science fiction authors, have already anticipated with their imagination for decades. But are infantilism or vulgarity refutations? Isn't it foolish to believe that only first-rate texts have the right to make prognoses that hit the mark? Or perhaps these texts are less truthful because they lack quality. Cultural optimism, of the most desperate kind. Rather, in an inferior age, there is no other literature more important than the inferior one, indeed, there is no other that is more prophetic. Anyone who has no residue of childhood tastes doesn't even have any nose for the cosmic menu that will be cooked next door, in the children's kitchen, for tomorrow. Who is not already deprived of qua? 3. Thieves are heralds. Naturally, with the difference that the latter, i.e. our science fiction authors, need not fear being relieved in turn by the owners of the stolen asset. It's quite the opposite, the owners have nothing to object to against thieves, and if the latter run forward in such a hurry into the future, they also do so in the interest of those who have robbed. And that is exactly what is decisive here. The description of the strange relationship between thieves and the robbed would remain. 4. Fun, power trend Vart. The answer, apparently contradictory, sounds, science fiction authors get it by disguising the manipulation to which they subject us, their readers, in the form of entertainment. But why is the fun so successful? Because fun is terror. And why is it? 5. The conformist system, too good to be recognizable. 6. After these last reflections, the image we sketched at the beginning seems badly in need of revision. Hadn't we portrayed science fiction writers as thieves? Hadn't we caught them red-handed while they were copying the technicians' blueprints, and this stolen future they then went to sell from house to house? What is true about this first image? Isn't it more correct to represent the presumed thieves as creatures of technology itself? Like the children that it itself generates, in order to have pioneers that it can nurture? He was wrong. And what lies before us is not simply an appearance. The objection, in fact, came from someone who does not fully grasp the specific mode of functioning of mystical conloy societies. What had he not considered? Here, when it comes to conformist societies, two distinctions no longer apply, the legitimacy of which, at one time, we had no reason to doubt. What distinctions? The between explicit and implicit coercion. The one between self-approving and being approved. Conformist societies, which really work as if they were oiled, function as pre-established harmonic systems. This means that in them, as such, the recognizable and distinguishable coordination actions are superfluous. Given that individuals already fit in like standardized screws in standardized female screws, the system can largely do without procedures that have the explicit aim of conforming, and, to the same extent, the innately gifted individuals can do without inserting themselves into the system with explicit efforts of adaptation. Do not misunderstand, of course. Here we do not want to disprove either that individuals are trapped or that they fall into the system by themselves. On the contrary, both processes take place without stopping. What is disputed is only that these processes take place as special homologation acts, which must necessarily take place in this form. And it is argued that this explicit form becomes superfluous because the living and acting of the conformal society as such carries out this work of homologation in any case, in a way that is as inconspicuous as it is radical. Naturally, not only our human relationships are part of this living and acting as a single whole, on the contrary they have even been relegated to second place, the relationship between us and the world of things, that is, that of our appliances, are in first place today. In our world we are approved at the forefront due to the fact that we adjust to the thousands of products that surround us with their siren voices, that we regulate ourselves according to the thousands of institutions that together form our world, and that we serve, as if it were our second nature, the maneuvering mechanisms of the administrative and technical tools that are indispensable to us, so that we in turn are served by them. Given that no one is free to choose his own era, and therefore not even to choose his own world among many possible worlds, and given that in the end no one can live without the era in which he was born, there is no one who is not homologated at all. This applies not only to the various Leschen-Mullers, but also to the professional critics of their time, even to the writer of these lines, even to today's programmatic underclass, the beatniks, since even these have to do nothing but raise, perhaps just one time, the telephone receiver, or turning on the much-loved record player, to demonstrate that they too are incorporated into the system, from which they suppose to keep, with their great refusal, the due distances, and that, if they don't cooperate, they will even have to give up their polemic against the system. 6. but it is not worthwhile to deal further with such frustrated nonconformists, given that the essence of today's world of conformism consists precisely in this, that it does not allow interesting outsiders to thrive, at least only to a much more limited extent than in previous systems, such as the just milieu of the last century, or that it itself promotes or even produces extravagance, as soon as it needs an alibi. From a philosophical point of view, only the uninteresting are really interesting, that is, those millions that work well in the gear. And for them the fact applies precisely that in their existence there is not even the most insignificant initiative to which they would not comply in any case, nor the most insignificant event from which they would not be approved in any case, and which therefore absolutely no longer need any special measures or care to be approved. For this reason, for example, it is only rarely necessary to offer the radio listener transmissions that help him adapt. If such would be necessary only if the system as a whole ambias course in a sudden and drastic way. Quite the fact that he, devoid of radium, no longer belongs to his own world is certainly a guarantee for his being homologated. Conversely, for listening to the radio it is just as little necessary to enter the system on a special synchronized gymnastics. He has quite already fulfilled his duty due to the fact that, as lord and owner of your appliance, you are accustomed to being both its servant and its owner, to have its free time, therefore itself, filled by the latter. Naturally, even to my ears, all of this sounds like an argument that revolves in a vicious circle, therefore, as if the good solution here were explained by the goodness of functioning. That objection is not entirely wrong, but at the same time it is not the clever one. And this is not because the shape of the circle, i.e. the spiral, is an integral part of the mechanism of adaptation, with what I am convinced that every adaptation is perfected by the simple fact of existing, that any adaptation that begins to work, because there this beginning works even better that anyone who is already adapted to will adapt better than someone who is not yet adapted, that each one-way movement automatically accumulates. It makes no difference if in this text it is a question of a geometric crescendo in the strict sense, certainly M1 rather than an arithmetic crescendo, and there is certainly no human action in which the principle of progress, otherwise already weakened, still holds such unchallenged power as in the process it decays. I lament. Example, if we started to homologate ourselves with the motion of a machine. Bina, we will be able to synchronize even better with this motion of yours. That the optimal conformist is not only a conformist, but also mixed kanji. And this in turn means that he not only assimilates to the contents that are intended and provided for him, but also that in the end the content of his psychic life coincides with these contents. Concretely, that he still needs, and he can still need, only what is imposed on him. That he still thinks, and he can still think, only what is meant for him. That he still does, and can still do, only what is done to him. That he still feels, and can still feel, just as he is expected to feel. Formula, given that in the conformist system supply and demand are reduced to congruence. And they are so in such a way that the offerings Angebot are presented as commandments Gebot. And in turn these commandments function as prohibitions Verbot, in such a way, that is, as to actually prevent the person making the request from even imagining something other than what is offered to him. The wall between inside and outside has fallen. It would be absurd to still grant a self or an inner life of its own to such a man, become or made wall-less. Since he is identical, without residue, to the material that is administered to him, the formula that a materialist of the last century had coined for all men in general is suitable only for him, a formula that says, man is what eats. Having transformed this silly phrase into a truth is a merit that conformism can boast of. That the eaten material, which we are dealing with here, is not, or only minimally, material in the physical sense, this does not improve the situation of the congruist at all. It is therefore wrong to maintain that man has become soulless due to the breaking of the barrier between inside and outside. Or that the soul of the congruist is now empty. And not only wrong, but even the inversion of the truth. In fact, it is true that the soul of the congruist, given it is incessantly flooded by the world that flows into it, the world of goods, of opinions, of feelings, of attitudes etc., is terribly overloaded, incomparably more charged than the soul so far, that it, like the sponge with water, has now become coextensive with the world, or at least with what is intended for it as world. But what does congruist mean in the singular? Congruists either exist en masse or none exist at all. The assertion that the wall between the supplier and the supplier has fallen is either valid for millions of individuals or for none. Evidently, it goes for millions. And of course not for just any millions but for those of today, that is, for those who live in the era of mass production and reproduction. This is decisive. In fact, it means that these millions of individuals are supplied with similar material, or even, as happens, for example, with the radio, with a single and identical material. Which in turn means that for these millions the others, instead of being men themselves, are primarily supplier companions. Which means I again. That all supply partners become congruent on similar, i.e. identical, material. This still means that this material, since it belongs to everyone, is socialized property. And this finally means, and with this the title of our paragraph, the double lack of walls, becomes understandable. 5. That not only have the walls fallen between the supplier and the supplier, but, because of this, also that between the suppliers themselves. The molastic axiom, if two quantities are equal to a third, then they are also equal to each other, takes on the meaning here, if two supply partners are supplied with equal material, and become equal to this, then they also become equal between them. It is clear that among such congruent, supplied with similar, identical, material, difficulties of mutual understanding can no longer emerge. Everyone understands everyone, the difference between self-knowledge and knowledge of the other is abolished, the name drives out the surname, everyone is proximus en everyone, even if in a new sense, no one feels obliged to 1.11 enforce their right to privacy, no one sees a reason not to share their secrets with their fellow humans, and none of them still care about this. Congruists no longer possess true secret treasures, true intellectual or spiritual private property. Even what they might consider private property is part of the pieces that have been supplied to them, and they are even given the illusion that what they are supplied with is their private property. In short, they already share their privacy with others anyway. But if it happens that in a congruent one there is some particularity that he does not share with the others, something like a weaving error or a desire, he only communicates it to the others a posteriori, which does not cause him any difficulty, given that psychoanalysis, always ready for similar cases, offers him the necessary means and methods when necessary. Already today in conformist society the lack of modesty passes for frankness, therefore for virtue, and this virtue for a certificate of loyalty. Among the phrases of our contemporaries, I know of none that is as representative of our era as Eisenhower's famous confession, naturally pronounced in front of the entire nation on television, concerning his sick body, I have nothing to hide. Precisely because of the ease with which he pronounced, and was able to pronounce, these words, he made them a classic document of the conformist society. Let's not delude ourselves. The willingness to exhibit that we developed under soft terror, that is, in a conformist society, is just as characteristic for us as the mania for self-slander for men who live under bloody terror, that is in totalitarian dictatorships. We don't understand why our defect should be less serious and less humiliating than that of others, whom we never get tired of despising. It is only less propagandistically widespread. 8. The collective monologue. So no one has secrets, everyone is open to everyone. And yet, for an author of fantasy philosophy who has to describe the perfectly conformist society of tomorrow, the temptation would be great to portray the generation of grandchildren as dumbfounded, that is, totally silent, not just atrophied in language as we already are today. This of course sounds contradictory. total openness to each other and tesser dumbito seem to be mutually exclusive. But that's just how it seems. Indeed, one becomes silent not only when, although this is certainly the most frequent case, the abyss between person and person is too wide or too dangerous to be bridged, but also when the abyss is too narrow for it to be necessary to jump over it, a linguistic bridge. Every conversation requires a minimum of distance. Communication only makes sense if there is a difference in level between the speaker and the listener, if an A, who is informed, shares his information with a B, who is not informed. But this minimum of difference will no longer exist for the congruists who will make up the perfectly conformist society of tomorrow. Since everyone will be supplied with the exact same things, everyone will know the exact same things. And this means, whoever listens will still be able to hear only what he himself could still say, and whoever speaks will still be able to say only what he could hear from anyone else, and in such conditions, of course, still opening the tongue and ears would be absurd. Beautiful prospects. In fact, from a philosophical point of view, this means that triumphant conformism will not only make some single differences disappear, such as the one between active M and passive, but also our specific differentia, therefore our koyov is zed the possession of the word. Today we are still at this point. But we are already well ahead on this road. To the question, whether in today's conformist world there is already less talk than in yesterday's and the day before yesterday, it is difficult to find an answer. Instead, it is clear that there are already situations of loss of speech that portend the worst, for example the situation of the family sitting speechless in front of the ULE screen, while being simultaneously bankrolled. And even more significant than this specific situation seems to me the new function that speaking has taken on in a conformist society. Assuming that the word function is still appropriate here. In fact, at least at first sight, our speaking seems atrophied to the point of being a meaningless activity. By this I mean that, when we talk to each other, we have the same and identical experience of the world, with which we have been provided, with words that are part of the same and identical heritage of words, with which we have been provided, and therefore we do nothing but practice a mere tautological exchange. The words or vocabulary that we exchange with our partners resemble, for most of our speeches and in particular for small talk, the balls that fly back and forth between tennis players, that is, the balls that we give when speaking are identical to those we received by listening, and those we receive are identical to those we have given. In short, taking and giving have become interchangeable. Point 12 If Mr. A were to sell a sandwich A, supplied to him by Mega Bakery M, to Mr. B, and if the latter, to pay for the sandwich A, gave Mr. A sandwich B, provided company and completely the same as the sandwich / such a transaction would be no less absurd than the one that occurs in our daily conversation. In other words, the noise of millions of voices produced nowadays no longer represents anything else, and this is the new function of today's speech, than a single collective monologue, pronounced in distributed roles. The conformist society speaks to itself as a whole. This sounds strange, but strangeness is not a counter-argument. Conversely, it is justified to ask, given that such an activity cannot be as meaningless as it appears at first sight, why the conformist society hasn't totally abolished its so atrophied speaking, because even today it insists on continuing to monologue without stopping. The answer is that it does so in the interest of its own existence. Dasein. So for this reason, because its mechanisms don't work in a completely flawless way, because it always runs the risk of losing again the form already acquired, its coefficient of conformity, because it is constantly in need of and capable of improvement, because, in short, it must constantly commit means to maintain itself and to correct itself. Now, we had already underlined the fact that we fulfill our pensum of conformity through innumerable activities, naturally without fully understanding what it is about. Ultimately, perhaps there is not even a single activity that does not contribute to the state of affairs. And one of these activities, perhaps even the most important, is our speaking to each other with 1,000 voices. In fact, with this talking to each other, we eliminate the differences that could still exist between us. Said in a positive way, we adjust our compliance to match perfectly. The word agree falls at just the right time. In fact, he offers us a metaphor that captures our speech in an incomparably more precise way than the comparison with the game of tennis, that is, the metaphor of the orchestra that tunes. By talking to each other, we tune our tools, we tune each other, until the of society is assured. Here, however, the validity of the metaphor ends. In fact, in the case of the symphony, for the love of which we mutually agree, it is an unusual piece, that is, a piece that is even destined not to resonate again. Playing together, for which we prepare so noisily, must become so perfect that it can remain without sound. This is not absurd, at least the paradox is trivial. In fact, after all, today there are hundreds of jobs that are no less paradoxical, given that we still carry them out with the sweat of our brow just because we hope that in this way they will become obsolete tomorrow. And today this also applies precisely to speaking. By speaking we move towards the ideal condition of total conformity, towards a condition in which everything sounds in tune, that is precisely in which our speaking in the first person becomes superfluous. In the future world of our fictitious fantasy philosophy author, our speaking in the first person will be just as antiquated as it is already today to personally go hunting baking our bread with our own hands. And if this Uturo reporter described the triumphal day of shame, the one in which total silence begins, as a result of our collective monologue, he would be absolutely right. I admit it, the portrait of the conformist sketched here is not realistic. It is rather a terrifying ideal image, the ideal image that is placed before us to invite us to a gentle imitation. But this does not mean in any way that the description is exaggerated, that our situation is not yet so serious. We don't have the slightest reason to be proud of the difference between us and that idealized image, since it absolutely cannot be said that we have still retained a last core of our individuality or an unassailable residue of our autonomy. On the contrary, it is true that we recognize the model that is provided to us, that we measure ourselves against it and only with it, and that we try with all the strength at our disposal to match it. If this becoming congruent with the total congruist has not yet occurred, it is simply due to the fact that we are unable to assimilate ourselves at the first attempt, at least not completely. You also need to learn to let yourself be ruined. It's not at all an easy task to be completely submerged, to be completely saturated. Mostly we are almost, in the chemical sense of the word, oversaturated, therefore unable to absorb any more images of the world that continue to flow. Either the quantum imposed on us is too large, or the speed is too high. In short, we are unable, similar to the worker not yet fully used to the assembly line, to completely keep up. This alone is why we are not yet fully congruent with the ideal congruist. We don't have to thank our strength for this, but only our weakness. 9 Ergo sum. To attempt to clarify our situation, we need to recognize 3 things. 1. That as congruists we fail because in some way we are still ourselves. 2. That, on the contrary, we evaluate this being ourselves as a failure, therefore we still see only something rudimentary in our ego. 3. That we no longer know any other confirmation of our being ourselves except that which is provided to us by our failure. This complex of things is of course shameful. But the most shameful is the third fact, which becomes evident if we translate it into the formula of a test of the I, or rather of being. If we do this, then we recognize how poor a place we contemporary people occupy in the history of human dignity. I said, recoin. Indeed, that such a formula exists, a formula in which the congruist, as the mouthpiece of his fellow sufferers, has clothed himself with words to confirm himself, and that this formula can already be read somewhere, this naturally cannot be affirmed. Such a formula cannot already exist because it would be contrary to the essence of the congruist, who lacks essence, to confirm himself as himself. Not only can he not do this, but neither must he, even he shouldn't be able to. As being, on the contrary, he perceives himself only when he acts with others, therefore precisely because he is not himself. However, if one of them summed up his being himself in a formula, This formula would have to read, I am still behind, so I'm still myself. And this would imply not only that his being itself is a defect, but also that the defect of its being itself is the only proof of his being itself. Descartes, go hide. I the adaptation aid. However provocative this equation between failing and being oneself may sound, it cannot be said that it is unknown or contrived. Rather, it is hypothesized in the majority of today's vulgar psychologies. And in today's American vulgar psychoanalysis, it even plays the role of a fundamental axiom. With which of course it does not mean that it is recognized there as the scandal it actually represents. On the contrary, there it is propagated. In fact, on the table of values that the psychology uses as a basis for work, despite its vocabulary on personality, as a canonical figure the man who proves himself with the maximum of adaptation appears, that is, the one that is as congruent as possible and as little as possible itself. With the establishment of this canonical figure, psychology, not explicitly but unequivocally, has placed its seal on the identity of being oneself and failing. And it is not just any seal, but an almost official one. Indeed, the reputation enjoyed by psychology today is enormous. But not because the scientific rank it occupies is objectively so high, on the contrary, it is given such scientific prestige in order to be able to fulfill its main task with all possible authority. And this main task of its consists precisely in functioning as a megaphone for the conforming powers, therefore in covering with a popularized scientific vocabulary the requests for adaptation that these powers make of us, to propose them to a licorn under this guise and, assuming that we still balk under the sting, to transform us through a real cure into beings more satisfied with adaptation, or better adapted. Point 13. Nothing is more characteristic for these objectives of hers, that is, for those entrusted to her, than the diagnostic connections she loves to trace. For example, the connection between self-centeredness, poor adaptation, and inferiority complex keeps coming up, which means that certain men, because of their pathological egocentrism, are ill-adapted, and because of their poor adaptability, they are inferior, and now they fall victims of inferiority. In truth, such a scheme is not entirely wrong. In fact, there really exists a condition in which the syndrome is valid, precisely, the conformist society. Which means that, for men who have to live in this society as conformists, the theses of psychology, conforming to conformity, are true. But only because conformism has already triumphed. In other words, the causal context of the syndrome can only become clear to us if we reverse the supposedly natural causal relationship, if we therefore recognize that among those who pass for sick in a conformist society, for example those who, slanderously accused of being self-centered, recognize their being themselves as something inferior and suffer from this presumed inferiority, many they have fallen ill because of conformity itself, that this therefore is the genus of the disease. Healthy beings who, in order to be able to live in a conformistic society accept as legitimate the false measure with which they are measured and make it their own, are infected by this falsehood, effectively falling ill through their feverish attempts to overcome the presumed illness. Our theory of congruism could hardly be confirmed in a more convincing way than by means of the presuppositions hypothesized by official psychology and the objectives it pursues. Of course, this does not mean that psychologists have clear ideas about their premises and their objectives. We do not find logically articulated judgments among them. In vain, for example, would we look for the thesis, or even just a hint of it, that the congruist man now consists only of the contents that have been pumped into him, or that the walls between inside and outside and between man and man have now disappeared. That this is kept silent is naturally not a mere coincidence, it is rather an action consequent to the conformist system. Point 14, by which I mean that psychologists, since they themselves are instruments of conformity, are not allowed to reveal that the system, the so-called free, which they serve destroys man's identity. But even this explanation is still insufficient, even the discourse of silence still too honorable, because it presupposes that those who are silent have recognized what is being kept silent, and we cannot propose this assumption. Rather, it is part of the conformist tasks of those who have been employed to make us blind, to remain blind in turn. What they must not reveal, they can no longer reveal. And they can't reveal it anymore because they can't even see it anymore. Beings without windows, in Leibniz's sense, of course never existed. But we, beings without walls, are not only monads, but even their antipodes. And incomparably more acute than the Leibnizian problem, by what miracle individual beings, separate from each other, could nevertheless harmonize with one another, is its reversal today, that is, the question, on what basis we congruists could persuade ourselves that we are still single beings and still ourselves. 11. The exposed world. If we maintain that the features of those whose portraits we have now finally outlined clearly, this perhaps will not sound very credible. In fact, what has emerged is precisely that the specific differentia of the conformist consists in the lack of clarity, that he lacks any sharp outline, that all those boundary lines that seem natural to us, those between spontaneity and coercion, one between activity and passivity, between needing and being forced, between inside and outside, between individual and individual, are completely erased in the existence of the conformist. But even this still represents a result. Precisely the indeterminacy of the latter belongs to the positive definition of fog. And since we now know what happened to the conformist, perhaps we are also able to clarify the fact that at the beginning it hadn't struck us much and had set our reflections in motion. So let's go back to our original question, which sounded like this: how come certain products, which undoubtedly don't come from clerks, nevertheless act as if they were the work of the most skilled clerks? 15. To address this question now, for the second time, let's start with an expression with which we have just characterized the things of our world today. We have called them cyrenaical. Why? Because they are advertising things. Now, everyone evidently knows that advertising, especially commercial advertising, has taken on proportions in our modern world that until recently would have been unimaginable. But however correct this commonplace may be, it is not enough. We will not hit the mark until we see in advertising only one fact among many. And it's not that. Indeed, we do not live among things that sit there dumb and indifferent. It would be naive to believe that our world exists on the one hand, and the possibility of highlighting this or that of its parts with advertising on the other. It is rather true that, since all objects of all classes have been infected by objects of the dominant class, that is, of the commodity class, our world is, a priori, a universe of advertising. It consists of things that offer themselves and solicit us. Advertising is a modus of our world. 16 In ontological language, as a being it asserts itself, as a being only that which in the bellum omnium contra omnes radiates a more intense force of exhibition and attraction is recognized. Formulated in the negative, that which does not ask, which does not call, which does not show off, which is not part of the light of the advertisement, does not have the strength to solicit us, we do not even notice it, we do not heed its call, we get involved in it, we don't recognize it, we don't. 10 We use, we do not consume it. In short, it remains ontologically subliminal, in a pragmatic sense it is not there. When Heidegger, no matter whether rightly or wrongly, gave new life to the word phenomenon, which had become bloodless, interpreting it as that which is shown, he was not thinking at all of the phenomenality of advertising goods. However, his interpretation fits precisely to them. And given that the class of these commodities has become the model for all other classes of objects, his interpretation even has a universal value. What wants to be taken in consideration must show off. 11 The world has become an exhibition, an advertising exhibition that is impossible not to visit, because we are in it anyway. For example, the fact that current statesmen manage to acquire political reality only if they stand in front of the cameras, dressed up with sex appeal politics, was recently reconfirmed during the American presidential elections. 17 The immodestness of this expression already not it is felt more. Rather, it is commonly used to calculate the chances of candidates running for that office. Naturally, the sexualization of today's world of advertising, which has reached its peak precisely in countries with puritanical traditions of taboos, is nothing more than a confirmation of this equation to be equals to be advertising which is valid today. What happens here is a completely normal production process. The quality of sexual attraction that must be acquired as a natural raw material, and moreover free, is transformed into an attraction of goods, and used as such. Breasts advertise steel, thighs whiskey. The advertising industry has now become the true owner of the female body, at least of its sexually attractive image. In a certain sense, the fact that women also possess a body, regardless of the fact that the competition with these images of attraction, especially in countries that have become real countries of VTIers, is particularly tough, is only purely casual, of only secondary importance. When the transformation of the raw material sexual attraction into an attraction of goods seems to promise success, this attraction loses its taboo quality. Today's lack of prejudices about things of sex, especially in the ESA, is the daughter of freedom of publicity. The collapse of prudence, which we are so proud of as progressivism, is an exclusively commercial fact. And since the world has been completely eroticized, we have completely lost the awareness that the word advertising originally had a strictly erotic meaning. 18. On the other hand, the lack of gaiety and splendor, not to mention the sense of unreality, which always strikes Western visitors in Eastern cities, results to a large extent from the absence of commercial advertising. This absence is absolutely natural, since it is clear that in countries where supply lags behind demand and where no product has to face a struggle for existence with its peers, there is no need for goods to showcase themselves. What is missing there are the tricks of war and seduction with which living rooms that fight for competition are decorated and which make the capitalist world so colorful and glittering. Given that the visitor coming from the West is used to identifying the world with the advertising world, a world without advertising not only gives the impression of a visual, acoustic, and erotic desert but, in fact, even of an unreality. 19. Of course, all this does not mean that advertising must in principle be penetrating, that showing off must, in all circumstances, be blatant or strident. On the other hand, many things suggest that the excesses of recent decades were only an infantile disease of advertising. Advertising seems to have entered its state of maturity only from the moment it began to understand that it could achieve many of its objectives with studied discretion, apparently invisible and apparently mute, with hidden and sublime persuasion just as well as with spectacular manners, if not even better, and since when therefore he began to give up on show business. There are already advertising firms that now only begrudgingly reveal that they advertise. Although of course the equation to be equals to be an advertiser is still obligatory for these firms as well, they adopt the maxim IROV, namely, act as if you didn't exist. And it even happens that certain companies advertise their discretion, and that they boast about it with discreet means, as a sign of their good taste. In the vocabulary of advertising lies, the word discreet has the meaning of hitting in the back and the expression tasteful that of treacherously. Cheating becomes subtle. Even in the case of the robbery of freedom, nothing surpasses good manners. It would not be entirely unjustified now to qualify this advertising technique as a whole as an immense nonviolent action, more exactly, as a nonviolent aggression. It is well known that an opposition movement gave itself the name of nonviolent action, whose followers are convinced that they can neutralize the shock force of the aggressors by not putting up any resistance. This movement is the specularly reversed image of nonviolent aggression, to which we are incessantly exposed. In fact, the attack by the world of advertising, indeed by the entire conformist system, takes place in such a violent way as to neutralize our resistance a priori. The two actions are two typical phenomena of our century, both are characteristics of today's extinction of the active-passive alternative. 12. The employed man. So this is what our world looks like today. And given that, in academic terms, ontic transformations of such revolutionary significance cannot remain ontologically devoid of consequences, this means that being in the advertising world represents an ontological state of a particular type, that we, who live as fellow citizens of an advertising world, are here from sin / in a different sense from how our parents and grandparents were here, that our life unfolds as an incessant being courted. But what does this, in turn, mean? What does it mean for us people today? There can no longer be any doubt. Given that the image of the congruist is now familiar to us, given that we now know that as congruists we have become incapable of distinguishing between spontaneity and constraint, between needing and being obliged, the answer sounds like, we obey publicity. And this in turn means, we live only if we were actually hired by advertising to collaborate, as if we were doing work on commission. But why do we still use this fearful as if? Do we still need such a reserve? Does the answer to the question of whether we are hired or not, whether we do work on commission or not, depend exclusively on whether we have been explicitly obliged to collaborate? Or rather from the fact that we are free to resist advertising? It just depends on that. Apart from the freedom of resistance, there is no criterion here. And therefore the answer may be different. Indeed, it must be different. Since we do not possess this freedom of resistance, the only valid answer is, we are in charge, we are engaged. Rule: if beings deprived of the freedom to resist advertising are wooed by advertising, they are engaged for that very reason. Their existence Dasein is then being engaged. Let's take a moment to pause. Indeed, after wandering far and wide to test the waters of conformity, we are back to where we started, the problem of being employed. From being hired to being employed there is really only one verbal passage. Instead of being hired we can easily speak of being employed. Nothing stands in the way of the equation we wanted to achieve right from the start. Let us finally state it, our being conformist is being employed. 13 False delivery, asset falsification and shift mechanism are. As already mentioned, this formula contains nothing juridical, and we would look in vain for contracts between social partners, regulations, or legal certifications of our being employed. But the reality of our dependence is not weakened by this lack, but on the contrary strengthened. Indeed, it is part of the nature of this particular master-servant relationship, although it is legitimate to call a trick nature, that it precedes everything that is contractual. And this means that the master can avoid binding the servant, whom he has already bound in any case, with an explicit contract. Naturally, given that the advertising character of our world originates from the hegemony of our world of goods, there is no more evident testimony of our being employees than the function that we exercise as customers and consumers, if we buy, because of advertising, i.e. of a need that is imposed on us, those products on whose sale and continuous production producers depend. If we then destroy these products by consuming them, and finally, after destruction, we need new products. In doing so, we fulfill the task given to us by the producer, or, better to say, an entire chain of tasks. We are employed as liquidators. Be grateful to those who eat, reads an apocryphal Mollusic text, to those who sleep and those who do not sleep. All of them are home workers, who however don't know they are doing homework, and even if they don't know it, they are assiduous workers. When they are at the table, they serve those who, in order to continue harvesting, need to destroy their products. When they sleep, they need bed makers who hope to deliver new beds tomorrow instead of worn beds, and if they don't sleep, they make those who produce sleeping pills work. In fact, the gods created their hunger only because they did not deem it convenient for production to remain alone. However excessive this theological aperçu may sound, its core of truth is indisputable. And that it is still valid today, better than any other complicated test attests to a single revealing expression, an expression that for the past half-century every American newspaper has used with the utmost ease to characterize those who are only grudgingly willing to fulfill, such as an employee, the purchase and consumption tasks that are attributed to him, the moralistic expression lazy costumer. Of course it is true that for us these assignments are mostly not recognizable as assignments, that we almost never recognize our use and consumption as the fulfillment of a duty and as a work performance. but putting this blindness of ours into play as an objection to the reality of our employment relationships would naturally be senseless, given that the solidity and irrevocability of these relationships is precisely due to our false conscience. On the contrary, it makes perfect sense, indeed even indispensable, liners by what means our false consciousness is produced. Indispensable because the mechanism of deception that acts in the world our mystic differs from the mechanisms of deception that are unilateral from previous times. So how is our false science formed? Originally in the negative, not because we are fed false theories or ideologies. In any case, ideologies are no longer decisive. The word de-ideologization, fashionable today, is justified by the myth. Not justified, indeed even deceptive, it is instead in satisfaction with which we are pleased to use this word, as if it indicated the end of the deception. We really can't speak of an end to deception. If ideologies begin to die, it happens on the contrary precisely because they have been made superfluous, because now they can, and with this we arrive at the positive definition of the mechanism deception, give way to a principle that is incomparably more deceptive than the ideological one, the principle of false delivery. What do we mean by this term? We mean the tactic of today's task givers, which is to falsely classify precisely those tasks which they expect from us and to deliver them to us in a disguised version, under pseudonyms, with labels that not only keep silent about the true reason for the tasks but they modify with explicit deception, suggesting to us the most different modalities for the so-called leisure education, therefore of non-work. The falsifications of goods, known to all, today correspond to the falsifications of activities, connected to those in a very close way, which in principle are unknown, but precisely for this reason all the more fatal. How fatal, for example, is proved by the false shower label, which adorned the gas chambers in the extermination camps. With this inscription, the work assignment, as it was really understood, i.e. the imperative, reduce yourself to refusal, was transformed into a free time imperative, i.e. fresh off with a shower. The result is known. Such an example is sufficient to prevent misunderstanding of the term misclassification. Anyone who considers that classifications, whether correct or not, are only acts carried out post festum by academics sitting at their desks, only operations of theoretical thought and therefore presumably without consequences, have never reflected on the pragmatic importance of thinking. The clear distinction between real processes on the one hand and, on the other hand, classifications a posteriori, merely theoretical and therefore devoid of consequences, does not correspond in practice, with which, however, it does not put into question that this distinction is often not extraordinarily useful. However, classifications are already always practical measures, and many of them precede reality instead of trailing after it. And this because whether or how we carry out the tasks depends on the form, and that is, precisely, on the classification, in which they are assigned to us. It is something more fraught with consequences, and therefore more real than this if and how, it is difficult to imagine. So we are deceived not by means of a superstructure that is provided to us separately, but by means of something already integrated into reality. Today's lie is always already found as an alibi, that is, elsewhere, always already hidden, precisely, within the practice itself. And this alibi is the greatest chance that lies can have, given that deception has now renounced a special existence, therefore it no longer presents itself as an identifiable or refutable principle of lying, or as a consciously propagated doctrine. Now it is able to act exactly as his classical master acted, that Ulysses who had placed Polyphemus in the darkness of the cave, that is, to lie with apparent modesty, claiming to be nobody. And with his presumed being nobody and not being himself, Ping Anno manages to blind his opponents and triumph over them. This tactic of forging commissioned work into leisure time is fully revealed if we recognize it as part of a greater whole, a larger system of deception. This broader system is the shift mechanism. What do I mean by that? I mean a mechanism, the principle and capacity of which consist in systematically regulating this misleading, i.e. in ordering all activities falsely. In other words, in such a way that the activities that actually belong to Class A appear as if they were of Class B, those that actually belong to Class B as if they were of Class C, and so on. Given that A is moved to Sector B and B to Sector C, the choice of the expression shift mechanism is illuminating. Indeed, nothing would be more erroneous than believing that only our work falls victim to false classification. There is also the reversal of this process. It is just as usual to pass off as livery activities which in reality are not jobs at all. We don't need to go far to find examples of this reversal. Classic examples are called Auschwitz and Hiroshima. These exterminations, which in reality were naturally deeds or rather misdeeds, were assigned as jobs, to those who had to commit them. What consequence this false classification caused, I don't mean the ultimate consequence, not rubble and ashes, but the penultimate one, the effect on the perpetrators, is known. Given that, as creatures of the industrial age, they had learned that work never olets, indeed it can't even stink, and that it is an activity whose product lil in principle does not concern either us or our conscience, they carried out the assignments of mass murder, which had been assigned them with the label of work, without opposition, as if one had, lactate of any other job. Without opposition, because with the best conscience. With the best conscience, because without conscience. Without conscience, because they are exempt from conscience for the way in which the assignment had been assigned to them off limits for the conscience. B instead of A, and C instead of B. The match is perfect. Just as then action was moved to the work class, and naturally in similar cases this also occurs today, so our work is irrequently moved to the leisure training class, just as little as bomber pilots or civil servants of the liquidation they knew that they were acting and what they assumed upon themselves with their actions, just as little we, customers and conformist consumers, since we believe we are using our free time freely, know that we are carrying out a task and which task. Intention and result of the two movements are therefore identical, the correspondence is perfect, here as there, our unscrupulous collaboration is ensured. In both cases, if it ever arises, resistance is suffocated in germ, be so many things, that we would hesitate to do, which we would refuse immediately if there were requests at the end of a working day as explicitly declared work on commission, but if instead they are assigned to us under false classification we deal with them without protest, indeed, even with zeal, indeed, even with pleasure. For more than a century, attempts have been made to prevent the worker from recognizing himself as such, providing him with a false consciousness. The tactic of strangling the formation of his class consciousness had, in fact, no other objective than this. It would be obvious to assume that the incredible improvement that workers' lives have achieved in the last decades, and which in some countries has already made the expression proletarian disappear, has also eliminated this impeding action. And just the opposite. In fact, this impeding action has spread so enormously that by now there is no longer anyone who is not among the victims of the deception. The why is obvious. Given that, on the one hand, consumption has become commissioned work and, on the other hand, there is no longer anyone who is a non-consumer and therefore not an employee, it has become necessary to make it impossible for all of us to scrutinize fully into our status and in the type of our occupation. But this means that, whatever class we come from, we have all become grandchildren of yesterday's proletarians, all of the deceived. It seems that certain publicists never tire of repeating with mild rebuke, sometimes even with malicious glee, that the standard of living of today's worker is at least as high as the standard of living of yesterday's bourgeois class. The observation is certainly true, it is probably even an underestimation. True, however, if you only see it as half of the truth. In fact, it is equally true that the standard of truth, which I do not mean as the measure of our subjective love for the truth but, similarly to the standard of life, as a measure of the truth that is granted to us, that, therefore, the standard of truth of today's consumer society, which is supposedly classless, as a whole is at least as low as the standard of truth of the proletariat of the last century, if not even lower. The indisputable leveling of classes did not take place only in the form of ascent, therefore from bottom to top, but, at the same time, also in the form of descent, therefore from top to bottom. 14. Post-contractual easement. We are secret agents. That we, working people, carry our employment contract in our pocket and can present ourselves as legitimate business partners, this today fills us with unfounded pride. Compared with the situation of our ancestors, enslaved or serfs, our situation really seems to identify with freedom. But what we ignore is that our present-day freedom exists only because a post-contractual servitude has been replaced by a post-contractual servitude, a servitude that becomes unconditional when we are not working, and it is unconditional because we are not even free enough to feel it, and this post-contractual servitude should indeed make us terribly skeptical of our pride in liberty. In fact, the situation we have been thrown into is the total reversal of the one we have been used to until today. We do not live today under the curse of work, but under that of idleness. While until now it had been natural for us to consider our working hours as an island of freedom within our relatively freer existence, now these very hours have become the island of freedom. In any case, only if we work are we granted identifiable and legally guaranteed rights. Regulated working time guarantees us an incomparably greater freedom than free time, which apparently is not subject to any regulation and therefore lends itself to any hidden regulation and structuring. When factory sirens announce the end of work, they always simultaneously announce that the inevitable monopoly of the sirenistic world of mass media and advertising is now beginning, that we now depend on it, that the hours of our being employed without limits and without contracts begin, the muddy hours that we have to go through, with the sweat of idleness on our faces. 20 Regardless of what is imposed on us, whether it be ballpoint pens who write underwater or about the pride of the Aryan race or sentimental songs that assure us that love flourishes only on the Mississippi or foods specially preserved for bunkers, with the guarantee that they will remain fresh even in the event of the end of the world, no clause regulates this, that the advertising powers may or may not require of us, that we spend our non-working time as employees hired by them. When the black cotton picker, won by the publicity that has been provided to him in the form of entertainment, ends up installing the most splendid of color televisions in his shack, or when my neighbor begins to hum on his own the little song about the Mississippi that has been pumped into his ears hundreds of times, and finally P buys it in a record store so that he can consider it entirely his property and himself entirely as a property of the song, both submit so unconditionally, so coherently and so fraught with consequences, as they never would in the hours they naively consider to be their only working hours. Laden with consequences, because the enslavement into which they fall with this obedience of theirs doesn't just represent a momentary event. Rather, with the purchase, they become congruent with what they have purchased, they become equally insipid, equally silly, and equally vulgar with what has become their property. The illiberty of their free time is contagious, and most definitely lose their existence. What applies to them applies more or less to all of us. Given that, and it is on this that our illusion of freedom, called freedom, is based, we are doubly unfree, that is, defrauded even of the freedom to suffer from our unfreedom. We fulfill the tasks to which advertising forces us by courting with his deceptions, without even recognizing them as assignments, without even grumbling. What is so captivatingly praised as customer service is nothing more than the set of measures with which we are engaged for our services, while on the contrary the seller, with the affirmation that our desire for him is an order, naturally means that it is we who must transform his order, or that of the company, into our desire. Mostly he even assumes that we automatically carry out this transformation work, or that we have already done it, as a whole, for the future. We are almost never directly expected to do this or that, but it is almost always ourselves who want to do this or that. Nothing is so characteristic of the orders that are dictated to us in post-contractual servitude as this indirect way through desire, if we are permitted to speak of an indirect way, since a shorter way for our obedience does not exist. The shortest way is therefore this, because it is the flattest, the flattest, because resistance cannot explode on it, and resistance cannot explode because there is no "I wouldn't want this" that corresponds to "I wouldn't want to do this," for psychological reasons that would take us too far to go into detail here. But, regardless whether directly or indirectly, with this procedure two things are always ensured at the same time: our strictest obedience and, at the same time, our total illusion of freedom. Indeed even, and more one cannot really expect, even one. I1/a thing, in fact, they are the very same ones who give orders to Pro 1111, IRC of this indirect route, and not only in a commercial sense, what? In asterisk self-evident, but also moral. If they are the ones who have Pro I made our wishes, then it's really true, that is, it has become true. In asterisk they no longer offer us anything that does not correspond to our wishes. On the basis of this truth, established with a lie, they can truly convince themselves, with the best conscience, that they have the best conscience, that is, to believe in themselves that they come inconsistent with us and our needs with all the respect they owe us. A more beautiful world, a closer understanding between the two parties can no longer be imagined. Both parties have the right to wash their hands in innocence, and even to wash each other's hands. And if there were a contemporary who possessed Brecht's ability to make fun of, that is, the strength to write an operetta of social criticism which, instead of presenting them with magical tricks of unreal things, would present the putrid magic of today's reality, he could conclude the first libretto with a double final chorus of apotheosis, in which the advertisers and their employees denied, with harmonious indignation, the resistance of constraint and, with harmonious creed, praised the freedom of the domain as the domain of freedom. Of course, it will be objected that we gladly fulfill the tasks that are conferred on us, that we rejoice if Coca-Cola foams us washing, and that, if we let ourselves be gripped by a heavy nostalgia by owning and listening to the aforementioned Mississippi record, it is only to satisfy an intense desire of ours. It is true. Unfortunately true. However, this is not an objection. Or rather, this is the desired objection, that is, the one we are forced to make as deceived, in short, the one that confirms our theory. Since not even good taste protects against servitude. The execution of tasks fills us with pleasure only because we have obeyed the order to desire what has been ordered to us, and because, without exception, the rule applies that the fulfillment of wishes procures full satisfaction, even when it is a matter of the fulfillment of wishes upon order. In reflex, there is probably nothing that so definitively confirms the servitude of our commissioned work as our pleasure. I put these last two words in quotation marks, because self-deception already begins with the use of the possessive adjective. Indeed, between our and our there is a huge difference. The possessive adjective does not only indicate our possessing, but also our being possessed. An expression like our pleasure is in no way truer than our ideology, our concentration camp or our needs. If ideologies are inoculated into us, we are not their owners but rather their property, in certain circumstances we are even possessed by them. If, like inmates in a concentration camp, we call the concentration camp in which we are confined ours, not to mention the number tattooed on our arm, we do not mean that it belongs to us but, on the contrary, that we belong to it. If we hunt down the so-called Mozart-style linen, which is fashionable today, we are not driven by our need, but by the need for those who need our needs and who, in order to make us mature for supplying shirts, provide us with the need for this type of supply. And exactly the same is true, precisely, for what concerns our pleasure. If we enjoy the goods supplied to us, the beneficiaries of our enjoyment are not us, but those who order us to enjoy. The indirect path through desire is always, at the same time, also the indirect path through pleasure, and our pleasure has no other raison d'être than that of serving the pleasure of our customers. But it is clear that our unsrages, which exists only to serve, is not ours unser in the strict sense. If we consider this provision of service which is enjoyment in a broader context, it becomes evident that the space of our unfreedom is greater and the ways of our unfreedom more numerous than we had assumed until now. Just as it is certain that the Marxian definition which states that we are not free because we are not owners of our means of production remains valid, it is equally certain on the other hand that this definition no longer suffices today. It covers, to be exact, only a third of our unfreedom today. To fully describe this unfreedom, we must complete it with two corollaries. Firstly, adding that today we also remain excluded from the co-management of the effects of our products, which in some cases is true even if we own our means of production. 21 And in secondly, that our pleasure for the product, given that it has a service function, ultimately belongs to those who are served by this pleasure, and therefore, this pleasure is not even our property. It is well known that machinations of this kind have been denounced by the Molossi in a much more naked and crude way than we usually do. In fact, some verses have been handed down to us in which the contempt that producers showed towards the pleasure of consumption of their customers is formulated with unsurpassed frankness. In the fragments of the hymn Strength Through Joy, which the Molossian industrialists sang on solemn occasions, we read, "Our strength, from their joy see in the next stanza. Since, if it tastes to the little fish, it owes it to us too." And in the refrain, probably of all the verses, "Praise and Hosanna to the consumers, to our secret agents." This last expression, secret agents, strikes me as particularly important. In fact, it characterizes us, we consumers, more exactly than any other term we could invent ad hoc. With what unusual meaning it is used here is evident. While usually a secret agent is defined as someone whose function as an agent must remain secret and of whom those among whom he is in charge of acting must know nothing, the consumer here is called secret agent because he himself does not. He must know the reason for his action, because it is kept a secret from himself for whom and for what, when he is sitting in front of his bowl, he carries out his activity. But once we understand this use of the expression, then we can take it and argue, as consumers, we are all secret agents today. 22. 15 Excursus on synthetic assassins please. Notoriously, the falsification of activity, therefore the principle of assigning us commissioned works as if they were pleasure, has extended even to those works whose character of work is much less easily camouflaged than our commissioned consumption. There are already companies in which our service to the devices is transformed, by means of the more aggressive musical rhythms transmitted by loudspeakers, into a sort of manual dance and thus into enjoyment. It is completely understandable that those accompanied by such music experience their work as a pleasure, perhaps even as a gratification. And nonetheless, even for these gratified ones it is true that, from a moral point of view, their pleasure is not there but rather belongs to those who through the fesca, those to whom it enjoys, se gusta ai pizziolina. Naturally, this falsification of activity is incomparably more fatal than the one to which we consumers fall victim, while as consumers we harm only ourselves, as producers we harm others. Our work, disguised as enjoyment, like any other work today has unpredictable consequences, consequences that not only go beyond the scope of our own person, but also beyond our imagination. I have not been able to verify whether or not it corresponds to the facts. This rumor has recently reached my ears, that also certain parts of the work processes in the chemical warfare productions are already carried out with musical accompaniment, therefore sweetened or made exciting. However, it wouldn't surprise me if this rumor were confirmed. In fact, a case like this would only be a logical consequence, i.e. a double falsification of activity, by which I mean that the shift mechanism would be entirely set in motion. And this would not only be unsurprising, on the contrary it would be surprising if one gave up applying this principle in the most complete way. So let's pretend that this news is true, since it corresponds to the dominant principle. What would have happened in a case like this? Answer: those who, by collaborating in mass murder, are in truth agents, would be assigned 1. Their behavior as work, 2. Their work as a pleasure. Or, read upside down, what manifests itself as pleasure would be working in disguise, and this, in turn, is only an act in disguise. But given that the object of this action would be murder, the murder would also be the object, however invisible, of their work, and with this, the, in turn invisible, object of their pleasure. In short, these workers would be, albeit indirectly, killers for pleasure. The most naive assassins in the world, it will be said with sneer dash, since the reason for their enjoyment is unknown to them if they are. Why then, in such circumstances, consider it a scandal? The answer would be, precisely because they are naive, precisely because all they are, the reason for their pleasure is unknown. In fact, their naivete is artificially produced, they are condemned to it by those who, in order to accomplish the worst, need naive people, and this function of naivete is precisely the scandal that strikes us. It would be a complete misunderstanding to believe that our admission of their naivete contradicts their classification as killers for pleasure. On the contrary, it is true that the specific difference between these killings for pleasure is highlighted for the first time by this admission of ours. In fact, the nature of our murderer pleas consists precisely in this, that he is no longer allowed to know that he is a murderer, but only that he is happy. In other words, we can quietly admit that the pleasure of murder of the naive, since it is not so much the pleasure of murdering as rather pleasure for the purpose of murdering, differs from the traditional pleasure of murder. Indeed, given that the objective fact that their pleasure culminates in murder is not affected by this difference, the legit the similarity of the expressions murder for pleasure and murder for pleasure remains intact. Point 23. But the fact that it is precisely the gullible who can cause extreme destruction by fulfilling their duty is only half the scandal. In fact, we must add to this that they themselves are destroyed. Themselves, because their ingenuity, and I mean it in an absolutely metaphorical way, represents an artificially produced split in personality, a split that we want to call the schizophrenic disease of work. In other words, the workers are split because the relationship between their mood, in our case, the innocent pleasure for the music that accompanies work, and the reason for their mood, in our case, the production of means of extermination, which makes one guilty, no longer exists, and because the abyss has become so definitive, that those who are thus split not only no longer feel the lack of this lost relationship, but are also no longer able to sense it. Point 24. One laughs, the other knows the joke, they say in militia. But I speak of a disease of work because this disease is the direct consequence of today's system of work, precisely of the work that results from the division of labor. It is almost incomprehensible that the rule that applies here has never been formulated despite its simplicity. It sounds: the division of labor among multiple individuals always divides the individuals who work in this way. The division of labor makes individuals of individuals. Individui, in this sense, are those whose moods no longer have anything to do with the motives of these same moods, those who are no longer allowed to feel what they are doing, and those to whom, therefore, surrogates of emotions and moods completely unrelated to the action are secretly transmitted, in our case, the pleasure of music. Karl Kraus described certain executions in the First World War during which men, awkwardly hanged, were tickled in such an atrocious way that, beside themselves with pleasure, they forgot their death and thrashed around, laughing for a long time until the noose didn't close, so they literally laughed to death. During the half-century that has passed in the meantime, a decisive step forward has been taken on this path. In fact, in the extermination industry, music means nothing more than that by now even the executioners are tickled so that, beside themselves with pleasure and blind to what they are doing, they laugh inside their murder. Whatever psychopathology and psychiatry may say about today's schizophrenia, we can only understand it in an etiological sense if we unmask it as a consequence of that division of labor that violently separates from one another those services that are actually one, that is, if we consider this division as the normal condition of today's worker. The horror we feel for those employees in the extermination camps who used to work with the utmost indifference until the evening, only to then devote themselves, body and soul, at the end of their working day, to emotions that had nothing to do with their work, even Holderlin read The Executioners, we can only allow ourselves this horror of the good men of the technological age if we include ourselves among the objects of our horror. Who has realized that, among the goals of today's treatment of men, there is none that is pursued even only approximately, or even only approximately achieved, with as much success as the production of this schizophrenia of ours, and that today we have come to the point of misunderstanding our participation in the preparation of the mass extermination as a naive pleasure. He will no longer consider the idea unrealistic that one day the fulfillment of the Last Judgment will take place in the most pleasant way, i.e. embellished by sentimental songs or, and it wouldn't be better at all, from classical music. 16. Home working and dispersion. As consumers, as we concluded in the penultimate paragraph, we are secret agents. By this, of course, we did not mean that we have become secret agents because we are consumers. Rather, we meant that we are transformed into consumers because we play the role of secret agent that we have been assigned in the most reliable way when we feel pleasure, and because in no other situation are we so easily deceived and so passively prey to illusions, as in the consumption situation. But, in this sense, enjoyment is hors de concours because, to quote Aristotle, it is an evapieta, that is, an activity that, such as going for a walk instead of going on an errand, already contains itself its t-exo, the pleasure, in a negative sense, because, for those who enjoy, the unreached goals, to which they were still striving or which still serve, no longer exist. Of course, for the hidden persuaders, who want us to be accomplices, nothing can be more useful than the existence of this evapaia. Only because it exists, they can disguise as evapaia the activities whose objectives and service functions must remain unknown to us. As soon as we, despite working on commission, believe we enjoy, we find ourselves in a condition in which we no longer even have the idea that it might still make sense to expect a t-exo dollar, a condition in which, therefore, we are robbed of the freedom to recognize our services as services. 25 With this, the relationship between unfreedom and pleasure has been totally transformed. Anyone who still describes unfreedom today as something deprived of pleasure turns the truth upside down. What holds true in the conformist system is, on the contrary, that unfreedom and pleasure grow proportionally, therefore the rule is, the greater the amount of unfreedom that is imposed on us, the greater is also the amount of pleasure that we get served. Or more precisely, the deprivation of liberty is realized as a supply of pleasure. Given that transforming our work into acts of consumption is the best method for ensuring the functions of secret agents assigned to us, the ideal state of the conformist system would only be achieved through a totalitarianism of pleasure, therefore only if it had succeeded to give all our activities the appearance or feeling of acts of pleasure. Regardless of whether this vulgar artificial paradise can be obtained by force or whether its idea should remain a utopia, it is certain that systematic attempts are made to get us as close as possible to the aforementioned goal. Proof of this, for example, are those innumerable American advertising texts which, no matter what jobs and what purchases they urge us, culminate without exception in the assurance, "It's fun." The idea of maximum happiness for the maximum number of people couldn't go any lower than this. Of course, what happens in the conformist world does not end with the mention of pre-established factory work and consumption on command. Alongside this there are countless other types of businesses, including some that are accomplished by individuals. For example ours, that of the free writer. And since we produce our texts privately, like homework, sitting at our desk and in full awareness of our creative strength, apparently we are not subjected to the pressure and deception of conformity. But in the conformist system the relationships are not so simple and adialectical. The fact that a work is done privately does not prove yet, nor has it ever proven in the past, that it is not a commissioned work. After all, even the home textile workers of the 19th century were commissioned workers. The material, quality, and quantity of what was woven at home were decided by the manufacturer. The products became real only because they were taken, reworked, ratified and thrown on the market by the latter. And this type of home-based work has not yet completely fallen into disuse today. Certain authors, especially cinematographers, can be considered, despite their luxurious standard of living, proto-FO home workers of the last century. All you have to do is replace the word textiles with the word texts. But this is not the kind of home business I have in mind. In the case of the weaver and the filmmaker, these are transitional arrangements, transition between manual work and mechanical production, which are mostly recognized as compromises 26 and which entrepreneurs accept because they can already foresee their overcoming. Nothing similar in our case. The home working we are talking about here represents neither an arrangement nor a compromise. It rather comes from a principle. My hypothesis is this: those interested in the conformist system explicitly support and promote home working. And this is because they have the utmost interest in hiding that theirs is already a total system, and with it a system of total deprivation of liberty. And they succeed in this by dispersing work assignments, that is, assigning them to individuals as homework, naturally to individuals who do not know what and why they are being assigned. Our hypothesis therefore represents an avixoiof of our theory of consumption. If in this we had argued that whoever feels pleasure in the conformist system thus completes a commissioned job, disguised, i.e. assigned falsely, we now argue the same thing even on the account of those who work individually, or even of those who work alone. We argue, in short, that they too carry out a task. It is just as necessary to be wary of our isolation as of our consumption. 17.11 Dispersed consumption. There is no question that isolation, or what we have just called dispersion to characterize our individual work, occurs most evidently in consumption and can most obviously be understood by it. In what sense is consumption supposedly dispersed? The answer can be formulated as a rule. It sounds: today's supply, which has the purpose of homologation and massification, never occurs in such a way that the mass is funded as a mass, or served in some other way, but in such a way that individuals, naturally even if they are of countless singles, are served as singles. Massification is achieved in a solo way. For example, radio broadcasts are broadcast among soloists. Millions sit isolated in front of their devices and receive the broadcast in the privacy of their own homes. 27. Of course, this encouragement to isolation, of supply and reception, does not conflict with the goal of homologation. On the contrary, it is itself a tool for homologation. Its purpose is not to forge the individual or to ensure their privacy, but on the contrary to produce massification. With this, it too represents a new type of false assignment. This masking of massification as isolation is of course nothing new in conformist society. Riesman's expression lonely croived, which seems to indicate something similar, has already become fashionable. But in general this expression is used, without understanding the dialectic that lies within it, as a mere observation of the fact that we, even if we are croived, are nevertheless lonely, or even if we are lonely, we are nevertheless a crowd, and of course this is not enough. Since it is true that the measures that make us lonely have no other objective than to make us a crowd and keep us a crowd. In other words, the places where massification takes place today are no longer the sports halls or Madison Square Gardens, but private homes and homes. The performance contributions that are asked of us in the form of home consumption, and this means in the form of homework, something that has been known to us since consumption was unmasked, revealing itself as disguised work. We can therefore argue that through the dispersion we have been transformed into millions of home workers. The system uses this new massification through dispersion not only because it wants a maximum number of customers, or because new technical inventions, such as radio or television, by pure chance make this dispersion possible. On the contrary, the triumph of these inventions was only possible because they corresponded, in the most fantastic way, to the wishes of those interested in mass production, because in their eyes the only good Indian is a dead lost. But it is the only good thing because the masses that interested parties desire, and which in fact have already produced, must remain paralyzed, and that is they must not feel the lack, indeed they cannot even feel the lack of the possibility of recognizing themselves, of identifying themselves as mass or even to act as such. And the dispersed mass remains paralyzed because, despite the fact that it is made up of millions of individuals, it will be deprived of the ability to express itself with its initiative and ingenuity until it is manipulated in different hermitages, separated from each other, while a real Croived, massed in a single point, even if made up of only 1,000 demonstrators, will always have the possibility of assuming its own weight, of escaping control and setting off as a mass. There is no denying a certain admiration for the ingenuity of this mechanism of deception. Not even we, who have been made lonely, we, the victims, can deny it to him. But to be proud of such a mechanism is truly something to be pitied. And instead we are proud of it, in the dispersed form of massification to which we are used to and which we no longer even recognize as massification, we see and conquest, only this we consider worthy of a free man, or at least of a free world, while we look down with suspicion or with contempt, at best with a feeling of arrogance, to our contemporaries who, from time to time, similar to our grandparents, still take to the streets to mass or be massed as parts of a real mass. And to rule out the possibility that today we, who care so much about our progressivism, allow ourselves to be deceived by the same means that were in use or in fashion yesterday, just as we should not want to light our way by holding a torch as we cross a city shining with electric light. Among the thousand nonsense of today's humanity, perhaps there is none that is as comical as our pride. A deceived person who feels 1,000 times superior to another just because the latter lets himself be deceived in a less current way would be a character worthy of Molière, and such a character exists today in millions of copies. No stage would be large enough to adequately showcase such gigantic nonsense. We are not even mature for our being ridiculous. But, as already said, this pride doesn't just make you laugh, on the contrary, in the first place it makes you despair. It sometimes happens that real massifications arise from contradiction, therefore they are nonconformist manifestations. But if it is true that every mass action is already considered something from before yesterday or even something reactionary simply because, instead of being dispersed, it is made up of real men who really come together, then this also applies to such protests. And this in turn means that each of these events is already one anti-festum, therefore even before it begins or is opposed. Conformism could not hope for a more complete triumph. Massification through dispersion always has, at the same time, the objective of a double dispossession of power. Not only the goal of removing power from individuals with the supply of mass merchandise, which transforms them into mass beings, but, at the same time, that of taking power away from the masses with the dispersion of these commodities. The question of what is least desired today, whether the existence of real individuals or that of a real mass, is posed incorrectly. It doesn't matter if we go around as massified individuals or if we sit as a mass dismembered into individuals. All that matters is, ni fem, say un capucin. 18. The free hand. The questions, on what basis do we have the right to consider dispersion, which has just been demonstrated as the principle of our consumption, as well as the principle of our spontaneous activities, to assert that, even as creators and suppliers ourselves, we fall victim to the same illusion that we fall victim to as supplied, and that if we are active as individuals, we only carry out tasks that have been distributed to us. These questions, identical to the questions we asked at the beginning, in a certain sense have already found an answer with the image of the total conformist system that we have sketched. However, it will now have to become clearer to what extent all of this can be affirmed. The mediality. As you will recall, in one of our analyses we had come across a state of affairs which can be considered as the basic act of conformist existence, that is, in the lack of walls. This expression meant that certain categorical and Thomistical pairs, whose general philosophical anthropological validity we had not previously doubted, are no longer traceable in the existence of the conformist man. But part of these disappeared differences was also that between assets and liabilities. In fact, it was a result that pleasure, usually considered merely passive, as soon as it manifests itself in the conformist system, always becomes at the same time a work performed for that system, and as such takes an intermediate place between assets and liabilities, therefore it is medial. And on the other hand, that our activities, when they take place in the merrick world that unceasingly deceives us with advertising, are always at the same time itself acts of collaboration, and as such they are just as distant from undergoing as from doing, therefore they too are medial. In short, that mediality is present in our entire conformist existence. From this fact, however, follows the methodological judgment which is decisive for him. That is, the judgment that makes the same if a category is born on this or that branch of the conformist trunk, on that of activity or on that of passivity, that rather it is permissible to apply every activity that has found itself on a branch also to the other branch. It is legitimate because we are not dealing here with an application, in the strict sense of the word, because of application one should speak only in the case of two sections, A and B, truly different from each other. But this is not the case. In fact, A is B'ized as BAized, the activity made passive, the passivity made active. In other words, given that both A and B are medial, each category, wherever it has been found, to the extent that it is in fact worth something, is relevant for the medial roncus of our entire existence. Also for the dispersion category. Two products of great-grandchildren. The works that we produce sitting in front of our blank sheet of paper are, since we ourselves have already been produced by the products that have been incessantly supplied to us, products of beings produced by products, therefore products of great-grandchildren of the system. Even if we believe we burn with creative fury, this proves nothing against the great-grandchild character of our products. In fact, this possessive enthusiasm of ours is a product that is distributed to us as ready-made goods, so as to make us misunderstand the commissioning nature of our creative acts, thus preventing us from recognizing that our services represent only brief intermediate phases in the whole process production and distribution, only intermediate processes that had begun in the conformist system and were destined to lead back into it. Our creative acts are only moments of transmission between supply and supply, between reception and reception. In fact, our products, as soon as they are ready, end up back in the system gear. In fact, only if the system judges them worthy of being dispersed, then taken back and put into circulation, do they acquire existence in that pragmatic sense that we have already defined, only then can they appear. In other words, through the dispersion of its influences, the system has made us beings who, when they create, eo ipso create products suitable, in turn, for its distribution mechanism. 3. Variation of 2, the pre-reform. Maintaining that we, in the everyday sense of the word, are overloaded with assignments, that each of our products represents the fulfillment of a special assignment, that our freedom is clipped in every single case, that we would not even be allowed to fantasize, to support all this is far from our intentions. However, we don't need to support it. We don't need it because we are already in charge beings, even before starting, because we have our wings clipped even before they let us grow them, because the function of our imagination, this comparison demonstrates our state in the most evident way, is already a priori reduced to the function of cadence. The cadences, as is well known, appear within already established musical texts and in the points already pre-established for them. The keys with which they begin and into which they flow are always already pre-supplied, without this appearing to be a limitation. Exactly the same thing happens with our inventions and our fantasies within the conformist system. The musical text of the system is always already pre-supplied, it is always already even before we begin ours, of course, not in the sense that we would be the owners of what is supplied to us, but in the inverted sense that we defined earlier, i.e. that we are its property. However, this pre-supply is the key fact. Thanks to the global task into which they had already thrown us yesterday and the day before yesterday, thus making us trusted parts of the system, those who assign us the tasks have avoided. I hate giving us, today and then day after day, their furious assignments. It is always out of the question for us, since our doors access are completely open, since they no longer exist. Walls between us and the system, given that we live in congruence with its contents even before picking up the pen, it is always the only discussion, for us, of what we can and cannot bring to mind, which vocal register we can choose and which not, to what extent we can distance ourselves and to what extent not, and even up to what point we can or cannot go beyond the limits of the system to ensure, both for us and for others, the illusion of freedom. And we imitate more willingly because we do not notice at all the rules that are imposed, since they remain camouflaged, and precisely because we are unable to desire anything other than what we have to desire. No, the conformist system does not need to fix every single move, to dictate every single sentence, to control every word. Since it has already determined us avant la lettre, it can always allow itself to be generous, it can always remain liberal. However, it is not liberal in spite of that, but because it is a lewd system. It's not terrorist in spite of that, but because it's soft. And we are not its victims in spite of that, but because we don't feel our servitude. Does it leave our hands free for our works? Yes. Because our hands are his work. The Ideologies. 1978. Starting an ethics with the postulate of goodwill, as was done up to 175 years ago, is no longer possible today. The postulate insinuated as a natural thing that we have a will, each his own. This assumption is even expressed by those who start from the difficulty of being moral, and therefore admit that needs and inclinations, can't, mostly prevent goodwill from becoming more goodwill. What is therefore hindered, or even ruined, is always only goodwill. And only the twin pair need and inclination is always considered as the factor of the impediment. Good times, when nothing was as threatened as goodwill. Indeed, what is at stake today is the will as such. And what the threat is not limited only to our needs and inclinations. Point 1. The assumption that each of us has his own will, both under soft and hard terror, in short, in the era of influence on the masses, is just as unjustified as the assumption that each of us has his own opinion. This assumption of an own will was, for example, still expressed in the classic documents of democracy. In fact, the legitimate rights concerning the opinion recorded in these documents presuppose the freedom to have an opinion and also refer to a second freedom, that of freely expressing the opinion one is supposed to have held. This assumption has already lost ground today. That each of us somehow has opinions, this not even the most skeptical of skeptics can dispute. However, especially after Marx's deadly attack on the concept of estimates, we have become the hymns of property, extremely suspicious of having. In the end, one can also have hunger, or a tattooed private number. It is not easy to judge which haberi today is really still a haberi and not a haberi, a being had, to speak within, according to the case, against Aristippus. But it is certain that our having an opinion represents such a being had, in short, that our opinions and images of the world are shaped, that we are provided with them, in short, that my opinion is not my opinion, ours is not ours. Today, this is not only recognized as a truth but even as an undisputed truth, with which I mean that the producers of our opinions have no fear that the fact that they themselves produce our opinions will be unmasked, that they even have the right not to fear this unmasking, given that in a certain sense the victims only become aware of it for a moment, but then it remains without consequences. This judgment has only recently become banal, for example, due to the natural effect of Anglo-Saxon social science, that is, in the historical moment in which it has already begun to become ideological and the very concept of ideology has become obsolete. In fact, ideology today has itself already become an ideological word. Point 2. And this is because today's interest groups, who want to keep us in a false consciousness, can avoid providing us with false theories or artificially produced visions of the world. They can save themselves it, because the artificially produced world, especially the world of devices with which they surround us, presents itself as the world itself, therefore it blinds us so much and shapes our consciousness in such an effective way as to make the production of particular superfluous worldviews, opinion formers. Since it is within the power of these interest groups to erect multicolored walls around us, they can limit or even eliminate the functioning of those laboratories that previously produced colored ideological glasses. Nothing is so obvious to those who have consciously lived through the last few decades, not to mention the magnificence of National Socialist ideology, as the poverty of the ideological heritage in today's Western world, and in particular in the Federal Republic. Which, however, as already mentioned, this is the point on which everything depends, does not mean that the Western world or the Federal Republic are sincere or not hypocritical, but on the contrary that they, in order to achieve their goals, no longer need ideologies to the same extent that was necessary in previous times. Given that Videologico has entered directly into the world of products, in particular that of appliances, we are already in a post-ideological era. The image of this condition is the parodistic negative of that condition that Marx had in mind when he predicted that philosophy would be superseded, that is, that it would become superfluous thanks to the truth of the future situation of mankind. In a completely analogous way, the lie is now superseded by the massive non-truth of the current situation of humanity, that is, it has become superfluous. Its non-being is its no longer necessary being. It's not even necessary to lie anymore. We are often even allowed to express complete truths, given that in the context of a massively false world they remain ineffective, mere cultural values, producing a completely unreal effect. And even truths may not work as decorations, which, for example, happened to the cultural criticism of the writer of these lines. As far as opinions are concerned, the fact that, even when they are mine or yours, nevertheless represent products which, manufactured by interested parties, have been inculcated in you and me, naturally applies in the first place to the will. Ideological opinions are not simply false theories, in the most common and banal sense of the word. Nor are they, since even true statements can be used ideologically. False they are perhaps due to the fact that, although they are actually tools, they falsely present themselves as theories. Marx's unmasking of philosophies as ideologies, and his demand for unity of theory and practice, are not two disparate pieces of his doctrinal construction, but two aspects of a single thought. Ideologies are false, this too, of course, not so much because of what they affirm, as because they disguise themselves as affirmations or systems of affirmations. Even if their next goal is to produce false consciousness, in the end this too is only a tool for them, a tool which, on his part, is destined to produce false will. And this too, in the end, is only a tool, the ultimate, that is, the tool that produces false action. In other words, the purpose of the tools called ideologies is to put the doing and letting go of those who have been provided with them on a single track. False consciousness without false will would be totally without value. The truth of ideology, that is, the full fulfillment of the interiorzisk which is at the basis of its production, is the false praxis. A theoii that remains incapable of putting a single track or keeping false practice alive is therefore not a true ideology, but only 1111:1 true or false theory. However, it does not matter whether it is true or false. Arhill saw from the perspective of the producer of ideologies. What isn't useful isn't true. This phrase is not only part of the Skopsauer inventory. I read of Anglo-Saxon pragmatism, but also of the practice of totalitarian economic polity. On this point, the understanding between the two undoes is superfluous, because the unity of views is established a priori. And, at this point, it really wasn't necessary to decide any Cold War with weapons. Since it is primarily concerned with the doing and letting be of those with whom it is supplied, ideology is primarily a moral problem. There have never been ideologies that have aimed at any other objective than that of homogenizing false behavior and making the victims of ideology believe that they want, or have wanted, what they must against their own interest. The ultimate goal is to make the subjects so prepared and ready that they are no longer able to act except falsely and to be convinced, on the basis of their having done so, that they also wanted it. So that when we draw their attention to their true interests, to what they really want or should have wanted, they protest indignantly or beat us for if they were able to give expression to the secret maxim that they follow, but the fact that they succeed naturally is part of the desired condition, then they should overturn the normal order of wanting and doing, declaring, "We do it, therefore we wanted it." This is their maxim, not only when, through authoritarian pressure, they have been made followers or accomplices of a totalitarian state, but also in the same way when, falling victim to hidden persuaders, they acquire a leaven that it does not so much satisfy their hunger as the hunger for profit of production, and in fact the differences between the methods of those who propose this type of yeast today and those of the Goebbels are not very significant, both are real contemporaries. Both pursue the same goal, that of robbing us of our freedom in such a ludistic way that we don't even have the last remnant left, that is, the freedom to know about our unfreedom. The final goal consists in the intentional production of a liquidation of the will, an apathy, which however, unlike its pathological forms such as indolence or stupor, lacks the awareness of not being free. The annihilation of the will can be considered truly successful only when it is connected, in the robbed, to the illusion of self-awareness and strength, when the one who has been robbed of his will at the same time is convinced that he is just a smart fellow. Impotence and hobnailed boots are, as any former SA member can confirm, twin gifts. The boots transform the abulia wanted from above into pseudobulia. If the powerful authorizes the one he has made to become impotent to present himself as a violent person, the latter does so with the sensation of acting of his own will and with his own strength. With the help of this apathy transformed into pseudobulia, the victims who present themselves as guilty can then want and carry out actions that, after all, they shouldn't be able to want. Conformism. 1958. 1. The conformist does not conform. Among the fashionable words circulating today, there is certainly none more ambiguous than the term conformist, used by cultural journalists of all stripes. The figure that this expression intends to delimit, i.e. the man who, for reasons of convenience or cowardice, decides to homologate his actions, his opinions, his feelings, in short. 8. His lifestyle. This characterless character is not at all characteristic for today's situation. By today's situation I mean the current stage of our development, which goes through several phases, towards unfreedom, that is, the stage that followed yesterday's one, to that of the openly dictatorial and terrorist deprivation of freedom. This thesis may seem full of contradictions, but in conformity the figure of the conformist does not play a decisive role. He no longer has a decisive role. The image of the shaped world, at least that of the conformation process, is already distorted by the expression conformist. What does it mean? That today it only rarely occurs, only rarely does it need to occur, that individuals, through their own decision and own act, transform themselves into conformists. But such a transforming oneself into a conformist is mostly tacitly presupposed by those who speak of conformists. A quarter of a century ago it was customary to use the expression to homologate gleichschalten / as a reflexive verb, and therefore to speak of to homologate. With how much reason, this is a question that can remain open. However, now, our thesis is that the action that was defined with this reflexive verb today it no longer corresponds to something, that now, and with this we make our formulation positive, a new, more perfect stage of coercion has been reached, a stage in which the place previously occupied by reflexivity, at least this too, is occupied exclusively by passivity, that homologation in 99 cases out of 100 takes place in the form of being homologated, being a conformist in the form of being transformed into conformist. The assertion that the violence and deprivation of liberty that the National Socialist decade brought with it has not yet reached absolute perfection naturally sounds astounding after the monstrosities that occurred then, and even causes indignation. At the time it was probably also impossible to imagine a further increase in degradation and to concede that the last touch, the last fine-tuning for the functioning of conformity had not yet been reached. Only today are we beginning to see each other clearly. Our reasoning is very simple. As long as a dictatorial power exhorts or incites those it rapes to contribute, in some way, to their deprivation of liberty and impotence, it still grants its victims a modicum of personality. Gritted teeth, sure. This also applies when this power does not ask the subject thus incited to do anything else than to transform himself into an official executing his own elimination, and therefore to invest all the force he can mobilize in the self-elimination. National Socialism did just that, at least in its early years. His motto then could have been, be man enough to no longer be a person. What it required was the sacrifice the suicide of the person. Such requests today are out of the question. Life has become more comfortable. But perhaps not because the integrity of the person is guaranteed, or again guaranteed. Quite the contrary, because today, in our most perfect stage, the personality is erased, because enslavement, i.e. the non-existence of the person, can already be considered as a fait accompli. In such circumstances, explicit obedience, which realizes servitude, has become superfluous. Therefore, orders and prohibitions become useless. Therefore it is no longer necessary for them to be issued and carried out as orders and as prohibitions. In fact, since the person no longer exists, the call for moral suicide would not reach or would no longer concern anyone. No shooting on corpses. Naturally, where orders as orders and prohibitions as restrictions are no longer necessary, the impression arises that orders and prohibitions do not exist anymore, therefore, the illusion of freedom. This illusion is the great chance of those who are interested in the production of perfect unfreedom. And it cannot be said that they do not make it a profit. In reality, the person's deprivation of liberty goes hand in hand with videology of the person's liberty, and the abolition of freedom is mostly done in the name of freedom. Already this first sketch shows us a very intricate situation, my situation which requires careful elucidation. But this elucidation is not so easy. At first glance the attempt fails. And it fails for a particular reason. However clear the image we have sketched may be, it always seems the clear image of a non-clarity. Neither of the two figures that interest us, neither that of the dominator nor that of the dominated, seems to really take shape. The classic master-servant relationship, so clearly articulated, remains in the fog even before being completely obscured in the well-known dialectical way. In reality, we are only able to proceed when we decide to identify this same fog as a piece of recognized reality. This piece of today's reality, to tell the truth not entirely unknown but never expressly thematized or even just labeled, could be called social agnosticism. This expression is intended to highlight the fact that the company's role holders do not recognize each other in their roles. Or they don't even recognize, as happens in the majority of cases today, their own roles, therefore themselves. This fact had been partially described by Marxism. When Marx attacked the lack of class consciousness, he fought against the fact that the holder of the role proletariat did not recognize his own role. Such agnosticism, however, is only a quarter of all social agnosticism. In fact, its complete scheme shows four blindnesses. First blindness, the dominator, i.e. the rapist, does not recognize in the dominated, i.e. the raped, the one who is dominated, i.e. raped, by him. Second blindness, the ruler does not recognize the ruler in himself. Third blindness, the dominated does not recognize in the dominator the one who dominates. Fourth blindness, the dominated does not recognize the dominated in himself. A provisional example will illustrate this incomprehensible scheme in its formalism. The suppliers of the products, especially the phantom products one promoted by the mass media, do not recognize that by supplying them they render us deprived and incapable of experience, that they deprive us of the freedom to formulate judgments that shape and dominate us. Rather, they feel they are just supplying us. And we consumers too remain blind because we do not recognize that our suppliers make us deprived and incapable of experience, that we are defrauded of the freedom to formulate judgments, that we are shaped and dominated. Rather we too think, in fact, of only being supplied. This first example already calls attention to the roots of the fourfold blindness. If the master-slave relationship remains so inarticulate, it is because of the supply. It is precisely this last which makes it superfluous to impose orders and prohibitions qua orders and prohibitions. This is what, like a disguise, makes P possible in the visibility of rules and prohibitions. 11. Disguise is called the world, by which I mean the universe of products, and particularly of appliances, which is imposed on us. This already contains in itself all the duty necessary today. The offer die gave / already contains all the obligations die aufgeben / The barrier between the two Kantian worlds is overcome. What is offered and delivered is presented eo ipso as binding. And to look for a duty beyond this monistic world that stands in a neutral way against being and ought is considered something either exalted or subversive. But this universe of products supplied to us is binding, because it determines what we do and don't do, what we must or must not do, what we can and cannot do, in short, our whole lifestyle, so entirely determined that we not only lose the will to escape this determination, but we even become incapable of perceiving or recognizing our determination in any way. Consequently, today's rules and prohibitions are, without exception, secret rules and prohibitions. Rules and prohibitions that are issued without the recipients are aware of this in any way. Of course, they are norms. Secret prohibitions of a very particular kind, since they come served almost automatically by the recipients, despite the fact that these I do not recognize them as norms and as prohibitions. The igno I2n/ is required because it brings with it not only disobedience on the contrary, also the premises of obedience. Therefore, the principle that ignorance of the law does not protect against damnation becomes superfluous. Or put another way, since these laws are already contained in their products, they are observed in the same way as sugar-coated pills are swallowed by sick people. When the products are consumed, and we are not free not to consume them, because we are unable to live outside our world, norms are also swallowed up. The expression, the world has been offered to us has an ominous double meaning. It is offered to us geboten, that is, not only in the sense of the participle of to offer by it and / but also that of command by it and /. But whoever swallows orders without perceiving either the action of the swallower or what he has swallowed, is swallowed by the offerer without perceiving his being swallowed. This is not a second reality, actually the same, only that it is seen from a diametrically opposite position. In other words, it is not only part of the ideal of today's age that we consume in such a way that the act of consuming and the food consumed are not perceived, therefore in the smoothest, most effortless, most residue-free, most narcotic way possible. With this observation, our situation is only half described. Since this ideal exists only for the sake of a second ideal and through the latter it acquires meaning. That is, we must, and this is part of the essence of today's situation, to be consumed in such a way that our being consumed is not even perceived by us, therefore in the smoothest, most effortless, most residue-free, most narcotic way possible. And, in the best of cases, not even those who swallow realize that they are swallowing us. This is the possibility mentioned in the first two versions of the four blindnesses. We were saying that it is extremely difficult to transgress the rules offered by the products. This occurs because it is not simply a matter of a certain number of products that, like buoys in the ocean, roam in a medium free of products, but because the products as a whole form a cohesive system, without welding, without gaps, and without windows, such a complete system that we are entitled to call this totality a world or a universe. These expressions, which we had already used, were therefore not meant metaphorically. The subjective criterion of the completeness of the world of products consists in the fact that we who live in it are prevented from even imagining that this world could be different or that there could even be other worlds. Point to this impediment, the world that is provided to us grants it by playing. And precisely because it fills us with such an overabundance of products, or, with another image, because it always plugs from the very beginning all the cracks in the walls through which, perhaps, we could take a look at other variants of existence and of the world. Point 3 Overabundance is the mother of lack of imagination. Wherever we reach out, we always find something to grab which, like goods ready for delivery, asserts its claims in an ironclad way, which therefore, since it already conceals its own rules, excludes the idea of something else. The current situation of Midas. This completeness of the world of products subspecie tempo becomes perfectly plausible. This world is not offered and supplied only from time to time but, as the radios of our neighbors mercilessly demonstrate, continuously, therefore also in the so-called leisure time. Apart from sleep, for it no longer leaves empty spaces of time, because of it we are unable to intuit nor to lead any other life. And with this, unfreedom is immediately defined, since it is nothing other than the elimination of the subjunctive and free time. Point 5. Let's summarize. As an offer /geboten, the whole world establishes in such a total way the actions, opinions, feelings that concern us, in short, our entire lifestyle, that our obedience is guaranteed without we realize that we perceive an order as an order. Just as refueling is the order we receive, so the consumption of what has been supplied to us is our obedience. This was the situation I was referring to when I initially stated that, compared to today's type of robbery of freedom, the one practiced by open dictatorships was still imperfect. The pinnacle of perfection is therefore reached when the apparatus of violence not only renders the violent unsuspecting but, as the greater than one we asserted just now, even the holders of the violence itself, when idly they do not know, or no longer know what they are doing, that is, mix with the very touch of providing. And this is the currently dominant situation. Since today there is nothing that could not be interpreted with a better conscience, it can be said with certainty that in no age has dominion been exercised with such a good conscience as in ours. Point 6. 2. What is experienced is not experienced. What makes any custom superior to any legal code is the fact that it is valid because, as they say, one cannot do igilisto or that, while the code of laws exclusively establishes one what is not lawful to do, it's also what makes today's power, dominant through the world of products and appliances, superior to the old-style dictatorships that carried out their acts of violence one at a time. And just as little as those who live within a complex of customs perceive the custom itself, in any case, I don't perceive it as a restriction of their doing or not doing, at most as its track, just as little does the conformed perceive today the scheme of equipment that binds his actions, his feelings, his opinions and as impediment or subtraction of his freedom. In other words, we are shaped through a process whose effect remains imperceptible to us, whose effect, in short, we are unaware of. And we don't realize it due to the simple fact that it is more than a single process, or a process that we understood as a single repressive measure. Rather, it is the uninterrupted process, ultimately nothing but the modus of how one is treated, in which we permanently experience, i.e., by which we are permanently impressed. And precisely for this reason, it is not the we experience, in the sense that we do not appear. For what one permanently experienced, in the sense of being impressed, one does not experience, in the sense of appearing. The conditions of experience, they are not the objects of experience. The pressure of the ocean, which deep-sea fish permanently experience, that is, by which they are permanently affected, they do not experience it, in the sense that they do not perceive it. Rather, this pressure has been part of their movement mechanism since the beginning, indeed of the entire structure of their bodies. The scheme of coercion has become the sine qua non of their life, so that, when they are hoisted on board by the fishermen, they explode. Similarly, those who walk do not experience the reality of gravitation, and certainly not as a special measure of coercion that affects him. Rather, the reality of gravitation is calculated from the outset in the act of his walking, indeed already in the structure of his body, so that if the gravitational force were to fail, he would no longer be able to stand. The same is also true of certain man-made artificial conditions. In our existence, the modus with which we are treated and to which we are permanently subjected is already calculated. Therefore, we do not experience it, or at most, we do it only when it temporarily fails. In fact, only absence makes visible the daily presence. And then this modus appears to us as the indispensable being, like this sosen of life itself. This would, in fact, appear to us as soon as any catastrophe eliminates the pressure that shapes us daily through radio, television, advertising, etc. Or if, this is a completely new type of strike, which is looming on the horizon as possible, those who provide us with the images, to scare consumers, that is to say, the entire population, overnight stop the deliveries. Such a strike from above would have the same effect, there can be no doubt about this, as a cosmic calm. The population would find itself in panic and distress, and in the end would ask, begging, for pardon. 7. However, nothing is further away from the consumer who sits his 20 hours a week in front of the receiving apparatus than to consider this being supplied as suffering and coercion, although this is pure passivity, therefore pure tolerating. Rather, this time of consumption represents his life, even the sweet life of him. If we ask ourselves what are the different functions performed by men in a conformist society, the answer is, regardless of those who are interested in producing a conforming society, therefore in conforming their neighbors, society is made up of conformans and conli *1 inhale. That is to say, partly by individuals who they are meant to be. NIIL or Metai, and in part by others whose manipulation has already been com I1111a. Of course, this does not imply that humanity MLUINA is divided into two distinctly separate groups: compliant goods, ready for use, or raw material of individuals not yet minted because non-compliant. Rather, everyone always belongs 1 mile temporarily to both groups, given that within the LOI conformist there is no one who in some way is not already conformed, and given that, on the other hand, there is still no osity perfectly shaped as to not need, thanks to an ongoing formation, a conformatio continua, to get out of the way and be adapted to ever new situations. When, instead of conformity and conformity, we talk about the conformists, not only is an inaccurate expression used but mishi, as we have already mentioned at the beginning, misleading. In fact, in the way it is assumed that the individual has the choice to conform or not. In short, it does not matter whether consciously and unconsciously, that freedom which sets itself the task of eliminating conformism, a freedom which the latter has already concretely and completely eliminated. In a certain sense, therefore, the concept of conformist, we noted it at the beginning, already represents a denial of the reality of conformism. Denial or falsification which, however, is the work of conformism itself, that is to say, whoever talks like this is already compliant. Since one of the favorite occupations, one of the fundamental acts of deception of conformism consists precisely in this, in branding individuals as conformists, indeed, even, in making them pass, in a certain sense, as voluntary conformists, and thereby concealing that conformism attempts to make everyone conform. In reality, conformism thrives in the best way where it leaves the illusion of freedom to those who have already deprived of freedom, or inoculates them with this illusion, where he successfully convinces the individual to parrot an individual vocabulary, a vocabulary that just because of this parrot-like repetition refutes itself. Those powers that implement conformity will become, so irresistible is their performance, victims of their own activity of conformity. They are cemented in the homogeneous mass that they themselves produce, they believe their own lies, and, when they speak, they do it like parrots. However, nothing would correspond less to the intentions of the zeitgeist, which are developing towards a total unfreedom, than the fact that it was really the individuals who homogenized themselves. Because the goal that the spirit of the time has set for itself, and for the realization of which it has left no stone unturned, instead consists in the situation of reduced spontaneity, of completely suffocated self-awareness, of an absolute lack of conscience. But this means, apart from the fact that the zeitgeist tries to blind itself, that it does not allow any individual to know what it does. and it is certainly capable of achieving this state of affairs, because it can certainly prevent the individual from doing what he still does in the true meaning of the term. In fact, this condition has already been fulfilled, since instead of who does, or even who acts, it has replaced only who collaborates. Den nur mit zu enden / has erased the boundary line between activities and passivity, and instead of the two different provinces he brought to power the only neutral province of mediality. 8 Even the discourse of his freedom the individual does only with. When she brags about her individuality about him, she's always repeating what he's heard on the subject on the radio. And even when he speaks of freedom, it is not really he who speaks, rather he renders the words that he has received and consumed. What is true for the ultimate goal that conformism has set for itself naturally also already applies for the road that leads to that goal. Not even the path that leads to addiction must be traveled independently. But insisting here again on making a difference between the way and the goal makes no sense, given that everyone already finds himself in a conformist situation which, on his part, serves as a step towards a higher stage of conformity. In any case, the path towards conformity is not taken backwards due to the fact that we as individuals deliver ourselves and homogenize ourselves with a conscious act, a precise sacrificium individuationis or intellectus. As already said, this via crucis would be in contradiction with the final objective 9, since it would assume autonomous subjects, who sacrifice themselves spontaneously, and true, albeit bad, characters. Instead, imperceptibly, we are more and more conformed, since we are already more or less medial and conformed. And the more perfectly we are, the less we suspect anything of our condition, also because with the growth of conformity, our memory of non-conformed men atrophies more and more. In reality, not even a dream would a conformist label another with the epithet of conformist. 10. One of the essential tasks of the mechanism of conformity consists in this, in remaining unknown to the conformans and the conformed. The description of him, at any rate his critical description, must not reach the ear of the conformist. The task and effect of the conformation mechanism is not limited only, as is usually believed, to making all those whom it intends to make become its victims react immediately and in the same way. No less essential for this mechanism is that its conformans, that is, everyone, remain absolutely distant from the knowledge of determined situations, and therefore to prevent them from somehow finding themselves in the situation of. And in this sense, in the situation of conformity, this situation itself must remain not given. The night is good for not seeing the night, molestion. But where the voices of non or nonconformism nonetheless manage to make themselves heard with some surprising thesis, a general defensive reaction sets in, and precisely a defensive reaction of the type known to us at the origins of psychoanalysis, a reaction, in fact, whose motivation and vehemence can only be explained with the help of the theory against which the defense is directed, a defense, therefore, that confirms the thesis. A multi-voiced choir that affirms homophonically, we are not conformist, confirms what it denies through the way in which it denies it. 11. Sometimes the denial takes on, it is true, slightly more subtle forms. The reality of conformism is not denied, but the right to give too much importance to this reality, and to consider it as something new. What do you really want? They say then, as if conformism hadn't always existed, yes, always / and precisely under the name of custom. As long as it was called with this very decent name, except when it involved superstitious customs, it didn't make you mad, you philosophers. Often it was even seen by you as a guarantee of order and urbanity. Because instead, just today, at the beginning of our first paragraph, we stated that today's conformism, unlike that of the time of the dictatorship behind us, is no longer born out of an active and much less conscious homologation. In this reflective sense, homologation has become superfluous, being homologated has taken its place. Added to this is the fact that the leading personalities, on whom the dictatorships had still been dependent, have now become superfluous. In fact, what makes us compliant is no longer a who, but a what, the universe of appliances made up of identical pieces of sirens, wherefore apparatus one should not think in a specific sense only of the machines that produce but equally to all supply tools, such as the radio station, even to all today's products in their combined game. They are the dictators of today. In fact, each luminaire carries within it a precise instruction and a precise claim. And on the basis of this binding claim to treatment and use, it prevents us from reacting in our own way. In other words, we are deprived of the possibility of reacting to them individually or of using them individually, for example of playing with them as one plays a piano. To attempt such a thing would be sheer madness. A hand-carved and painted radio set, which I saw in a farmhouse in Styria, was from a historical philosophical point of view the most absurd object I have ever seen. What is true for individual luminaires, which then, strictly speaking, do not exist at all, 12 naturally also applies, a fortiori, to all the devices that surround us. Since it commits us to even the most specific things, and commits us all almost identically, we are deprived of the ability to respond in this way or that. In short, the world of appliances homogenizes us in a more dictatorial, irresistible, and irreversible way than terror, or the vision of the world subjected to the terror of a dictator, could ever could. Nowadays, Hitler and Stalin are superfluous. And if someone were to add, unfortunately, this word obviously would mean nothing more than unfortunately the conformist society now works so smoothly and so automatically that it can allow itself the luxury of doing without a commanding voice or of the hands of a dictator who rules with terror. Perhaps this description of the new stage of our unfreedom will appear exaggerated. But it is certainly no more exaggerated than my other descriptions of our situation today. What is called tomorrow today will be called today tomorrow, and what today seems an exaggeration will appear as an objective description tomorrow. The excursus on exceptions. In truth, it is true, as it is said in one of the most reliable Mollusic chronicles, that today, in the era in which conformism flourishes, in reality, there are no more conformists. It is not even necessary that there are. Therefore there are no people who homologate themselves for reasons of opportunism, security, and comfort. Those who demand are only still coni ermundi and conformed, men who must be conformed and such that, without knowing how this happened to them, are already conformed. But there are exceptions, and these receptions must not be kept silent. First of all, I am thinking, in this context, of a precise species of cultural publicists, who expressly approve the tendency towards homologation, and who make the defense of the situation, undoubtedly dominant, their main, presumably unpopular, task. Which can remain open here. In any case they are very ambiguous types because, despite their homologation, with their style and their linguistic choices they demonstrate how they are interested in being part of the spiritual elite, i.e. nonconformists, of militia. The self-contradiction of their activity, or rather, the feeling of dishonesty inevitable in an activity full of contradictions like theirs, forces them to shout till they become hoarse, therefore, never to give their arguments an ease that seems credible. Regardless of the advantages that approval as such always brings with it, there are two main objectives that they pursue with their action which, since it is in any case dominant, does not need intercession. First, they hope to convince the compliant reader that they are taking up a very unpopular cause, then they demonstrate uncommon civil courage. Secondly, they hope to flatter the compliant reader, that is, to communicate to him the proud feeling of being, as a conformist, a man in one piece, and to answer himself, in person, for his own conformity, that is, for his non-being itself. Therefore, a certain refinement cannot be denied to these supporters of homologation. Today, this is how their false audacious forays begin. Today, given that everyone distrusts conformity and it has become a thankless, if not downright risky, undertaking to break a spear in favor of conformity, this is the tone with which they insinuate, to completely confuse the situation, that the vast majority of their contemporaries are nonconformists and that conformists are rare and daring exceptions. The favorite enemies of these publicists are, as already mentioned, the philosophers of culture, who for the most part contemptuously address the former as professional cultural critics, like scratchers who, as payment for their work, always take an honorary. Evidently, with this joke they hope to make compliant readers laugh, who otherwise have nothing to say against earning money. In any case, more decisive is the fact that they represent professional cultural critics as immature and fearful, that is, that they reproach them for lacking the courage to break into reality as men, to say yes no matter what and to joyfully collaborate with it. Truly, the reversal of the facts could not be greater. While they represent their own homologation as a risky and audacious conversion of the spirit to reality, they give nonconformism the appearance of cowardice or immaturity. Point 13. The Frontier. 1979. When 20 years ago, on the occasion of the Anti-Atomic Congress in Tokyo, I declared that the concept of frontier, and with it that of the sphere of exclusively national responsibilities, would soon become obsolete, given that the radioactive precipitations would not give a damn what ground to be considered from here and which from there. At first I was ignored, since people who were interested only in technical, political, and intellectual issues, not philosophical ones, had come to the Congress. Some of our very patriotic hosts were deeply frightened when I declared that even the concept of sovereignty would become relative, given that the effects of what man would have done at home would then take place in other countries. The effects of atomic experiments are not, in truth, the only reason for the end of the validity of the concept of frontier. Thus, today it is impossible for the government of the German Democratic Republic to boss around its citizens, who spend a large part of their free time in the Federal Republic, that is, sitting in front of televisions that mediate their participation in life, in politics, in the taste, to the language over there. Even electromagnetic waves do not care about political boundaries. To the point that the teenagers of the Democratic Republic already dress exactly like those of the Federal Republic. A photograph from a Scandinavian illustrated magazine shows the boys of the Democratic Republic who not only wear blue jeans, which would not be so dangerous in the eyes of the regime, although this ragged fashion contradicts the imperative of accuracy water and soap in force there, but one of boys photographed even wears a t-shirt printed on Jawa University. It is irrelevant whether this American shirt was smuggled across the border, or if it arrived there as a gift, or if the boy made it himself, according to a model seen on television. The fact is that in the electronic age, almost nothing corresponds to the concept of frontier. Even when it was built, the Berlin Wall was the most obsolete construction of the 20th century. The fashion for dialect poetry is absurd, which has been going international for about 10 years. When the representatives of this new fashion arrive at their meeting place in New Delhi in a jet from Franconia, the Basque Country, Brazil, or Burma, they contradict their way of traveling, with this convenient border hopping, the very purpose of the journey, which consists in the discussion and glorification of the limited. Provincials of all countries, unite. But they manage to meet, in New Delhi, only with the help of interpreters or because they all distort the same language, English, which is understandable beyond all borders and is the negation of the limited. It is completely excluded that they read each other's provincial texts, since none of them would understand the other, and even the cultured language of one, hostile to every dialect, would remain incomprehensible to the other. This is the third example of the dialectic of the border today. The private one. 1958. 1. Not only does the affirmation apply, the world is supplied in the house, but also, the house is delivered to the world. In the first volume 2 I described how, through radio and television, the events and objects of the world are supplied into the house just like gas and water, and how the outside world, given that it is made to pass into our room overcoming the widest distances and crossing the most massive walls, loses both its external character and its reality, and therefore no longer comes towards us as world. Indeed, not even simply as an image of the world, but rather as a third thing, as something sui generis, as a ghost of the world, a ghost which in turn functions as a matrix, that is, it shapes us, the actual consumers, as well as influencing the organization of events, and because of this it actually surpasses many pieces of the so-called world in pragmatic reality. Given that this replenishment of man with ghosts of the world does not represent a bizarre event, but a process that has completely changed the relationship between man and the world, a fundamental philosophical significance is attributed to it. But this does not mean that our current existence is exclusively a system of refueling processes or even a single gigantic refueling. In fact, there is a complementary process that shapes our existence in a no less decisive way than the supply, that is, the delivery of men to the world. Often, in truth, the two processes are not only complementary processes but rather moments of a single process of transfer, which at the same time contains the men or the group of men. A as supplied consumer good and group of men B as supplied consumers. In such cases of transfer it would be idle to want to find out whether it is a question of supply or delivery. The so-called live visits, so loved by viewers, illustrate what we mean. It is known that in the United States there are television shows, for example Persodi to Persodi or Strikitna, in which the real domestic life of real people or real families is broadcast to millions of viewers. For example, we are sitting here in front of the television in New York, the door of the house or apartment of the anonymous family X or of the famous actor Y opens on the television screen, guided by them we go around the house. 3 members of the house introduce themselves or are introduced to us, Fido jumps in front of us, as if we were old neighbors, school, sexual and even problems. Yes, wonderful. Financial problems are spread out in front of us in the most confidential way. Of course, this nonchalance isn't ideal either, given that the people we are supplied with deliver themselves, therefore they are our willing victims. Supply and delivery optimum is only achieved if those who are delivered are just as little informed as the other goods about the fact that they are being delivered and they can do nothing against it. Therefore, if, as regularly occurs in broadcasts such as This Is Your Life, they are lured, under any pretext, to a place where without knowing it they find themselves under the eye of a camera because they're for them, or, indeed, not for them but for TV customers, an extraordinarily exciting event is prepared, which is immediately transmitted to customers in the freshest state, including convulsive screams, tears or fainting. Thus, for example, situations have been arranged, real acknowledgements in the sense of Aristotelian poetics, in which members of a family who, separated for decades and stranded in the farthest corners of the world, would no longer have dared to hope to meet again, they suddenly found themselves facing each other again. Where before, in more naive times, stories like these were made more attractive with the assurance that they were true to life, now the true life. There must be progress. Is really made, so that the unacted cry, the real tear, the actual fainting, this arranged reality turns out to be a story and as such, that is, in a phantom condition, manly offered and consumed. 4 In short, the spectator has been transformed into a cannibal of ghosts, who devours the images of his fellows fallen one into the trap of the camera, and who becomes nervous, and even one the tour feels deceived, if sometimes, for whatever reason, the meal occurs it is late on its usual hours, or even fails. In other words, the meeting or visiting social situations are transformed into consumption processes in which, respectively, one is depicted as delivered, the other as supplied, one as a consumption product, the other as consumer. 5 Our neighbors therefore also form part of the goods with which we are returned, we are all virtually eaters and at the same time the food of others. This is why the situation is cannibalistic. No one who does not take both of these cannibalistic processes into account at the same time, eating and being eaten, can get a complete idea of our current existence. Today's thief steals without stealing, in fact he is only a thief of images. However, we don't always know that we are delivered and are consumed. First of all, without knowing it, we are acoustically delivered. I'm referring to the fact that today it is possible and usual, with the help of so-called tapping, to intercept our speeches and our noises, even the most intimate ones. No. I hear objection. It is wrong to talk about a real delivery. Just as the world broadcast by radio or television does not cease to exist where it really exists only because it flows into our room, therefore he does not cease to be what is behind his reproductions, so we do not cease to be ourselves if someone taps our voice to transfer it to another place or to many other places. And just as the world transferred to our homes via radio or television is not the real world, but its elusive double, so we, even if we are intercepted, are not really taken away, therefore delivered in the physical sense. So far the objection. But these analogies are false, the objection misses the mark. And it misses the mark for the following two reasons. 1. It is not true that the originals of the objects and events that are supplied to us at home remain intact behind their reproductions, that they remain what they are, that in the consumerist cosmos there are things in themselves. It is rather true that they are influenced by the fact that they are reproductions, indeed, already by their availability for reproduction, which transform in favor of their reproductions. Thus, for example, a session of Parliament or of the court shared with millions of television viewers takes place differently than if it were to take place without being so exhibited. Therefore, it is not at all equivalent to a real reality. 2. It is not true that those who secretly listen to us or who preserve our discourses in lasting object form, that is, recordings, receive or have in their hands only reproductions of us. The voice they hear or possess can, it is true, be only reproduction. But, from a pragmatic point of view, this only means nothing. They effectively have what is verbally communicated to them, and with this they effectively have ours as well. It is therefore true that we, real men, due to the fact that reproductions of us find ourselves under the discretionary power of others, actually fall under the discretionary power of others, who are really handed over, for example, privately or commercially or politically blackmailable. The results of the ghosting company are new realities. We will soon be aware of data confirming this. So the hypothesis according to which, although robbed, defrauded, robbed or even robbed, we remain intangible and ourselves, is false. It is important to underline this, since attempts are made to convince us of our intangibility to make us indolent, and because this indolence is part of the fundamental existential lies of our age. The function of this lie consists in this, that it renders harmless, or even invisible, the radically changed situation into which we have fallen. However, our situation has changed due to the following facts. 1. That there is an absolutely new type of thief, the image thief, that is, a crime against property that had never occurred before, the theft of images. 2. That we are exposed to a totally new danger, that of being robbed of our appearance and our speeches. This is in fact the typical chance of the thief in the age of reproduction, given that he can limit himself to appropriating images of men and things instead of men and things. For each theft he can sustain, indeed, he can even convince himself, that he doesn't steal, in any case that he doesn't really steal. The scope of that possibility is enormous. In history, there have probably been only a few occasions for hypocrisy endowed with such a seductive force, and only a few that have been used in such a generalized way and in such depth. In fact, from the possibility of stealing images with a good conscience, a regular iconocleptomania has developed, i.e. the habit and craving to steal their appearance from the things of the world, especially those of which one does not own, and to consider this appearance, that is, its images, as property. 6. It is not only single individuals who succumb to this iconocleptomania, not only this or that criminal, but all of us. Each of us is used to rummaging in the world's department store, taking away the pieces that catch the eye, and keeping close, precisely in images, those famous contemporaries that he would like to have or sell. And none of us come to suspect that we are committing a crime against property. Everyone deludes themselves rather than leaving the originals in the status quo and where they were before the theft. 7. The chance enjoyed by the photographer or eavesdropper, who limits himself to stealing our reproductions, or our conversations, is therefore that of not stealing while stealing. This not is the essential point. It is to this non that each of us can refer and which gives our hypocritical age its good conscience and its halo. The businessman whose phone is intercepted by a snooper does not have his wallet stolen. No. The girl who is photographed in a cheesecake position from a hiding place is not being robbed of her virginity. No. Apart from the fact that the stock of recorded magnetic tapes has increased by a couple of meters and that there are a couple more films in the world, it therefore seems that absolutely nothing has happened. No, absolutely nothing. Indeed, it is not only we who are unsuspicious. Not only do we, the victims, seem to continue to live after the crime against property exactly as before, that is, without realizing the loss. Not even thieves and robbers realize it, given that, although they have enriched themselves with a piece of loot, nothing they have in their hands is missing from another. Just as nothing has happened to us, so they have done nothing, they have done us nothing wrong. While their classic ancestors, the honest robbers and snatchers, caused unequivocal states of fact, i.e. situations in which the objects stolen were actually missing from the victims, their great-grandchildren of today create a completely confused situation, in which whoever was robbed, i.e. we, who do not notice the subtraction of the image at all, have the impression that they lack nothing, in short a situation in which, paradoxically, there is a lack of missing. While the ancestors knew very exactly what they were doing when they stole Louis d'Oro or pocket watches, their great-grandchildren who, by photographing or recording, produce only reproductions of their victims, remain so terribly free of doubts and suspicions that with the best conscience of the world can continue to ply their trade. When asked for explanations, they can always wash their hands in their innocence and invoke an alibi. And that is always, this is an additional peculiarity, to their victim's alibi, therefore to our alibi, given that they always have the possibility, by pointing to us, of not proving it, that is, of proving that we are not in their hands, but alibi, that is, elsewhere, precisely where we are really, and that we continue to live unchanged, undisturbed, without verifiable losses, just as we lived before the crime against property took place. In short, it seems absolutely impossible to talk about who is responsible for an act, a misdeed, a fault, reasons for shame and repentance. Nothing is more difficult than analyzing, gradually, the relationship between the historical condition of technology and that of morality. We haven't learned how to do it yet. Therefore our assertion that the processes of reproduction which have become normal in our age are on the verge of atrophying our consciousness and our sense of guilt appears surprising. We will have to reflect on this. 3 eavesdropping devices are totalitarian. The expression handing over of man to the world seems to be just another formula for political totalitarianism, that is, for that system in which not only everything that the individual must do is already established, but also all that he does and what happens to him must be handed over to the eye of power, that is, controlled. In fact, it is no coincidence that total regimes of all colors have eagerly taken possession of the tools we will talk about here, at least of those devices which, even before full perfection was achieved, promised to ensure maximum control. But on the contrary, it is also true that society which dares to make use of such devices gets into the habit, and is even forced, to get into the habit, of considering man as totally delivering them, in short, someone whose delivery is permitted, and thus runs the risk of slipping into totalitarianism. Even political. 8 This danger is so serious because, as we have seen, technical inventions are never just technical inventions. Nothing is more deceptive than the philosophy of technology, in truth very rarely expressed expressly, and yet assumed to be natural both on the right and on the left, a philosophy that maintains that the appliances would be morally neutral, therefore they would be freely available for any use, the only thing that matters would be how we use them, the use we make of them afterwards, whether a moral or immoral, human or inhuman, democratic or anti-democratic use. This thesis, widespread, must be fought. And it must be so because it grants eo ipso precedence to any device and defines the philosopher as a latecomer. Because he insinuates that the formulation of the moral problem must always and only come at a later time. But this is how the capitulation of morals is pronounced. In fact, the moralist, in this way, is liquidated with the miserable task of granting his consent to that already existing reality which is the apparatus, it does not matter which one, or, at best, with the task of explaining to his contemporaries how and why they should use their own devices or how and why they shouldn't. Or, put another way, the thesis of the moral neutrality of the devices must be fought for this, because it is an illusion. The Homo technicus abandons himself to this illusion only because he feels the need to maintain a good conscience towards all of his devices, which accumulate day by day until they overwhelm him. But that we remain free in relation to the devices we have built and can choose or determine the ways to use them, this is simply false. It is rather true that every appliance, as soon as it exists and for the simple fact that it works, is already a method of use in itself, that each appliance, due to its particular work performance, always already plays a decisive role, social, moral, and political. And finally it is true that we are always already shaped by every device we use, no matter what we intend to use it for or suppose to use it for. Indeed, it does not matter within which political economic system we use it, given that every device presupposes /voraussetzt/ or establishes setzt / a specific relationship between us and our like, between us and things, between things and us. Therefore, each appliance is already its own use. I have tried to document this unfortunate thesis in the first volume, p. 99. And done with the example of television, from which the following resulted. It doesn't matter what man achieves through television, whether an atomic explosion, the crowning of a queen or a beauty contest, and it doesn't matter who is sitting in front of the television screen, whether the farmer of a Siberian kolkhoz or a London tailor or the owner of a gas station in Colorado. The fact that events reach us in a phantom state, deprived of reality, that the consumption of ghosts replaces a real experience of the world remains the same in any case, it, and it alone, is the one who decides, what shapes and transforms man, that which affects his relation to the world and the relation of the world to him. This had been the thesis of my essay on the effects of supplying man with ghosts. But we don't see why this thesis should apply only to the devices treated in that essay, i.e. the refueling devices. If its general validity is assumed, this also applies to delivery devices. If there are men who are basically controllable and deliverable to their fellow men or to a power, that is, considered and treated as beings that must be delivered, and if they now live as controllable or deliverable beings, or actually controlled or delivered, then it doesn't matter who is delivered, for what purpose they are delivered, within which political system they are delivered, a specific modus of being is already pre-established in the world. 0 better than our unfree being in the world, a modus that differs so radically from previous ways, that the idea that with the help of these devices one could conserve the previous or main ways. 1. The principles of being in the world, even the principles of democracy or of human freedom, are no less senseless than the idea that with the help of atomic energy it is possible to modernize the extraction of coal and of oil and thereby preventing atomic energy from triumphing over these older methods of energy production, and no less senseless than the idea that, with the help of camping equipment, the kind that are already ready for sale, the ancient spirit of the American pioneers could be revived. From a historical philosophical point of view, these ideas are naive. In fact, what wins out in such cases is always the formative force of the medium as a medium, and, to compete with this force, the force of the goal to which one thinks one aspires is never sufficient. We had opened the course of reflections in this paragraph with the affirmation that interception devices are ipso facto of totalitarian use. But why am I? They are so because they erase, or at least correct, a metaphysical fact which opposes resistance to the totalitarian claim. The metaphysical fact in question is that of individuation, that is, the fact that man, like any other being, insofar as he is in principle a discretum, something isolated, or at least also something isolated. This ontological fact of the single being means that each one, whether he likes it or not, represents a reserve, like an island defended by walls, and thus opposes the claim of omnipresence and omnipotence of the total state. Or, More sharply formulated, although the total state includes individual beings within itself, they remain outside of it, there remain gaps in its continuum, white spots on its geographical map, they remain, for it, inaccessible and unreachable. I call this unattainability of the part through the whole internal transcendence. Benn transcendence. 9 In the eyes of the whole, therefore of the total state, this internal transcendence represents a defect, both its own and that of one of its parts, i.e. of being single. The whole could be considered successful as an ideal only if its geographical map did not show any white spots, if solidity, continuity, and monolithicism were due to it, if it existed. 0 as a being that exists in an Eleatic way, preventing any individuation, or, which amounts to more or less the same thing, if it could match its own individuals, or if the latter were in themselves so condescending as to exist coram, that is, in a transparent way and without walls. 10 In short, the total state would be perfect only if there were absolutely no discretion, in the sense of the philosophy of science, not to mention autonomy, private intimacy in the psychological sense. Now, to the totalitarian power which is interested in nothing other than getting what it has asked for, naturally the theoretical observations matter little. Therefore, in the fact of isolation he does not see simply a defect, not simply a metaphysical fact, but a scandal, and not so much a scandalous fatum as a scandalous factum. 11 If it depended on him, and if he were allowed to express in words his moral metaphysical principles of him, would indicate individuation as a sin against his monolithic claims and would blame the individual for misappropriation, that is, reproaching him for unduly appropriating the amount he owes to the total power, therefore of all of himself, in short, to escape, to constitute, after appropriating it, a reserve that is unattainable and uncontrollable by power itself. But given that, on the other hand, absolutely nothing can be done against the fact of individuation, given that the sin of the individual results from the very fact of existence, in the eyes of total power it is an original sin, therefore a condition that must be combated by any means. But this condition can only be fought if both partners, both the total power, against which the sinner sins, and this same sinner, face the battle at the same time. And with that we come to our topic. Indeed, on the one hand, this means that total power must try to be brazen and indiscreet. 12 That is, it must break into the discrete province of the individual, or at least cast a glimpse into it, who must take it upon himself to set foot, by means of checks, questionnaires, provocations, intimidations, etc., in those empty spaces from which he was excluded due to the scandal of identification and acquire a total presence and competence. On the other hand, the individual has the duty to renounce his own discretion, to be shameless and to admit the guilt inherent a priori within him. And this word admit means, taken literally, the individual must free and hand over to total power the inner space that he had taken and reserved for himself as an isolated and discrete being. This internal expansionism of the total state is a process that corresponds to that of imperialist expansionism. Where totalitarianism arises, the individual is always the first occupied territory. Expansionism begins at home. Integral effrontery and integral shamelessness are therefore the correctives needed by the state which aspires to totality in order to realize its ideal of perfect integrity. And with that we have found our object. Because there are no measures or tools capable of guaranteeing brazenness and shamelessness with the same perfection as interception devices. Since they are the best self-correctives that totalitarianism can touch, at the beginning of the paragraph we called them totalitarian devices. And not only characteristic of totalitarianism are such devices, they are also totalizing. This reversal is no less fraught with consequences than the thesis itself. It reads, where eavesdropping devices are used naturally, the main premise of totalitarianism is created, and with it totalitarianism itself. In short, if State A uses the apparatus because it is totalitarian, or if State B becomes totalitarian because it uses the appliances, that makes no difference. The final result will be the same. Already the day after tomorrow States A and B, as they use these devices without scruple, resemble each other like twins, in such a way that nobody will be interested in knowing what the Kboxbof had been and what the Yorpof. A French proverb says, if a drunkard gets sick because he drinks, or if he drinks because he is sick, he does the same for his children. For us, too. 4 examples. The examples 13 that I produce here are all, without exception, from the United States. I limit myself to them because over there, which would not be possible in declared totalitarian states, the data relating to these devices are communicated, and the problems and dangers arising from their use are publicly discussed, both officially, in the state's judiciary committees, and through newspapers, etc. In short, because American data is more openly available than other countries. I start with 3 randomly collected examples. One during the years 1940 to 57, as resulted from the interrogations of the experts of the state's Judiciary Committee in California. In the city of Los Angeles, more than 1,000 buildings were equipped with wiretap devices. 2 in 1952, therefore 6 years after the war, the United States courts instructed the police to wiretap 58,000 people, firms and companies. This is not a fanciful account, but a figure provided by William O. Douglas. William O. Douglas is a justice of the Supreme Court. 3. The police are not the only authority intercepting. It is probably the youngest. In any case, it is officially estimated that the legal interception, assuming that the word legal is appropriate, constitutes only 1/5 of the interception actually carried out. Thus we already arrive, for the year 1952, at the impressive figure of 290,000, that is, 290,000 people, firms, companies standing there acoustically naked, that is, that when they spoke to ears that watched them or were recorded on tape. I say, people, firms, society. Because spied and recorded were not only people suspected politically or as criminals, or those thousands and thousands among which one hopes to perhaps be able to find a political culprit or something like that, but party people were spied on by party people, official authorities from other official authorities, military research institutes, firms from competing firms, clients from businessmen, businessmen from customers, wives from husbands, husbands from wives, and finally, thousands and thousands of public and private people from the so-called snoopers, that is, from those nosy people who make a living from this, by selling or threatening to sell intercepted secrets. Already such a figure, 290,000, is enough to prove that we are dealing here neither with political emergency measures, used only from time to time, nor with specific scandals, but with the control of a large sector of the population, with jeopardizing private as such. And this is all the more true as the figure mentioned above is too low. Too low because there is no one who knows for sure, no one who can really verify if he too is not listened to one or secretly. This not knowing is a very important social factor. In the days of the dictatorship we know that, from the moment someone 111 becomes possible, or even not impossible, to be under control, /T feels different and behaves differently. That is to say, in a more majoristic, if not completely conformist, way. The uncontrollable possibility of being controlled has a decisive force, able #/ to shape the entire population. The interception technique is no less fantastic than its effect. A couple of reflections and data will immediately confirm this. 1. Let's clarify our ideas about what is recorded, or at least I want to be recorded, by means of telephone tapping, the so-called tapping. That is, not only, as happens for a compromising clandestine photo, a single situation, a single conversation. Indeed, if a device is intercepted, any conversation none can be spied on, and not only the one that takes place via the device, but actually any other that takes place in the place where the telephone is located. In fact, it is a children's trick, already used thousands of times. Keep the line live even when the receiver is apparently on the hook. 2. The distance between who spies and who is spied on, it has become irrelevant, indeed nothing. a businessman residing in Seattle today need only pick up the receiver to hear everything being said at his New York branch. This means, the airline, which roughly corresponds to the Lisbon-Moscow line, for him, given that he can let any place emerge from any other place, is only air. Today, it is true, the shrinking of distances is on everyone's lips. But its philosophical meaning, the omnipresence of man, has not yet penetrated the consciousness of the time and naturally not even that of the philosophy that always trudges behind. While until recently a man's principium individuationis had been his position in space and therefore had played a pragmatic role, that is, while once upon a time one was inactive where one was not, and being had always meant to be in a given place, now you can actually be in several places at the same time, virtually everywhere. It will be objected, the fact that man is no longer locked up in the prison of his limited position in space, this ability to be everywhere is proof of a new freedom, precisely the freedom from distances, and in one sense this objection is not wrong. But incomparably more important is the contrary argument, that being able to be anywhere has the consequence of unfreedom, that is, for the attainable and the attained. If the others are in a position to stay like me, but without being perceived, in the same place where I am, then I have ceased to have the monopoly of my position in space and with this I have lost the last, most formal minimum of my freedom. The others have become inevitable, and this expression must be understood as a terminus technicus for today's man-man relationship, or state-man. At least as important as intercepted phones are bugs or bugs. This is how those extremely sensitive microphones are called, which are secretly installed in homes to come to know and record what is happening there, or rather, which were installed in such homes. In fact, in recent years, the craze for bugs has reached a new, truly triumphal stage. 14 It has become superfluous for the docile little animals to nest in houses, given that they have been taught, from a distance of several hundred meters, to target and absorb distant noise to record it or retransmit it elsewhere. So now you can place bugs outside the house or even, the choice, in fact, is very rich, take them with you, hidden in your own body, invisible to everyone. If this species of long-range secret bugs is particularly loved, it is because, strange as it may sound, it seems to save the morals of the time. Indeed, it is evident that anyone wishing to violate the acoustic domestic peace no longer needs to risk a housebreaking in the conventional sense, that therefore when he does something, he no longer has to do anything, at least nothing illegal. Examples: the president of Stevens True Sonic Inc., Bart Berland, reported to the state's Judiciary Committee on November 27, 1956 about 4 or 5 cent machines, which recorded interviews from 500 yards away. And the owner of a company declared, before the same committee, that he had supplied the police with so tiny devices that he could not declare them publicly. But as far as tape recordings are concerned, they must not exceed the format of a wallet. The mini-phone pocket recorders, produced mainly in the Federal Republic, are even smaller, and in Chicago, microphones disguised as pocket watches are openly offered and sold on the market. Thus we come to an even more adventurous point, namely the theme of availability. I say adventurous because tele-ion eavesdropping devices can be purchased for a trifle. Those pair of devices which today make up a complete IVR tap kit, that is, complete interception equipment, are supplied for 9.50 DM, I quote Life magazine, 1955. Which is understandable, since all you need is an induction coil and a normal amplifier. It's simply amazing how great the freedom of the theft of freedom can be. In the still backward technical era, when it was still inevitable to stealthily enter the homes of those who wanted to spy on them to install bugs, at that time the tools needed for burglary were sold together with the others, even listed together in the company catalogs. This is what we read in the journal Frontier of January 1957, and this seemed, in a certain sense, normal, because without these preparatory tools the interception devices would have been unusable, just as a hook without line is unusable. The maxim that underlies these catalogs, if formulated, would sound like this: if a commodity A, of which it cannot be said that it is not moral, cannot be used without another commodity b. The sale and use of the latter are also morally justified, the use of this commodity therefore cannot be immoral. But the dangers associated with such acoustic espionage do not end there. Since not only those who are spied on are damaged, but also those who spy, who are accustomed to indiscretion and the pleasure of indiscretion. Point 15. By this I do not mean only the handful of police officers or detectives who have professional access to the private life of the people they intercept, which, I assume, in some cases is unbearably boring, since spying without having the freedom to choose the victim of one's spying is certainly not an enviable job. Rather I mean the public. In fact today, in the era of reproduction, it is a real public, given that each recording of an interview or noise can be used as a matrix and reproduced in countless copies. Thus, for example, in California there is already a thriving black market for records which, similarly to pornographies, could be called pornophonies. Words, sounds and noises that are the result of human being together have been secretly recorded in them. In a certain way they have become things and keyholes suitable for sale. Naturally, if the victims spied through the keyhole are public personalities, the price of acoustic nudity rises, given that only the identification of a nude involves an evil pleasure, and if such records even record intimacies considered forbidden, for example, adulterous ones, then the object, given that, moreover, it offers the enjoyment of possible blackmail, is truly a rarissimum / and therefore already almost a cultural asset. It goes without saying that the possibility of blackmail, in order to be enjoyed, absolutely does not need to be used. That men, even young men, are surrounded by such commodities, that they can buy themselves the most extreme discretion, that they learn to have fun with the pleasure of others, who enjoy sexuality indirectly, through things, and thanks to the total lack of defenses of those who have been spied on, all of this is so repugnant that, in comparison, the most vulgar satisfactions of pleasure become a quintessence of probity and purity. These few facts must suffice for the moment. Let us now ask ourselves what are the reactions they provoke. It would be unfair to say that nothing is attempted against this evolution. In some public groups, the backlash is considerable. The legislators of various states are honestly trying to get a fair idea of the dimension of the crime of acoustic trespassing and to reflect on the measures that could be taken in this new situation. The press, of both parties, discusses the issue. A Supreme Court justice like Oliver W. Holmes openly stated that, in his own words, it would be better if a couple of criminals were not caught, than if the government indulged in such dirty methods. One wonders only whether these opposition forces can succeed. And this is doubtful not only because the powers, both political and economic, interested in controlling the population are extraordinarily strong, and not only because the population, even if it does not fully cooperate in its own deprivatization, puts up only minimal resistance, and not even just because the mere existence of appliances always already includes their use, but also and above all because the very activity of controlling is almost completely subtracted from control, that is, because the use of the vehicle can only be proven in a few cases, because abuse can be practiced by anyone. And of course the state, any state, believes that it cannot bring itself to give up technical means that can be used by any private person, nor can the police, in the first place. It is true that a solution has already been found, the so-called Cahan Act. In V.02 things are established, and have become laws. First, that data obtained by such methods cannot be used as evidence in trials. Second, that secretly planting bugs, i.e. microphones, in other people's houses represents a housebreaking. However, such a resolution sounds more effective than it is in loyalty. The reused data obtained in this way in the processes, ultimately represents only one among countless other possibilities of use, to discredit a man, to ruin him socially, commercially and politically, to defraud him of his private life. Finally, of the accounts no procedural procedure is necessary. As for bugs, they are not prohibited by any legal provision. Only their installation inside the homes of others is prohibited and punishable. Now, as we know, these internal installations are no longer absolutely necessary. So the provision is empty, it condemns an already outdated situation, while, at a legislative level, it still leaves the fundamental fact unresolved. In fact, the main legislative task would consist in this, in declaring unequivocally that the conventional concept of trespassing, which, until now, meant physically entering someone else's home, is no longer sufficient today. So, let's formulate it like this: not only do the preparatory steps, carried out for the purpose of interception, i.e. the installations, represent trespassing, but the very act of interception, no matter from what presumed distance it proceeds, because even those who listen from outside are with the other, in his secrets and therefore also in his house. I say presumed distance, since the luminaires have no other purpose than to cancel distances, and they really achieve this cancellation, therefore they abolish the borders between inside and outside. Given that our private life is destroyed by bugs just as if we lived in glass houses, in which, even without being surprised by anyone physically, we would be victims of everyone, it is essential to introduce the concepts of acoustic trespassing and theft acoustic as legal concepts. But with this we have not yet focused on the main deficiency of the Cahan Act, which consists in a principle, namely in the fact that it considers only use a crime, that is, it takes the concept of use too literally. What does it mean? A comparison. If only use were guilty, there would be nothing to object to if we took nude photos of people who don't even realize that they serve us as models. We would only become guilty if we sold or used the photos in any other way. The decisive idea that the fact of secretly observing and photographing already represents in itself a use, i.e. an abuse that robs the other of its privacy, would no longer be taken into consideration. It is indisputable that this overly narrow interpretation of the concept of use is vulgar. Of a vulgarity that not even the Cahan Act can be denied. It follows that the object of modesty is missing, in a very particular way. Those who really feel shame are not ashamed because their secret vices or his transgressions are discovered, but because they are discovered. While for him the private is off limits precisely because it is the private, the vulgar man, i.e. the modern conformist, assumes, almost as a natural thing, that the private is nothing more than a pretext for the appropriation of prohibited behavior. The phrase that is so often heard from the mouths of naive Americans, for example when one points out to them that the door is open but I have nothing to hide, proves that modesty, in the sense of needing modesty, is already identified with immorality, and shamelessness, in the sense of not needing shame, with morality. 5 arguments of playing down. Now, it would be wrong to believe that there are arguments only in the field of opponents of the devices. Anyone interested in appliances does not just sell or install them. Sometimes he even takes them under his protection, at least when he feels threatened or irritated. It is an incony, stable fact, but it shouldn't give us a sense of security. On the contrary, the dangerousness of an argument grows together with the stupidity. Let's start with 2 of the sillier arguments. In the aforementioned hearing before the California State Judiciary Committee, a businessman explained that eavesdropping with instruments suitable for the purpose is enormously important from a commercial point of view, because thanks to intercepted whispers, you can find out how far you can go with your offer, thus reaching faster commercial conclusions. The prohibition of such instruments would therefore be a serious disturbance for business. Since this statement didn't seem cynical, it was truly the result of naivete. Another businessman, owner of a firm that manufactured wiretap devices, complained bitterly that, as a result of the Cahan Act, his trade was being affected. 16 Any poisoner who had been put in a condition of no longer being able to do harm. But as already mentioned, arguments like these are the silliest. Mostly, on the other hand, a certain danger is admitted, in order to minimize the real danger in this way or to be able to continue discussing it with apparently saving proposals. The topic that is used most frequently for this purpose, and which in fact always comes up again, sounds like The danger is avoided if the devices are, without exception, in unauthorized hands, i.e. in the hands of the state or the police. What to say about such an argument? Let us leave aside for once the fact that the creation and security of a state monopoly is impossible, because much of the necessary equipment can be manufactured and even installed by incompetents. Suppose instead that it was possible to create a state monopoly. What would happen? Precisely because the state could spy on private individuals ad libitum, it became an unauthorized instance, illegal. In fact, the state, would have been guilty of the destruction of those rights of the citizen to freedom, which he is constitutionally obliged to guarantee. Finally, the argument gives the green light to every dictatorship, since it identifies state power with morality. It is clear that such a monopoly would have been welcome for a McCarthy, if he could have become dictator of the United States. Was the vehicle he used perhaps authorized? How natural the identity between legal and moral appears was proved in particular by the police bodies, when they were invited to give an account of their installation and interception activities, but everything is in order, they continued to assure, since they absolutely did not understand what kind of disorder such a statement could mean. Everything is in order since we have never worked without the permission of the state. This argument is totalitarian, since it is precisely the essence of the total state that it abolishes the duality between legal and moral. You don't have to serve two lords. The third argument, the one particularly loved by private detectives, refers to the sanctity of private property. I quote the following example from an article written by people who are in the business of eavesdropping devices with the express intention of dedramatizing the situation. Point 17. But please, this is their self-defense. We intercept the telephone a woman only if we have ascertained by all possible means that the device really belongs to the husband who ordered us to listen to them. Which indirectly means that they regard every word that is spoken through that piece of property called a telephone as the property of the owner of the telephone, each word as a piece of property that he can dispose of as he pleases, and in which he can therefore let other people participate as he pleases. If acoustic discretionary power were transposed to the field of optics, this argument would sound, but please, I only look at and photograph ladies' bodies if the husband asks me to, and only in those beds that I know for sure really belong to the Lord. Which means, requests for modesty and discretion are measured exclusively with the yardstick of property. Closely related to this is the fourth argument, which consists in the method of presenting the accused with tapes of secretly recorded conversations proving their guilt. What progress? This argument goes, that now the guilty, since the statements that incriminate them are fixed in the form of objects and therefore are objective facts, accuse themselves and prove their guilt by themselves. Instead of being blamed by others, now everyone takes the thrive on their own. I want to refrain from considering the fact that, in the treatment of magnetic unsiri, there is no limit to cuts and editing, *li to upi to forgery, that every suspicious person, even if only with li t the mediation of the little word non, can be put into the mouth the dares that he has not or would never have uttered. It is not this possible abuse that I am thinking about now, but the abuse that represents use as such. A terrible abuse, because the accused, due to the fact that the confession has already taken place, is deprived of the possibility of an authentic confession and authentic repentance. In fact, the latter is now rendered superfluous. Already the possibility that someone blames himself, rather than for his own decision, for coercion, or for torture, is not really worthy of a man. But such a depravity of the human is still less ugly, less hypocritical, than the method of self-accusation transformed into a thing. It is well known that Augustine represented the memory that reproduces the past, remembering, as the vehicle for the discovery of sins, conscience, and repentance. But now this reproduction is superfluous. He has been replaced by a reproduction device that transforms what has passed into something that can be represented and is present at any moment, into something that truly no longer belongs to the past. The sin of conscience has become the sin of the magnetic tape that unwinds. The fifth argument is that of intimidation and terror, well known by dictatorships. Believe me, gentlemen, If someone feels uncomfortable because he fears he is being controlled, essentially little immoral will happen. In other words, something immoral, espionage, is made to become a guarantee of morality. But even this topic does not yet represent the climax. This is only achieved when the resistance against being spied on becomes a reason for suspicion, indeed a kind of involuntary self-accusation. Here it is, this topic, as it sounds in the mouth of a tapping employee. Sometimes businessmen ask me, "Do you think my line will be tapped too?" To which I usually reply, "Very interesting that you ask me this question. So you feel guilty? Well, what's on your conscience?" 18. This vulgar answer assumes that the private consists strictly in hiding forbidden things, that, since evil occurs secretly, secrecy and privacy are eo ipso proofs of evil. And with this, we have arrived at our last point, the decisive one. Deprivatization is fully represented only if we introduce into our picture a counterpart to brazenness, shamelessness. Suppose a population composed of extremely private men. Total espionage would be unbearable in such a society. Total effrontery could only work with the help of terror measures. In fact, this total effrontery can be achieved, at least without friction, only if it can count on individuals who have received special training, that is, who do not offer any resistance to being spied on and find nothing strange in it. But even this is only the minimum condition. In fact, what is ultimately desired is an individual cut out for brazenness, who is always ready, hands on the zip, for interventions and body searches. And only those who have been convinced to actively collaborate and, how good that sounds, joyfully to its own deprivatization. Total shamelessness can only exist where an equally total shamelessness meets it. This is easy to say. In fact, we cannot be expected to master total shamelessness at night and without the necessary exercises. No master falls from the sky, not even a master of shamelessness. So things don't work without effort. I mean that those who are interested in our change must first of all make an effort to make us shameless, that their job is to make us masters of shamelessness. And those concerned can fulfill this educational task, once again, only by re-evaluating shamelessness. Meaning what? A. Making us understand that shamelessness is a virtue. B. Transforming us so radically that we are unable to live without this presumed virtue. However adventurous these conditions may sound, their one cultivation is already underway in much of the world. In the United States the process of eliminating shame is almost complete. Examples are the act that John Doe is shameless, and more exactly as shameless, i.e. completely, are more or less superline, given that in her existence hardly any situations arise. Could not be brought testimony to this fact. If anything, there is still something that John is ashamed of. It is precisely that last remnant of shame that in the end he believes he has not yet overcome. Given that from every Reader's Digest or from every digest of -1, digests he is inculcated that feeling modesty is proof of introversion, that is, of being absorbed in oneself, in the sense of being closed, and that this introversion is the sign of an inhibition, of a repression, and that every inhibition, in the end, results in frustrated social adaptation, therefore in failed socialization. His modesty at the most still consists of a modestness elevated to a power, that is, in the modesty of still feeling modesty. 19. But this shame raised to a power is precisely his ultimate shame. Or rather, it was the last. In fact, today, there is no longer any reason for such modesty. By now he would hardly be able to find residues of modesty in himself to be ashamed of. He already has no qualms about being without scruple, that is, about showing mourning to everyone else. In place of the maxim, "to each his own," he replaced, "to each his own," or, "each for me." And if today's American throws his doors wide open, America is the country of open doors. It's not so much to give prairie storms or neighbors a chance to rush through, but to avoid, for the love of God, the possibility of remaining imperceptible to the neighbors, and they are all close. Please have a look, For I babe nothing to hide. In other words, he feels like common property, he behaves as if he belongs to everyone. And since he knows that if he didn't behave like this, if he expressly rejected this behavior, he would be considered improper and would become suspicious, he even does it with a certain ardor. A couple of American examples. 20. 1. Our life has become common property. Allowing yourself to be interviewed without reservation seems obvious, it is incomprehensible why we shouldn't do it or put up with it. 2. Our body has become common property. And, in particular, its taboo areas. Which naturally applies primarily to the female body. What at one time most prostitutes had lent themselves to, that is, having their breasts and bottoms publicly measured and then allowing the relative figures to be published under their photographs, lend themselves. Any girl today, to the extent that she doesn't want to pass for funny. 3. Sexual intercourse has become common property. You can read countless articles on the pleasures and difficulties of the bed, even in popular newspapers, in part written in a friendly, confidential, and at the same time advisory tone, as if they were intended only for mine instead of 100 million ears, partly in the style of how-to-do articles. 4. Digestion has become common property. If, for example, a sick president is asked by television interviewers if and to what extent he is tormented by diarrhea, not only is he not surprised but he replies with the greatest complacency. And in the same way, among millions of witnesses, spectators, and listeners, there is none who get the idea that, apart from the presidential digestion, there is something else wrong. As already mentioned, alongside this extremely massive lack of modesty, and precisely because of its already almost disarming mass character, there exists a whole series of indirect, cultivated, more hypocritical activities, which can be easily analyzed as variants, in a certain sense as modest shamelessness. 5. For example, self-expression. If a John Doe is more picky than the other John does, if he believes he has to find more individual and less conformist ways for his social prestige than those of his neighbor to abandon his individuality and conformism, then he resorts to one of the methods, offered optionally by the cultural market, who teach him how he can give expression to his personality and thus manifest himself and make himself visible to others. Since the field of methods available for this purpose is extraordinarily well stocked, since it includes writing symphonies as well as fretwork, every John Doe can find the self-expression that suits him. In fact, there are hundreds of thousands of people who make use of this abundance, and we can even speak of a very ingenious self-expression racket. But racketeering is not only ingenious because it can offer its self-expression to anyone who wants to take advantage of it, but also and above all because it offers everyone an unusual possibility. In point 1, the hypocrisy. In short, each self-expression simultaneously satisfies two desires, which however contradict each other. In the first place, it provides the satisfaction of excelling. In fact, in immuto person who expresses himself John now belongs to the confraternity of creatives, Michelangelo, Beethoven and Van Gogh. Secondly, it serves as a purgative, prevents John's intellectual constipation, prevents remnants of his private life from becoming hardened within him and hidden from society. And avoid lens that each would become visible to each other and that the ideal, the shamelessness and the annulment of the private would be realized *, and everyone would assume this purge. For this reason, the use of the remedy is all the time recommended, not only to artists, who could perhaps communicate something extraordinary through me, but also the small child, the housewife, Nana Moses, or the real estate agent, who perhaps on Sundays, not knowing what to do, could run the risk of becoming an original, that is, a nonconformist. Thirdly, of course, it is always possible for John Doe to cling to psychoanalysis, at least its popular subspecies. In fact, honesty is offered to him in the form of confession and abandonment techniques that fulfill a social hygiene function, that is, methods that extrovert him, and thus make it capable of adapting socially and of becoming compliant. Still, with regard to self-expression, the fact that it plays a double role is also used in psychiatry. The dual role consists in this, that A. provides John Doe with the satisfaction of participating in a modern movement, of being up to date, and with this his self-awareness grows. B. produces his adaptation and thereby guarantees his conformity. This contradiction is not new. Every fashion lives because it ensures man, at the same time, appearance and conformity. If one looks at the inflation of psychoanalysis in America from our point of view, i.e. in the area of boldness and shamelessness, then the astonishment, expressed again and by the most diverse sides, that this inflation was possible despite the scabrous object and despite the country's puritanical past will immediately become objectless. On the contrary, such inflation is quite natural. Given that it is the same instances of conformism that work to bring every secret to light, to make each one perceptible to everyone, to remove any reservation as if it were an impediment, to condemn any privacy as a betrayal, in short, to not allow anyone to live with the windows closed and not to leave anything that is not under control, but on the contrary, to appreciate and compensate for any voluntary self-display as a matter of loyalty and health, indeed, even as a source of happiness. Given, therefore, that it is precisely these bodies that organize and cultivate shamelessness, they would exercise the most foolish self-sabotage if they granted the psychoanalyst fewer possibilities than the detective, the secret police and those countless interception devices that allow them to work for this purpose. In other words, they gladly allow him to help make shameless man. It's not just the statement, it pays to be frank. Not only, which the psychoanalyst's fees can confirm, it pays to make them frank, but also, precisely, it pays to have them made frank. If in recent times it has been proven 21 that psychoanalysis in the United States has unashamedly homologated to the American evity of life, that is, with what has been more conformist in the last 10 years, thus overturning its principles into their opposite, with this the whole truth has not yet been told. In fact, the truth will become complete only by adding that America uses psychoanalysis for the purpose of implementing conformity. Today's shamelessness acquires sense only if it is understood as a counterpart to brazenness. Since there is nothing that facilitates the robbed tesser more effectively than the self-immolation of the future victim, the robber suggests that she reveal herself. Ultimately, therefore, the latter's sacrifice is a contribution to the robbery, a method that the robber uses to effortlessly become master of his victim. Each of us is given the task of collaborating, through shamelessness, in our own deprivatization. By this, however, we are not claiming that we usually discover such a trick. On the contrary, if we are suggested to undress our privacy, or if it is actually stripped from our bodies, we remain firmly convinced to undress ourselves. Only very rarely, when we carry out piping, do we realize that it is an order. We are often proud of our impartiality and ruthlessness, even if it is precisely thanks to them that we obey the order of our client. Soft totalitarianism likes nothing more than to leave its victims the illusion of autonomy or even provoke they such an illusion. Point 22. From the foregoing it is clear that whoever sees two separate processes in brazenness and shamelessness deprives himself of the possibility to analyze the complete functionality of the condition in which we live. Guy*. Both processes cannot be separated from each other, nor can their subjects, the spy and the exhibitionist. Rather, these two types act as partners on a single playing field. Indeed, as interchangeable partners. In fact, it is completely indifferent who is, from time to time, on one side or the other. In fact, it happens every day that players swap roles. No one will be shocked, or even surprised, if a television reporter, who yesterday caught his fellow man in the act during a spasm and served the spasm to his audience as an object of pleasure, therefore he was unequivocally on the front of the shamelessness, today he lets himself go unrestrainedly on a screen, and therefore belongs to the camp of the shameless. This exchange of roles between spy and exhibitionist is just as natural as the exchange of roles that takes place in any conversation between the listener and the speaker. And I consider this comparison very serious, given that the entertainment media of mass society are, in fact, precisely methods, with the help of which the members of this society entertain each other, in the sense of the conversation. So just like us. A. We are beings who speak and listen, and B. We are both at the same time, and C. We are speaking beings only insofar as we are also virtually hearing, and vice versa. Just the same way we are A. Shameless and brazen, and B. The two things at the same time, and C. Shameless only insofar as we are virtually also shameless, and vice versa. The two figures, spy and exhibitionist, are therefore only two varieties, indeed two parts of a single figure, the figure of the contemporary man. For this reason it is not at all strange that the from time to time shameless will never be perceived by the from time to time in turn shameless as shameless and vice versa, but rather that they consider each other normal people, game partners, their equals, and that their coexistence, from their point of view, leaves nothing to be desired. A little while ago, in enumerating the evidence of shamelessness, we used the expression common property. For example, we have called the life of the individual a common property. Probably this expression, given that it refers to socialism, has made the reader suspicious. Indeed, the claim that a country which fights all sorts of socialism then practices a particular type of socialism must seem suspect. And it would be understandable if the reader understood the expression in a metaphorical sense. But nothing here is further from me than the metaphorical. What I actually mean is that the condition to which conformism aims represents a sort of common property. Indeed, it can even be argued that development in the direction of this common property is guided precisely by those themselves who lead the fight against socialism. What does it mean? To answer this question, we must clearly delimit the variant of socialism we are referring to here with respect to what generally is understood by socialism. What John Doe has to lose by expropriation is not what is generally regarded as his property. Neither the sanctity of his car nor the means of production at his disposal must be touched. He must deliver only his particularity, his personality, his individuality and privacy, only himself. Unlike normal socialization, which concerns what man has, here it is therefore only a socialization of what man is. So far the idea presents no difficulties. On the contrary, the second passage sounds more difficult, more contradictory, that is, the affirmation that this new sort of socialization can only be justified by those who define man as an owner, an animi habens, and that at the basis of this socialization there is a secret habeo ergo sum. But this step is also plausible. In fact, only those who have previously transferred Ryo the being of man in his having can, if in the act of destroying man it leaves his having intact, remain convinced that he also left his being intact. Only he can keep his good conscience. That then his conviction and his good conscience are illusory, we already know. Naturally, what remains after the expropriation no longer represents an authentic person, a real individual. Rather, he remains a being who is still himself and one only in the numerical sense, a being whose identity and immutability is exhausted in the fact that he owns the pieces A and B and C, etc., while his neighbors own the pieces AI, by CI or A2, B2 or C2, etc. I neglect here the fact that these pieces, since they are mostly examples of mass production, are also mostly identical. This condition is immoral. In fact, while the moralist claims precisely that man's right to be an owner ultimately derives from the fact that he is his own property, therefore master of himself, here on the contrary man has no other right than that of being owner. But to those who are so disenfranchised, this situation appears natural. And if even the babe-nots call Mr. Smith the $275,000 Mr. Smith or Mrs. Astor the $200 million Mrs. Astor, which is absolutely usual, this shows that even those who are only a little because they only have little, even they have accepted to define man according to his possessions. I have to give up answering the question of how the situation described in the previous pages could be removed. For the simple reason that I have only indicated the symptoms, and because it would be foolish to make proposals for the treatment of symptoms. One cannot expect a patented solution against conformism as a whole, that is, against the entire socio-political condition of today. On the other hand, the question can be answered in what consists of the most frightening thing about this variant of totalitarianism, called conformism. The answer sounds in the fact that it advances without terror. It is not meant cynically. It only means that the lack of terror proves that today's powers can afford to give up terror. And they can do it precisely because their raw material, man, is already manipulated today, because we victims have always already made our sacrifice, and not only the sacrificium intellectus but that of our privacy and our autonomy, without recognizing it as a sacrifice. In short, because we spied on, even before submitting to the current espionage, our allies of the spy. Where today the authorities can give up resorting to terror, their mechanism runs smoothly. It flows, in the end, so perfectly smooth and silent that they can mistake their renunciation of terror, the symptom of fully realized unfreedom, for freedom and humanity, and trumpet it as freedom and humanity. The minted coins, says a Moloschian proverb, do not need any minting. 6. Appendix, the acoustic chord. In the representation we have made up to now of the acoustic deprivation of liberty, we limited ourselves to proving that, as intercepted, we are no longer masters of ourselves but become public property. With this, however, we have described only half of the acoustic theft of freedom. In fact, what we are robbed of is not only our freedom to live unheard, but also to live by not listening. What do we mean by this? Not just the trivial fact that we are forced to live in a day-by-day world louder and louder. Not only that you need to listen. Rather, and this is worse and incomparably more shameful, that this necessary being /Mason is valid at the same time as a duty solemn, that we are expected to listen. In other words, that noise is not just a scandal, but has a function, a task, namely to play its part in the process of our deprivatization, that it represents one of the main tools of conformity. This may sound strange, but let's remember what role collective listening to certain official speeches had during the years of the dictatorship, just as it seemed natural, then, to demonstrate one's loyalty by tuning into a speech by Hitler or Goebbels, and not just prove one's loyalty but assure it, and not only ensure it but make it effective. It was a real duty to expose yourself and submit to the clamor of those speeches. On the other hand, that uproar had, precisely, the task of making us submissive, of homologating us, of deprivatizing us. And what is true for this noise is true, mutatis mutandis, for all other noises. Which of course is not to imply that there was a Movaeus genie, an ingenious totalitarian psychotechnician who consciously planned and organized the noise of the contemporary world in order to subjugate us acoustically. Such an assumption would fit well in a Swift-like satire. It is only understood that, now that it exists, noise is now being introduced and used as an obstacle tool, that is, a tool whose function is to keep us away and keep us from following our own paths, for example the notorious path of introversion. Noise acts as a means of thwarting any possibility of desolidarization. As we know, every monolithic society, not only the violently totalitarian ones but also the softly conformist ones, aims to inexorably keep the single individuals of which it is composed in its grip, to keep them in a condition that binds them to it in such a strong way that whoever is so bound, don't even think of blowing the chains. And this condition, society now also produces with the help of acoustic submission. From the moment in which an individual is condemned to live in a world in which, since he no longer has any silent place left, he must listen, he has no other escape left but to belong to this world of noise, to become obedient to it or even a servant. If man is denied the possibility of avoiding being reached and touched acoustically, this will soon also be denied to him, i.e. soon he will no longer even be able to escape any other type of reachability and availability. Reachability and availability then become second nature to him. And finally he himself will even cultivate this enslavement of his, so that, if by chance he is once unreachable, he will feel lost. That the acoustic medium works so reliably, that as an instrument of submission it gives such an excellent proof of itself, it is no wonder that one has clarified one's ideas about the most elementary philosophical truths of listening. In fact, the acoustic dimension is the dimension of unfreedom. As hearing people we are not free. Listening is more difficult than looking, and this fundamental difficulty is caused by the fact that our ears are envied, in phenomenological terms, that, unlike the visible world, the audible world can penetrate us without being requested, indiscreet, intrusive, without needing our explicit consent, and can force us, whether we like it or not, to participate. There is no listener who is only where he is. Since sound is simultaneously where it resounds and where it is heard, it also forces the listener to be in both places simultaneously, although here, always also there, and thus makes the listener dependent and tied. So listening requires freedom, a capacity for abstraction, a force of negative concentration, and since only very few possess such a strength, most of them can be subdued with noise, indeed the continuous noise prevents them from becoming themselves. Thus the ideal of conformity, deprivatization, will be achieved. Listening is listening together. Whoever, like it or not, finds himself in the circuit of a specific acoustic world and hears only that, because it is impossible not to hear him, he has fallen prisoner in the net of sound, he now belongs to that world. That's right. As you know, there is a radio newscast that has chosen as its title, instead of the obvious invitation, listen. The imperative of conformism, listen together / the invention of this title was far from a simple accident. Who invented it, whether they knew it or not, spilled the secrets of a school, of the school of conformity. In fact, listening to Ferry is part of the duties of the latter, because listening makes one a conformist. Like little children, we are held by a string, the acoustic string, and we also behave like good children. That is, we find our satisfaction in a horizon whose radius is no longer than that of the acoustic chord. And for the most part we even like being like this, good children. In fact, if we're used to this rope, and most of us are, then what we feel for this limited horizon is not just pleasure, but happiness. Those who go for a walk with their portable radio voluntarily carry this rope around. But the example that follows proves that, if the rope breaks, they fall into panic. About 10 years ago, I went up Mount Washington with 2 American friends. A little song rang out from the loudspeaker of the Valley Hotel. I will not comment here on the fact that this stated that there is love in Honolulu. What was decisive was that, for hours, it was impossible to escape that music. But my traveling companions did not understand why this fact made me nervous. In fact, not only they did not find the thing unpleasant, but, on the contrary, truly pleasant. Evidently, as long as they heard the music, as long as they were in it, they enjoyed a feeling of security, the feeling one IOC of still being there, that is, down there. Much like the aviators, who enjoy maintaining reliable contact with their base station. They hadn't yet gotten lost. The acoustic cord that bound them to the valley hadn't yet been severed. While, as I have already said, I was extremely disturbed by this being in the danda, they fell into a state of irritation only when this situation ended. Sort of weird, said the one on my left, when the acoustic boundary was behind us, and he tried to peer back into the valley, to pick up even the faintest remnants of the Honolulu ditty. Why weird? I asked, aren't we finally outdoors? Outdoors. He repeated, shrugging. But then where? I would rather say, the one on my right replied, in a sort of social stratosphere. Then, with a tear, let's get it over with as fast as possible, which I didn't understand. And just as little did I understand the sudden energy with which they both set off again. After a while, however, their words became clear to me, and so did the cause for their immediate departure. For suddenly we heard music again. Indeed, not just music, but the boldly monopolistic affirmation itself that love is love only in Honolulu. Clearly in the meantime the voice had risen with an adventurous leap, high above our heads, as far as Mount Washington, and was now making its advertisement for Honolulu from the cool altitudes of that mountain. In any case, we had entered the range of the peak's loudspeaker, which lapped the mountain like the light of a lighthouse. And acoustic darkness, nothingness, was behind us again. So, in reality, we had never been really outside, really in the open, really free. We had only crossed the thin acoustic line of no man's land that had remained divided between the two circles of sound. Again the two stopped. "Wasn't like crossing a river," said the one on the left, and he was as pale as the rider on the Bodensee. And the one on the right, his face lit up with relief. "Isn't it nice to be there again?" "Awfully nice," I admitted, but only to stay in peace for a while. For now I was exclusively occupied with peeking into this extraordinary there. The two, I understood it now, felt qua again only when they were there, when they were also la, and there they were, and I understood that with that there they had revealed the secret creed of conformism, that is, the argument, "I'm here, therefore I'm here, therefore I'm me." And I had a vision. As in an abstract painting, I saw in front of me innumerable circles, larger circles and smaller circles, whose surfaces intersected and overlapped, so that most of the points in the painting were part of several surfaces at the same time and only a few points they remained outside the circumference of a circle. The explanation of this picture is superfluous. In fact, after what has been said, it is clear that the areas of the circles represented the territories schemed over by the speakers, the intermediate spaces that were no man's land, of which we have seen an example just now, and that the whole was the map, never drawn before, of the soundscape of unfreedom. To believe that similar experiences can only be had in the United States, and that only Americans are irritated by the tearing of the acoustic cord, would be foolish. An absolutely similar thing happened to me once in Upper Bavaria. There, too, a good walk was necessary if one wanted to enter the region of silence. And even there, among the few wayfarers that could still be met, there were some who, albeit unconsciously, avoided detaching themselves from the acoustic rope anchored in the valley. The phenomena in question here are now global. And they are the phenomena of the enslavement of our time. The dying. 1979. In the age of making, there can really be no events extraneous to making, or at least not usable or integrated into any event of production. The fact that there are still always events that simply exist in and of themselves and do not even serve as material or a source of energy, for example, the heat of the sun, which radiates uselessly into everything, is for us men of today the most scandalous of waste. In Militia, shortly before the destruction of the city, a research group was working with the task of discovering whether the continued death of citizens without any profit could somehow be transformed into energy. We haven't gotten to this point yet, but it is not an exaggeration to maintain that fewer and fewer of us die simply from the weariness of living or the weakness of old age. Simple cases of death are now antiquated rarities. Mostly death is produced. He let himself die. We men of today are not mortals, rather, in the first place, killable. And if we are not killed by napalm, radioactivity, or gas, the gassed have in fact no longer died wasted, their corpses are no longer unused, we are concentrated in the chrome factories of death. In truth, we are not murdered in them, on the contrary, our death is deferred with astonishing manipulations, but, in this period of deferral, we are so closely embedded in the apparatus that we become part of it, our dying becomes a part of the apparatus functions, and our death a momentary event within the apparatus itself. In the recovery room of the Moleschian city of Vas Ligas, these devices are connected to sound tapes, which, don't complain about the lack of feeling or culture of our time. When death occurs they automatically resound the first 5 bars of Chopin's funeral Mariae. I Reality. Thesis for a Symposium on Mass Media 1. The 960. The theme proposed here is the counterpart at the antipodes of the Art of Lending theme. What is being asked is not how we should or can make an art that influences the masses, but, on the contrary, how to make an art that compares with the real mass effect that takes place, for example, in radio and television, or that it is influenced by the reality of this mass effect. To what extent are we different from before? This question cannot be answered directly, and that is why we should ask ourselves in the first place, how is the influence of the mass, i.e. our influence through the mass, achieved? Do we meet the mass directly? Or aren't they rather our messengers, i.e. our products, who directly meet the mass? While we, instead of with them, are confronted only with the enormous apparatus of reproduction. And doesn't mass itself appear, for us, only in the form of products, that is, in the form of radio and television broadcasts, films, newspapers, etc. And aren't these products in turn means of production that contribute to producing the specific mass characteristics of today's society? We don't have to answer any of these questions here, however, I formulate them all the same, to counter the illusion that we could immediately throw ourselves on the subject of the artist and society and that this subject would allow itself to be discussed directly. The relationships are even more mediated, given that our production is, yes, co-determined and co-produced by those mass products, which in turn have co-produced the mass character, and since, moreover, we belong to those who have co-produced this mass and its real or alleged mass demands by means of its products, as producers we are always already the products of our own product. The basic problem is called reproduction, not mass. Anyone who speaks out against the so-called mass taste, as happens in this case, runs the risk of being considered an anti-democrat. This is true precisely in the context of that soft terror under which the conformist society lives. The anti-democratic producers of opinions like nothing more than denigrating criticism from the mass media by accusing it of aristocracy. Not even my criticism of culture is spared this reproach. The effective raison d'etre of supplying the masses with reproductive goods does not have its raison d'etre, as we willingly affirm for a form of self-justification, in the equal right of all to culture, rather in the possibility for producers to sell a single cultural product thousands of times, in short, cynically said, in the product's right to be bought. The so-called today's cultural pluralism, to which we so willingly give an ethical social foundation, rather has its roots primarily in something else, that is, in the right of all goods to an equal possibility of sale. Van Gogh's sunflowers don't grow luxuriantly different from William's soap flakes, they have already filled the prairies of America and even crawl into the bathrooms and porches of American provincial houses. It's not impossible for one of these sunflower seeds to sprout. But not probable, since the humus of the culture garden does not consist of single products, and not even a single sector is culture, rather a lifestyle, a style that only secondarily helps to create the product. Those who prioritize the care of the cultural sector, as already happens in the denomination of certain behaviors of radio and television, can legitimize themselves as barbarians, because they take particular care of the culture sector and because through the separation of the sector they show that they assume the human life as something primarily pre-cultural. The main category, the main fatality of our current being is called image. By image I mean any representation of the world or parts of the world, whether they consist of photographs, posters, television images, or films. Image is the main category, because today images no longer arrive in our world as exceptions, because we are rather surrounded by images, because we are exposed to a permanent shower of images. Once there were images in the world, today there is the world in an image, or rather, the world as an image, like a wall of images that ceaselessly captures our gaze, ceaselessly possesses it, ceaselessly covers the world. It is evident that if the number of images, which are not only presented to us but imposed, swells so immeasurably, this quantity is transformed into quality. This does not necessarily mean that the images have become worse than before or that they could become so, but that each image, even if only one among millions, takes on a different function from the previous one. When Tommy asked his mother, Who turned off the television program, How Darkness and Silence Were Produced in the Times Prior to the Invention of Radio and Television? Indeed there must have been, even before that, some ancient method for the production of those elements. He revealed the spirit of our age. It revealed, in fact, that the reproductions that are supplied to us at home, it doesn't matter if they consist of works or self-styled images of the world or in live images of contemporary events or in models provided for conformists, they are no longer islands in everyday life or in silence. On the contrary, silence and lack of images have become gaps and voids in the continuum of the world of images. Expressed in terms of the psychology of form, figure and base are reversed, i.e. the figures have degenerated into mere background music. The fact of the production and consumption of images, since images form the main mass of our consumption, has taken on such dimensions today that it can no longer be discussed within the limited sphere of artistic theory. In the past, we had to understand the image as the reservoir of art, but we can no longer talk about this today given that everything, even reality, is presented in the first place as an image, a phenomenon already so advanced that the world without its illustrations today would already appear as an empty world. The world has become so big, so uncontrollable and opaque, that it requires models, and that its images have primacy over it. Indeed, the sensitivity of our eyes is no longer equal to the world. Even in the interest of knowledge and for the purpose of understanding, one must already use the means of appearance. The fact that even this understanding already requires the medium of appearance, the establishment of a world of images, is today the enormous opportunity of lying. As artists, we must ask ourselves, how does art, which previously had an almost exclusive monopoly on the production of images, behave in a world that has to a large extent been transformed, by other forces, into a universal world of images? Thus, for example, the abstraction of art is also a reaction to the overproduction of images of the world, produced by other forces. 4. What effects does the fact that the image has become the main category of our life produce? We are being robbed of experience and the ability to take sides. Given that we cannot gain knowledge of the vast horizon of the world that today is really our world, since real is what we can encounter and on which we depend, in direct sensible vision, but only through its images, precisely what it is more important that we encounter it in the form of appearance and ghost, therefore in a smaller version, if not actually emptied of reality. Not as a world, the world can only be appropriated by moving in it and experiencing it, but as an object of consumption that is delivered to us at home. Anyone who has experienced an atomic explosion in their well-heated room in the form of an image delivered to their homes, i.e. a moving illustrated postcard, will by now associate everything they may hear about an atomic situation with this domestic event of lowercase, and with this he will be defrauded of the ability to conceive the thing itself and to take an adequate position towards it. What is supplied in a liquid state, that is to say, such that it can immediately be swallowed, makes a personal comparison impossible, because it is superfluous. Mostly, indeed, the hoped-for stance is itself supplied amicably together with the image. Few things are as characteristic of today's broadcasts as the free home delivery of applause. After all, there is no longer an external world, because this is now only the occasion for a possible home performance. 2. We are robbed of the ability to distinguish between reality and appearance. If, as mostly happens in radio and television broadcasts, the appearance is represented in a realistic way, the reality on the contrary, which does not sound and nothing appears other than the broadcast, takes on the appearance, of a mere exhibition. If the boards of the stage, which, as they say, represent the world, appear like the world itself, then the world too is transformed into a stage, therefore into a mere spectaculum, which one need not take too seriously. Thus the entire imagination of our life is a technique of illusionism, given that it gives us and must give us the illusion of seeing reality. The spectaculum impression that reality produces on television has a boomerang effect, which infects reality itself. The fact that Kennedy and Nixon had make-up so as to appear younger for their television disputes proves that the two not only were they expected by the public as a show, but that they already conceived of themselves as actors, who entered into competition with television stars, that their effective political chance depended on the quality of their show. Therefore, not only does the interpretation of reality by the public become less serious, but reality itself becomes so, since it must take the images into due consideration. From now on, the world becomes a representation, however, in a sense that Schopenhauer would never have dreamed of. Very closely related to this. 3. We form our world on the basis of images of the world, inverted imitation. Since there is no image that, at least potentially, does not act as a model, we actually shape the world according to the image of its illustrations. Every Johnny kisses today like Clark Gable. With this, reality becomes illustration of his illustrations, and not as, for example in Plato, illustration of ideas. 4. We are passivist. With the permanent supply we are transformed into permanent consumers. While, for example, as readers we are still autonomous, i.e. we can leaf through the book backwards and determine ourselves the time we need to assimilate it, as full-time listeners and spectators we are now constantly kept on a leash. When we consume, we must also do it according to the rhythm provided to us with replenishment. Indeed, this was always the case for theater and concert audiences, but now it has become a fatality, since the spectacula flow in front of us without respite, channeling our lack of autonomy precisely because of this lack of pauses. In other words, man's relationship with the world is trained to a one-sided dimension. Since we are used to seeing images but not being seen by them, listening to people but not being listened to by them, we get used to an existence in which we are defrauded of half of our being human. Anyone who only listens but does not speak and cannot contradict on principle is not only passivist but subjected to and enslaved. 5. This loss of freedom, however, proceeds in such a natural way that now we, unlike slaves with good memories, are even deprived of the freedom to feel the loss of our freedom. In fact, slavery is brought to our homes and served as a commodity for leisure and as a convenience. And it takes an extraordinary sovereignty to not misunderstand comfort as freedom. 6. We are ideologicalized. In fact, today's images are today's ideologies. Image representations must convey an image of the world, or rather a foundation of single images must prevent us from reaching an image of the world and realizing the lack of this image of the world. Today's method, with the help of which understanding is systematically prevented, does not consist in providing too little but too much. The offer of images, advertising, partly free, partly even inevitable, suffocates the possibility of making your own image. We are overwhelmed by such an abundance of trees that we are prevented from seeing the forest. Today's ignorance is the product of the multiplication of apparent didactic material. The less we have to meddle in decisions that really concern us closely, the more immeasurably we are meddled in things that do not concern us at all, for example, in the pains of certain Iranian empresses. The 1,000 images hide the context of the world, and all the more so as each image, even each newsreel flash, remains fragmented, thus making us blind to causality. Since the images hardly show the contexts, but precisely only this and that, we are transformed into purely sensitive beings, and this victory of sensitivity is incomparably more fatal than the Lolita-like sensuality below the navel. 7. We are mechanically infantilized. Not unlike newborns who attach themselves to their mother's breasts, we attach themselves to the inexhaustible breasts of braces. In fact, all the need for consumption and what is imposed on us as a need for consumption, the world as well as the so-called art world, is served to us in a liquid state. On the contrary, it is not served to us at all, but supplied in such a direct way that it can be immediately used and consumed. Being liquid, the product already ends up in the act of being consumed, therefore it is liquidated. The supplied pieces, already an incorrect expression, coagulate just as little into concrete objects, as little as mother's milk is transformed, between supply and consumption, into cheese or butter. We already have them inside us before we have the opportunity to deal with them. The model of sensorial reception today is not seeing, as in the Greek tradition, nor, as in the Judeo-Christian one, hearing, but eating. We have been pushed into an industrial oral phase, in which the cultural jelly flows smoothly. In this phase, what is supplied must no longer even be perceived but, in fact, exclusively absorbed. What background music demands of us, and 99% of radio and television music is a part of it, ends up becoming one, since c'est la situation qui fait la musique, is no longer to be listened to, it rather exists for the simple fact that, without it, an unbearable void would break out. The goods supplied, the listener considers as air, in a double sense: 1, he no longer pays attention to it; 2, but, without it, he cannot breathe. This way of destroying, of liquidating the object, which proceeds through its liquefaction, therefore liquidation, is not a specialty of radio and television, but characteristic of today's production as such. In the United States, there is already talk of the principle of guided obsolescence, i.e. the principle of producing products in such a way that they do not last like objects. This is quite understandable. In fact, it is precisely in the interest of production to follow each product A, as quickly as possible, with a product B, which can only be achieved if product A is manufactured in such a way that it already consumes itself in use, therefore that it is paid upon delivery. In radio and television, this principle has so far found its most perfect realization. 8. What is supplied is diffused. Since the goods must be consumed by as many consumers as possible, they must possess mass appeal. It is clear that this applies at most to cinema and television. People may object, it doesn't apply to the radio, since we have the freedom to regulate the cultural tap, moving it to hot or tepid, or even to the avant-garde, given that in short, we can choose who or what should fill our home with song. And it is also true that in the radio and sometimes also in television, even the avant-garde, therefore ultimately the esoteric, has a certain role, but at this point the question arises, what function does avant-garde have, given that it reaches us as delivery goods, having nothing risky or conspiratorial in itself? An answer, which also applies to all the pieces that are presented to us in their entirety and which we are anxiously waiting for: they are diffused. In fact, precisely because they are delivered to our homes, they fit into the recognized category even before they are known to us, the public, even before we were able to take a stand against them. Conformism today represents a chance even for what is not conformist. Given that the latter, the nonconformist, in a certain sense comes to us in the same package, as a respectable commodity, or as a leisure commodity on the right or on the left, or as a pre-chewed everyday world, we do not absorb the nonconformist with dialectical attitude, but precisely as consumers, who swallow everything, even when the taste is perhaps a little bitter or unidentifiable. I use the word diffuse, because in reality it belongs to the nature of art to be in opposition, that is, to present another world. This character of opposition belongs, to a minimal extent, even to the most academic art, to that which offers only a beautiful appearance, since even the appearance is a part which, like an island within reality, interrupts the real or the deny, and on the other hand, this character belongs even to naturalism. In fact, the latter shows the world, precisely, in a way different from how the image of the world that is habitual, or imposed on us, claims reality to be. Given that avant-garde can sell all its contradictions about the world to the world, and given that it is often spoiled by it, it often runs the risk that its works, even where they support truths and are presented as faithful to the truth, reach their recipients in bloodless state. Not unlike if anarchists were asked to sell their bombs and then these, for the pleasure of the population, were used to make mass fireworks. This being the case, today true avant-gardism must hide away in the non-ostentatiousness of everyday language. We read in Brecht, "From the old antennas came the old nonsense." Wisdom things were passed on from mouth to mouth. And even new wisdom, when spread by new antennas like old nonsense, can become old nonsense. Or, said in sociological terms, everything can be massified, even the avant-garde, even weight-based. Why don't you join our intimate candlelight chamber music club? Millions joined it. It was heard repeated in 1947 on American radio. The difference between exoteric and esoteric has thus been brought into the exoteric itself. That is, in economic terms, those interested in the production of consumer goods have managed to assimilate, and therefore to consume, even the anti-consumerist difference between non-consumption and consumption. We have already reached the point that consumer goods, in order to be sold, are praised as non-consumer goods. v. One of the tricks with which, it seems, an attempt is made to compensate for the political or economic deprivation of freedom, in reality to make it invisible, consists in that all taboos in the sectors indifferent to the political and the economic are nullified. This applies as much to news broadcasts that shamelessly go beyond all the limits of discretion, even containing, filled with pride for their own ruthlessness, data on the digestions of presidents or on the menstruation of their wives, as much as it does to broadcasts labeled as works of art. This is all the easier since, 1. Maintaining taboos requires a class that establishes the canons, a class that however does not exist. 2. Over the last few decades, in dictatorships and wars, all taboos had been so systematically violated that those violations were no longer considered as such, and 3. That, except in the surviving religious groups, no absolutum is recognized that could figure as a sanctioning instance. In short, as a surrogate for the taboos that do not tolerate any contradiction, imposed by political conformism, pleasant substitute spaces are now being opened for public use, for those who love to be scandalized, and it is precisely there that the irrepressible forms of BB or Lolita. Here the prohibitions are prohibited, /taboo. For each of these freedoms that we are granted, we should ask ourselves, what other freedom, which is not granted to us, should be suffocated by this permission to violate taboos? This crumbling of taboos has a direct influence on everything that has to do with contemporary theater, and this naturally includes films and radio and television dramas. Modern theater lacks tension, a lack of which we generally complain, because there are no longer taboos. In fact, the original tension of the spectator and reader was always to find out whether a taboo that passed for absolute and generally recognized would be violated or not, if, for example, it would turn out that Oedipus had really slept with his mother. Where this anxiety about a possible violation of the taboo no longer lurks, there is no more tension, there is not even that fever of fun, which is a variant of tension, and a leaden boredom fills the viewer. From a historical point of view, the change of today's theater into an epic theater has to do with this end of taboos. In fact, epic theater consciously draws the consequences by renouncing tension. However, this could occur immediately, if one had the courage to violate those taboos, for the maintenance of which the others have been annulled, the political taboos. I can't remember seeing a scene like Gessler II in a contemporary drama, in which a character dared to wave off a political leader just because he had taken part in Nazi crimes. With this final note, I violate a taboo, but we can be convinced that with a scene like this the theater would recover the lost tension. Freedom. The neutralization of the difference between interpretation and fact. There is no difference of opinion on the fact that in today's mass society the majority of men are shaped by the supply of mass products and by the pressure of the mass media. This fact is not only affirmed by cultural critics, indeed, very little loved, but is practiced by everyone, even by the suppliers themselves who, in order to be in a position to exploit the stupidity and malleability of men, i.e. transform the bad customer in a good client, they lavishly finance market research that studies human stupidity in the most systematic way. The idea that the production process in the usual sense, i.e. the production of material products, will one day come to an end is a childish notion. In fact, the process has 3 stages. Since every finished product, in order to be used and continue to be used, requires certain needs, certain ways of behaving, a certain lifestyle, not to mention certain handling, when it leaves the factory it is obliged to make a leap, that is, despite its quality of finished product, to transform itself into a means of production. In short, in a device whose task also consists in producing the need necessary for its use and for the lifestyle necessary for it to continue to be used further. But once again it produces the style of need to produce something to be produced, that is, to provoke and make need, which is now called demand, necessary, in order to then produce the constant growth of production again on a daily basis. Since the pattern of production is thereby fully outlined, it is now easy to determine the place of our further research. These concern exclusively the second phase, that is, the production of man by means of the products, his being molded into a being made to measure for the products. Since products are mostly mass commodities, they transform all consumers in the same way, that is, into something homogeneous, that is, en masse. Mass merchandise produces uniformity of style and mass. The axiom holds despite the fact that most of the millions of users are made up of hermits, one of single people who, for example sitting in front of the radio or television screens, have only few reasons or occasions for being gathered as mass. And this is true despite the fact that the actual massing that once temporarily homogenized men takes place today much more rarely than in the era of totalitarianism, when the mass, for example at the Nuremberg Congress, was compressed together as if to intimidate it with the experience of itself. Point 2. And despite the fact that today such crowding has become even unwanted and, for those who lead the masses, even superfluous. The statement mass goods produce mass, therefore applies to those millions who, separated into single persons, must be deprived of power but, as homologated, totally airships. So it is the products, i.e. the things, that shape men. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that customs today are determined and imposed almost exclusively by things. This may seem strange, since with the word customs we are used to indicating the system of forms of relationship between man and man, not that of the forms of relationship between man and thing or between thing and man. But this system no longer exists. What is rather true is that the products have taken the place of our fellow men, that therefore they also contribute to shaping the way in which man behaves towards man. Characteristic of the current situation is not only that the motorcycle or the television set or the world of ghosts that we are shown on the screen every day shape our behavior toward these products, but the fact that they, i.e. the ownership of the products, also help shape the forms of relationships with our fellow human beings, no matter whether it's a mother, a teacher, or a girlfriend. If today we have a code of conduct, it is dictated by things. And the social life that takes place within the world of products is a life shaped by this same world of products. As much as social psychology may be proud of having discovered that the single does not exist at all, it remains an insufficient science, because the social man does not even exist, but only the social man within the world of production and products. So it would be time to provide a representation of the human soul within this world of products, a description of the transformation of the soul through products, in short, the representation of the forms of relationship that are formed between man and product, or rather between product and man. Only in this area can there be a social psychology. But exclusively as an appendix to this new discipline, in fact, what is our neighbor compared to our refrigerator? And which friend do you choose and take care of with the same care with which you choose and take care of your car? The packaged goods which, supplied en masse, transform us into mass beings, naturally also include opinions and judgments, which in this form of already packaged goods are called, precisely, prejudices. They are delivered to us no differently than other goods. And since we are used to being satisfied with goods that are already beautiful and ready to consume, we also consume these easily. In short, we become consumers of opinions. Whoever, to play down this fact, objects that it has always been like this, that there have always been ideologies, is doing things too easy. To call the opinions and judgments that are given to us today ideologies is to do them too much honor. After all, despite their mystifying function, ideologies were still theoretical constructions, on the contrary, systems that, similar in this to philosophy, claimed to interpret the totality of the world, of society, and sometimes even, when it came to inserting new factors into the system, not foreseen by the founders of the ideologies, claimed a certain autonomy spiritual. We can no longer talk about this today. The images from all over the world, which are transmitted to us incessantly, have absolutely nothing to do with what was still called images of the world 50 years ago. They are always single trees, not the whole forest. They do not claim to be a picture of the world, nor do they require any kind of understanding. On the contrary, with their senseless overabundance, they aim to suffocate any possible understanding of the world. We just have to consume them and let ourselves be shaped by the consumption we make of them, so that we crave more and more of the same type. It is generally recognized that opinions are supplied to us today just like other ready-made goods. On the other hand, the fact that this removes all basis from existing democracies is not recognized, or that, in the case of Germany, undeveloped democracies are deprived of the possibility of developing. Furthermore, there is the equally little recognized fact that anyone who admits that opinions are shaped, therefore that the freedom to form one's own opinion is limited, thereby also admits the non-existence of the freedom of expression of opinions, or rather that this second freedom is decrepit, that is, it is a merely verbal ideal. He says a secret mollustic disposition, it doesn't matter if whoever expresses himself considers his opinion in good faith his opinion, or if he no longer even asks himself the question is it my opinion or not. Or if he doesn't even understand this question anymore, in no case can the opinion expressed be his own, it must always be an opinion provided. Even where it seems advisable to allow variations, these must always be foreseen variations of a pre-established theme. That is, in similar cases, the angle of the authorized difference and the amplitude of the variations to be considered must be supplied together with the remainder. Point 3 at least. It is true that the tendency goes in this direction. The belief that, on decisive issues, opinions can be expressed by the people is naive, even if of course there is no other faith that is more widespread today. But it is disseminated precisely by those powers and bodies that actually produce and provide us with our opinions and that actually make our decisions. Because their operating principle consists precisely in this, in selling to the population, with the help of the mass media that are at their disposal, the decisions they have taken, just like any company sells its goods to its customers, just as if, for those who receive supplies, it was always something desired, as if purchase orders were offers made on the basis of a demand. Which means that, in order to lay down the law, one must modestly imply that one is meeting the customer, on the contrary, that there is absolutely no other desire than that of the client, who of course has already been defrauded of his right to desire. In fact, it is part of the image and code of behavior of today's powerful that he flaunts himself in a negative sense, that is, minimizing his position of strength so as to behave as if he weren't the boss, but the client, that he just has to serve. Those who want to promote themselves always return to using a humble vocabulary, that is, they underestimate themselves as if they were the neighbor next door, and he worries that his gestures, instead of the truth, my desires must become yours. Affirm, I know of no other desire than yours. He says the secret molluscian disposition mentioned a little while ago, if you want to keep your height, get down. Emphasize the fact that you are nothing extraordinary, but simply one of them. Nothing better than them, however, hopefully, not even worse. And convince them, day by day, that you smoke the same brand of cigarettes that they smoke. Then they will trust you. And then you will be able to go over their heads, and also decide over their heads. Two neutralizations are highly characteristic of such a situation. First of all, it is plausible that, if the decisions are to be offered as desired decisions, the interpretations of the decisions already taken must be offered just as ready as the decisions themselves, given that it is part of the decision, and its integral condition, the how the latter is to be interpreted, that, in short, even the interpretation will be provided already decided and immediately with the decision. But this means, and with this we formulate an essential neutralization of the conformist situation. A difference between the facts and their interpretation must not exist. This difference must be cancelled or silenced. This principle is applied very strictly. Interpretations are never presented as interpretations, as points of view, but always as facts. An exemplary model is the Bildzeitung. This neutralization is of decisive importance. In fact, it reveals the totalitarian character of this mechanism. It is totalitarian because where decisions or events, called facts, are given a certain color from the outset, the same interpretation is obtained and guaranteed everywhere. In fact, no one thinks anymore that this is an interpretation, or that possibly other interpretations would be possible, indeed that there are, in absolute terms, interpretations. When, during a conversation with an American, I used the word interpretation 3 times, without any malice, my interlocutor lost patience and interrupted me with, "What the hell do you mean by your damned interpretation?" If he had understood that his own horror of interpretation required to be interpreted, and interpreted precisely as a horror of freedom of thought, probably his question would have been answered. But he had already been defrauded of the possibility of understanding him, since his conformity was already total. His request was limited to what was transmitted to him as fact. Or rather, his request had been reduced to this. In any case, fact was his favorite word. He believed only in facts, and although he did not possess the slightest freedom to judge a fact, he was convinced, in full conscience, indeed with a proud feeling of freedom, that he was incessantly filled in fact. What other company has such a wealth of information at its disposal? Of course, the word fact was already the favorite of the last 2 or 3 generations. Even my interlocutor's father and grandfather always had this word in their mouths. This is indisputable, but it doesn't give us the right to draw the conclusion that this word has nothing to do with current conformism. If his father and his father's father had been believers in facts, it is because they had grown up respecting the sciences, the known as opposed to the believed. Point 4. If my interlocutor is a believer in facts, it is because he is incessantly manipulated by those who have a precise interest in supplying him with an already interpreted world and in passing off this interpreted world as the world, that is, as a fact, and this is exactly what he must believe. If he is made greedy for facts, it is because he must not know that he only believes what he thinks he knows. 5. In short, because he is being deceived. In reality, the use of the little word fact today is not only the mark of those who deceive but also of those who are deceived. And the degree of conformity and the frequency of use of the word grow proportionately. In itself, this neutralization of the difference between fact and interpretation is, in an age like ours, nothing extraordinary. If you look at it in the context of the world we live in today, that is, in the world of packaged goods, it is even normal. We are completely used to being supplied with ready-made goods. The do-it-yourself, we consider doing it yourself at most a hobby, a free-time occupation. It is therefore understandable that we expect to receive the opinions in the same ready state in which we receive all other goods. Nor are we surprised to receive them in this state and to give up doing it yourself, which in this case means giving up judging for yourself, forming your own opinions. Yes, it is completely normal that we accept the opinions produced as if they were as valid as other commodities, whose status and affordability seem to us to be a priori part of life. In reality, the world that surrounds us and to which opinions also belong, as well as other objects, is so strong, it channels our life habits so deeply, that it takes away all freedom from us to derail, that is, even just to imagine that it is a world consisting of different objects is possible. But how can it be lived in such a world? She asked me, half horrified, half mocking, in short bewildered, an American college girl, after we had visited Beethoven's birthplace together. But her mocking smile wasn't personal stupidity. What she lacked in that house was not something in particular. For example, it was not the record player with which she was used to associate Beethoven's music. What she lacked was something more. It was her world entirely made up of her. And she smiled like that because she was incapable of believing that life, in a world that in her eyes lacked things given a priori, was really life. Therefore the identity between fact and interpretation is nothing other than the principle of packaged goods applied to the supply of the spiritual, of opinions or judgments. From this point of view, of course, in the context, the fact as such does not improve. On the contrary, the context demonstrates that we are not dealing here with just a particular reality that emerges in this or that political system, perhaps totalitarian, and could disappear with it. It rather demonstrates that this reality is deeply rooted in our system of production and mass distribution. And that makes it far more fatal. Because it means that the principle itself can neither be liquidated as a political tool nor eliminated from the world with the liquidation of a political system. On the contrary, everything says that the current political systems are ultimately nothing more than adequate reactions to the technical state of today's production, to this state of production which, leaving out other decisive differences, is the same in the West as in the East, and which, if possible, can only be restructured with incomparably greater difficulties than the political forms of the state can be. 2. Neutralization of the object character of the supplied goods. This neutralization, of the difference between the fact and its interpretation, can of course only take place because there is a procedure which, it seems to me, assumes a decisive significance in today's world of mass production and conformism. I mean the tendency towards liquidation. By liquidation I mean 6. The fact that many supplied goods no longer take on any solid consistency of object, but must be received, and in fact are received by the customer, in that liquid state in which they reach him, for example, flowing from the tap of the radio or television, directly, and therefore not chewed, in a certain sense not even swallowed. Given that the channel that leads from emission to reception does not allow for any interruption or blockage, since what is supplied flows directly into our bodies with the same pressure with which it comes out of the tap, one cannot really speak of consumption. Even poka fattened when stuffed with mash no longer consumes. That is, even what should be understood as the last activity that is part of reception, eating oneself, is prevented from us. We are the best informed people, an American assured me. We just can't help being informed people. If he had said conformed, I would not have contradicted him. In other words, as soon as it is supplied as a fact, the opinion is already also that of the consumer, always already assimilated, always already his of him. And, once again, it would not be an exaggeration to argue that what has been administered to him has already become something that comes out of his soul, that his soul, in fact, is now nothing more than the reserve of supplies I received so far, in which the replenishment that must take place naturally fits very well. The statement that those who are conformed in this way would have an opinion is a meaningless phrase, a phrase that should immediately be dropped with the question, what does the expression have still mean? And the only valid answer to this question should sound like this: these men have no more of their own opinion than the inmates of concentration camps had had their numbers branded on their arm. And that they had them testified, in fact, that they were had, not having. They couldn't help having. However, since then, the story of man's degradation has already taken a further step forward, given that, unlike the victims of the concentration camps, the conformed now misunderstand their actual being had as in having. 3. Neutralization of the difference between speaking and listening. A picture like this already makes it clear that the difference between fact and interpretation, already dealt with at the beginning, is not the only one that degenerates into a real neutralization. There is also a further neutralization, no less characteristic of conformity. If the opinion given is eo ipso assimilated, eo ipso taken as one's own opinion, then of course there is no other opinion that can be expressed. Thus the difference between listening and speaking is cancelled. This annulment is in fact the fundamental annulment, the one aimed at by the previous annulment. What must be achieved is obedient speech, by which I mean not only that the listener repeats what he listens to, but something more fundamental, namely that speaking about him is absolutely no more than a variant or a phenomenon that accompanies his listening. Originally, speaking was evidence, as demonstrated by the expression having something to say, of power and freedom. On the contrary, listening, as the words Gehoren belonging to and Gehorken obeying suggest, was evidence of unfreedom. The definition of man as ov animal that has himself the word, has now devalued. Since man is now a speaking being only because he is a being who listens. In fact, for the majority of conformists, speaking has already become a mere reciting together what one listens without rest. As concertgoers sing, who hum along, more or less audibly, to what they hear. For neutralization of the difference between violence and meekness. While until today, throughout the course of history, it had seemed natural to commit acts of oppression and repression through orders and prohibitions, today's secret dictators commit the same acts through offers, in such a way as to make refusal particularly difficult. 7 That is, said otherwise, they do not exercise their dictatorship, or at least not primarily, through the constraint to work, but, which makes the character of constraint unrecognizable to those who are forced, through the constraint to consume. Splendor and misery of the land of Kakan, says the Mollusic text. Panting under the weight of the daily gifts, they eventually forgot to lift their heads. The more voluminous the baggage, the more they resembled pack oxen. And they ended up like animals for slaughter. Agreed, such a condition appears very sweet when compared to the naked terror that gripped Europe between 1943 and 1943. The means are not bloody, the difference between the open, rattling terror of National Socialism and the commercial terror that presents itself immodestly, without revealing its nature to either the victims or the perpetrators, this difference is incontestable. But pudic is a misleading adjective. It is rather true that those interested in soft terror, the echo returns what has been shouted, can afford to define their system of constraint as a system of freedom and to implement it, under this false label, 100%. In fact, they are not in the least ashamed, and then in front of whom, of proclaiming the freedom of forming and expressing opinions as a principle, that is, lip service to the opposite of what they actually do. 8. As for those who are supplied or shaped in this way, they no longer even notice this being supplied or shaped. The points of view that are imposed on them without thinking too much, they retain as their own. 9 And since it is not only their opinions that are shaped by this soft terror, since instead their souls succumb to it entirely, they really feel free, and mostly, sadly, even happy. No wonder that they, and here the inauthenticity of the situation culminates, consider in good faith saboteurs of freedom, and treat as such, the few truly free beings who find the strength to resist this forced formation. There has never been a historical movement in which the principle of counter-revolution, i.e. the principle of mobilizing against oneself, under the banner of freedom, those whose freedom has been taken away, has celebrated a triumph equal to this triumph of conformism. The softness of the kind of totalitarianism called conformism is by no means a sign of humanity. If we are treated mildly, then this is a sign of our defeat. After breakfast in the morning, even Polyphemus smiles. Conformism isn't bloody just because it has already swallowed us up, because by now it can save itself from having to reckon with the rise of that opposition whose liquidation yesterday's totalitarianism needed or believed it needed terror. Conformism is mild because it can afford to give up the threat and bloodshed. And yet, it doesn't matter whether this thesis is right or not, in a certain respect, conformism is certainly bloodless. In fact, what matters is not only whether the process of our homologation, of our becoming homologated, takes place in a bloodless or bloody way, but if the goals set, the threats and risks that, once homologated, we must assert as our goals, our threats, our risks are bloody or bloodless. The answer to these questions today, in the atomic age and while the Korean War is raging, is known. It reads, however secretly and softly the manipulation of our souls can be achieved, ipso facto, with our letting ourselves be manipulated and homogenized, we express our agreement to become murderers, and on certain occasions even murdered. One can well assume that there is a certain relationship between the fear of objectives and the fear of homologation, that is, that they are both in an inverse relationship with each other. The methods of seduction will be all the more bloodless and humane, the more bloody and terrible are the objectives or risks to which we are approved. It is indisputable, the question of whether our homologation we are subjected to the work of a bare totalitarian fist dripping blood or of a conformist hand, well cared for and covered with a glove, has today become a matter of secondary importance. What matters is only that you want to be able to count on us in such a way that we don't count on it. And this is the case in both variants. The story, Technology as a subject of history. 1978. Politics is our destiny, 1815. The economy is our destiny, 1845. Technique is our destiny, 1945. One propedeutic to the concept of ahistoricity. History hasn't existed since always, nor are all things coexisting in space and time historical. I do not dispute the assertion that today's worker lives and works in incomparably more comfortable conditions than his ancestors. However, it is unrealistic to expect that he will retain awareness of a past that he has not known, of his own ascent and therefore of the leap in quality. He lives without memory, therefore ahistorically I would like to know the worker who occurs to make a comparison between the standard of living and subsistence of his ancestors and his standard of living, or that he considers his life as humanly worthy or non-proletarian, simply because this is in fact better than that of his ancestors. This also applies to the petty bourgeois who, despite the size of the conservative parties, to which he often belongs, lives in a surprisingly ahistorical way. Except that, when in the mood for comparisons, I deliberately use this generic expression, because the comparison always takes place in a very approximate way. He will not evaluate the present better than the past, than a rather abstractly conceived past, but on the contrary this last, the good old days, better than the present. And this even if his past has been steeped in bloodbaths. For the melancholy that without exception accompanies remembering, what Aristotle said about existence as such applies, that it is 7-8 uti, something sweet, and indeed remembering sweetens its content. In Vienna, in a court that tried war criminals, I happened to see the prisoner of a concentration camp, during his testimony, moved by the horrors that were committed there, but the words showed that his were not tears of condolence or indignation, but of regret. But man, assures an American college professor, although the majority of his fellow citizens are even less than my European contemporaries aware of his roots, which sink in European soil, but man, we at least know this starting from Dilthey, he is a story being who lives emerging from yesterday and the day before yesterday. It may be that today's man is still more or less shaped by his near and distant past, therefore by his ancestors, by customs, by religion. Certainly more less than more. In fact, he, if we disregard the yesterday that he still lived, is influenced above all by the present. And even when he admits to being shaped by his ancestors, this causal relationship does not pass through memory at all, so it is not possible to say that what has become carries with it the images of the past that have conditioned its becoming, or that it is also capable just to compare his current existence with those images. My hypothesis is that not all men, that is, not all those who live at the same time in the space of our history, rather than Zeitgenossen they should be called Raumgenossen, co-inhabiting the same space as well as contemporaries, are historians. And what applies to the present also applies to the past. Neither the consciousness of historicity nor the concept of history has always existed. Even the object to which the concept of history refers, i.e. the historical process itself, did not always exist. Point 2. And however absurd this may sound, also the emergence of this process always depended on certain assumptions, which could only be qualified as historical with reservations. At a certain point, or more exactly, every time, after millions of years, history arose from a historically neutral time stream, in which, after all living beings, except man, are condemned to remain, or from a time cycle, which was for the ancients, and certainly still remains today for peasant populations, which is obvious. However, if I say every time, it is because history has up to now manifested itself in stories, just as language has up to now existed in languages, and because only today it has become, as a result of the communication of peoples and the daily shrinking of the world, an actual universal history, which had existed hitherto only as a concept, global universal history which is now becoming recognizable for the first time and is in front of us, at least to the extent that definitive disappearance does not await us. That the current epoch is characterized both by the beginning of universal history and by the end of historicity is a fact whose contradictory nature will only be shed light on later. The type of individual national stories, which existed only for a very short time within the history of stories, is on the verge of extinction. Point 3. In fact, the individual stories have always been only historical phenomena, that is to say interludes. Their subjects were destined to fall back into the nunkstands of ahistoricity, from which they had emerged, or to flow, what represented the norm, in the broader and more encompassing currents of the major historical subjects. 2. History is the history of the ruling class. The dominated are only costal. The ever-changing society, which despite its change remains capable of looking back at previous phases, comparing the present with the images of that past, is a recent product. And if historicity has not always existed, just as little in the future there will always be history. In fact, I think it possible that current society is about to lose its historicity again, assuming that it, in its entirety, has ever possessed one, which is highly questionable, thus becoming ahistorical again. Assuming that I have ever possessed one, historicity, I make this specification because it would not be right to believe that we, even we who live in the historical Euro-American space, so steeped in historicity, are today, uniformly and without exception, historical. In fact, history is the history of classes. By which I don't mean that each class has had its own history, or that contemporary class histories run parallel. Precisely this has never happened. I mean rather that the dominated, for example the slaves, have not had any history of their own, but at the most they have sometimes managed, in the course of their destinies, to give rise to their own history, as in the case of insurrections and rebellions that, think of the Spartacus revolt, but they soon vanished into thin air. Only where rebellions became revolutions, and they were successful, as happened in China or Vietnam, did a new historical epoch actually begin. The rebels or their classes then transformed from victims of history or simple contemporaries into historical subjects. It is clear that by history we mean here, once again, not only the narrative reconstruction of what happened, narratio rerum gestarum, and not even the recollection of what happened, memoria rerum gestarum, but above all the happening itself residential gesti. In short, the dominated class is not ahistorical only because it is not mentioned, for because it does not boast written testimony, neither its own nor that of others, on its history, nor because he possesses no awareness of the past. The uprooted worker of the cities is separated in a clear way, as by the blow of an axe, from the peasant life forms of his ancestors, and not even because it does not keep its own past alive through its traditions. 5. But because it is not a historical subject, whose relative vicissitudes are phases of an autonomous development, which can be explained on the basis of the immanent logic of classes, a fact on which Marx insistently called attention, albeit with different terminology, when, in order to make the proletariat a historical subject, he proclaimed the formation of class consciousness as his priority task. If one wanted to write a history of the proletariat, one would always have to analyze only the responses, the chain of reactions with which, day after day, it reacted and responded, or still reacts and responds, to the historical actions and situations of the ruling class. 6. Provided that even terms such as react and respond do not yet imply too much spontaneity. Up until now, the proletariat, while already part of history, has always been only historical. Thus, for example, of the millions of proletarians who paid their blood tribute during the First World War, it cannot really be said that, by going to the front and falling, they reacted or responded to the historical actions of the ruling class. Rather they simply obeyed, they had to obey, they were simply victims. Strictly speaking, therefore, these wars were not theirs and if a history of the proletariat were written, one could therefore not devote any autonomous chapter to war, because this would not represent a moment of autonomy. This is true regardless of the fact that the ruling classes of all the belligerent powers of the First World War managed to convince the proletariat that what they had to do was also in their interests since, as William II expressed it on August 2, 1914, there were no longer parties, but only Germans, to which the German Social Democrats approved, with the vote of its parliamentarians, the war credits, demonstrating in the most painful way, with its fear of not participating in the manipulated enthusiasm, its historical subordination. Hitler and Göring then went even further than William. In fact, they didn't limit themselves to imposing obedience to the proletariat, but they demanded that the proletariat ratify their historical subordination in the form of an explicit alignment. Thus these first demagogues of the era of reproducibility, in a certain sense it was the radio that won out in 1933, actually managed to induce the proletariat to implement enthusiastically, and therefore apparently as if they wanted to, the ordered alignment. The deception was of an absolutely new type, as it consisted not only in a propaganda falsification but also in the production of a false feeling, corresponding to Marx's false consciousness, and therefore in turn in the production of a false action. In other words, the proletariat, together with other social strata, now enthusiastically welcomed its forced historicity as their own history, and the number of those who on their own initiative took the card of the party of death reached hundreds of thousands. The class whose parties had been destroyed was not only asked to renounce its identity, not only could it no longer recognize who it was, but not even what would have been right for it. Do you want total war? Yes. Ahistoricity or costoricity is also manifested in the teaching of history, addressed to the children of proletarians in the same terms in which it is addressed to others, because in this way they are nourished almost exclusively with an extraneous history, almost with the history of suffering, i.e. say with the series of humiliations suffered by their predecessors. And that's not all. Because only costorici they are after all only in the best of cases. Naturally, I don't want to deny the uninterrupted and inescapable inclusion of the proletariat in the real events of its time. Horses also participate in cavalry battles in universal history. What I am saying is rather that the children of proletarians can barely grasp the contents of the past transmitted by history books, I said in the best of cases precisely because of the sporadic nature with which this happens. Normally, these contents simply pass over the heads of proletarian children, and this is quite understandable, indeed almost justifiable, since they have nothing in common with their world, at least in their eyes, because what has no connection with life struggles, and this discrimination is a positive function of intelligence, to be perceived or grasped, not to mention remembered. 9 It can at most be inculcated 10 after which, however, it is not slow to be forgotten again. For this reason, I preferred to speak here of proletarian children and not of proletarians. Because once they leave school they will practically never encounter history in the form of narratio rerum gestarum, the historicity of television historical meatloaf, the only form of history with which 99% of the population comes into contact, effectively running out in a masquerade. No promotion of historical awareness can be attributed to such programs. 3. The future as history. Costoricity with respect to the history of the technique. Lately this has become history. Of course, in another sense the proletariat is, or at least has been, historical. However, I say it was, because it is very doubtful that the following statement still hits the mark. I mean that its historicity was not based on a reference to the past and its conservation, but derived from an orientation towards a future object of hope, in such a way that its previous existence, as long as it was not allowed to live humanly, was degraded to prehistory, to the prehistory of the future of humanity and of the classless society. Every even superficial connoisseur of the history of history knows that it was proto-Christian Chiliasm that coined the concept of history and naturally knows that the concept of progress, still considered valid today by millions of people in the United States and in the Soviet Union, was in itself futurological. But this futurism was replaced in the first decades of the 19th century, between 1800 and 1848, by a historical mentality oriented towards the past, which was then in turn dissolved by a returning chiliasm re-chiliasmus. And in fact, after the end of the First World War, a profoundly messianic sense of historical expectation spread, from which even one, then 16 years old, could not escape. Point 11 More than being proud of how far we had come, we fought in the hope of being able to arrive tomorrow or the day after up there. Of course, it remains an open question whether this turnaround in historical consciousness should be attributed to the history of the proletariat, or whether it too should be considered nothing more than a component of its cost-historical nature, given that the new concept of history was not elaborated by the proletariat itself, but rather was provided to it by the founders of socialism, who were not themselves proletarians. We are probably dealing here with a historical event that belongs to both histories, that of the bourgeoisie and that of the proletariat, therefore a sort of overlapping, which in any case represents a historical rarity. For the future is already over. It is natural that even in underdeveloped countries the chiliastic conception of the future still plays a leading role today. If not today, for the first time. Instead, with us, in Europe, in America and even in the Soviet Union, if one leaves aside the obviously optimistic official appeals of the authorities and speeches at party congresses, the orientation towards an ideal future already seems to belong to the past. The future, if appearances are not deceiving, it's already over. Or better, in recent decades, our historical attitude has entered a new stage, indeed even another two, therefore in a third and fourth phase. In the third stage I place the conception of history of all too rare preachers in the desert of time, who fear that humanity is no longer in the age of the not yet, but already in that of the just yet 12, and faced with the technical possibility of the apocalypse they raise their voices to warn of its now highly probable advent. But it has become highly probable because today, and this defines our era, the technical possibilities are considered absolutely binding, because we must do what is feasible, because it is assumed that we are required to do, and therefore we also effectively do, what we are able to do. But I don't intend to refer only to those who warn against this end, even they still continue to consider the present as prehistory, albeit not of a future kingdom but of the end, and therefore as the last extension. First point 1. 5. Technique, the subject of the story. This third conception of history, certainly the most realistic today, is naturally not shared by the majority of present-day humanity. Today a fourth is much more widespread, closely interconnected with this one. I mean that we, and by we I mean the majority of our contemporaries living in industrial countries, including their politicians. We gave up. Or we let ourselves be forced into this renunciation. To consider ourselves, or nations or classes or humanity, as the subjects of the story. We dethroned ourselves, or let ourselves be dethroned, In our place we have placed other subjects of history. Indeed only one other subject, the technique, whose history is not, like that of art or music, one among others, but rather their history, or at least it has become their history during the most recent historical development, which finds terrible confirmation in the fact that the being or non-being of humanity depends on its course and use. Of course most of our contemporaries are only vaguely aware of the epochal significance of this upheaval. In truth, everyone lives almost exclusively inside and within of and for their systems, or those of others, without which they could no longer live, not even for an instant. Point 14. But if you ask them about it, assuming that this philosophical problem is understandable to them, they would define technology as something that exists in our historical situation, not as the subject of history. Moreover, it must be added that the emergence of this new situation, although considered from a historical universal point of view, it was very rapid. In any case, if measured with the yardstick of individual life, it took place too gradually because the individual could feel the revolutionary nature of the event, and also that, as we will soon see in the light of an example, the perception of the dethronement of man in favor of technology is very skillfully blurred. In reality, some of our contemporaries are very well informed about the nature of the upheaval, inasmuch as they have made the new situation the presupposition or object of their business. I'm referring to the authors of science fiction, to the designers of cartoons depicting interstellar events, to science fiction film producers, in other words, to the vulgar prophets of our era of the end, who anticipated us philosophers by decades. If by chance they were to hear something about us, they would not only understand very well what we mean, but bored they would get rid of our belated discovery, having already recognized for some time as fait accompli. This exchange of subject transforms the possibility of representing it with words and images into a profitable commodity, and this when we still fantasized about the essence of man, or the availability of the instrument. For them, it had already been obvious for decades that we, in order to be available to the instrument, must make an effort without ceasing, and that if there is, to quote Heidegger, a who of history, this who is not us but precisely the technique. And this thesis, which has been valid for years now, is naturally destined to hold true forever, or rather, since we won't be able to be there forever, for all the time still granted to us. 6. Product shepherds. The technique is not presented only as a subject but also as a purpose of the story. Production demands destruction. Closely connected to this is the fact that statesmen from Truman to Kissinger to Carter, and the American mass media without exception, when they speak of the threat of atomic, and never call it end of mankind but always end of civilization, making it clear that what in their eyes must under no circumstances be destroyed and in any case must be saved is not humanity, with its past and its future, but the world of products and means of production, of cars, of industrial plants, of refrigerators, of drilling islands, of recorders, of intercontinental missiles, of nuclear reactors, which, if that is happened, they would exist without any purpose, an eventuality that fills these advocates of civilization with panic, because they consider this end of things the ultimate in waste, and therefore something immoral. As absurd as this may sound, however, they are actually convinced of the fact that humanity, just like themselves, it depends so stubbornly from its products and its means of production, that it could find it more difficult to console itself for the loss of products and for the end of production than for its own end. And the term depend designates here not only being dependent, but also being only an appendage. /ner and //, which in turn means, being ontologically less important than what one depends on. If these, but the definition is unsatisfactory, technocrats, despite everything, they believe worthy of being kept. Also, resistance of humanity. It is only because in their eyes there must be gods. Owners who avoid the eventuality that the products and means of production exist without a master and without meaning. Therefore in a miserable way. 16. A hypothesis that arouses in them not only panic but also compassion. Shepherds of being, such as Heidegger elected us, in a way that is still fully biblical, that is anthropocentric, enormously overestimating man's position in the cosmos, who would not care at all about our survival or our disappearance. No, shepherds of being we certainly are not. Rather we consider ourselves the shepherds of our world of products and appliances. Who needs us, even though they surpass us in power, as servants, for example, as consumers and owners. Of course we, the custodians of the equipment, take great care not to express, indeed even just to think, this idea of ours. The key idea of our age. That our products are ontologically and axiologically superior to us men. The idea remains, since we don't just repress sexual impulses, in the unconscious, because we obscurely imagine that our alter ego would be stunned and scandalized. Indirectly, however, we demonstrate the victory of this underground idea, of this lie in the service of survival. The clearest proof of his triumph over him is offered by the production of neutron bomb, discovered already 15 years ago, for which our technical systems are taboo, while we, on the other hand, are expendable. To formulate it theologically, ours products, work created, they deserve to survive, and they are ontologically more important than their producers, creators. In any case, through this discovery and the casually declared willingness to resort to it, the term inhuman has taken on a meaning that it had not possessed even in the classic years of annihilation, between 1941 and 1945. If any supporting evidence were needed of the thesis that man is old-fashioned, we would have it here. Point 17. 7. The non-modern neutron bomb. Its reversal. The ahistoricity of the products. Aborted objects. However, by remaining faithful to this ideal of savings and conservation inherited from our parents, we men of today do not show ourselves up to the times. I am convinced that even the term "don't waste," which to tell the truth I have never heard from the mouth of anyone less than 50, in 100 years. It will sound so archaic. Like the term made today. In fact, our current principle is to produce items to throw away object. Planning a short life for our products, in order to arouse new needs and new buyers thanks to their no longer usability. The annihilation of men is certainly not the primary purpose of current productions, and I certainly do not mean their rehabilitation, given that genocides, like those in Vietnam or Cambodia, come without hesitation budgeted as side effects. Anyway, the objective and the world of products still spared from the neutron bomb. This world is the current Carthago delenda. The ideal product of today is therefore the consumer good which, like bread, comes eliminated through use. All current products aim, despite the persistence of obsolete advertising that appeals to durability and solidity, to conform to this ideal of product obsolescence, i.e. to have the shortest life possible. Point 18. But where what dates back to yesterday no longer exists, what lasts or must last, history is erased. The consumer has long since adapted to this ideal of early mortality, as shown for example by the purchaser of paper handkerchiefs, which no longer need to be washed. Even the objects of our world are therefore ahistorical. Neither date back to the past, nor are they designed for the future. As infants, they live only in the present. Some of them don't even go into operation and are replaced by new models even before they see the light of the sun. They are aborted, so to speak. Already in Los Angeles, 35 years ago, I witnessed such an abortion of products. During the production of handlooms, intended for the leisure market, the entrepreneur was reached by the news that in New York, band weaving looms, the best ones, sold cheaper. At which the packages, already ready and packed for shipment, were sent to the shredder. But let's leave the metaphors aside. In highly industrialized countries it is now more convenient to buy new objects than to have old ones repaired, which has often already become even impossible, or a luxury, since they are almost no longer available, except for expensive objects such as cars, televisions, or refrigerators, craftsmen involved in repairs. At this point, the conversion from durable goods to disposable goods became advantageous not only for the industry but also for customers. Even if this conversion did not happen without particular convulsions. 8. Used as a product. Blue jeans. A movement that seeks to counter the dominance of ahistorical objects already started 40 years ago. I'm not simply referring to the active trade in authentic antiques and the enormous production of objects that simulate a, mostly rustic, past foreign to most buyers, such as wrought iron signs, oil lamps, and the like, but to an even more dialectical phenomenon in itself, since what is repaired now has a rarity value, objects are produced, and precisely by the consumer goods industry. Take shelter. And therefore, apparently historical products whose internal tension consists in the fact that, although they must bear the mark of the past, they are equally destined to have a short life. But so we are already anticipating. The most striking realization of these new products are the so-called levies, blue jeans, whose quality consists of artificially produced bad quality. Since, in order to be sold and used, they must appear patched, faded, frayed, and therefore simulate being old or at least not new, otherwise they are not up to date, according to the expression of a 16-year-old American, who of course he was not aware of the dialectic of his words. In fact, the first buyers and wearers of these trousers, which are so interesting from a historical philosophical point of view, considered themselves rebels, saboteurs of the ahistorical ready-made trousers, protesters of the ironed crease, desecrators of the gaudy mass-produced trousers. Bearers of blue jeans from all countries. Unite! In fact, something of the conservative revolution was nestled in this new shape that pretended to be old. At the same time it seemed to proclaim, being worn by protesting youth in a non-classist way, even without the difference of sexes, an affirmation of equality, a feeling of the we are the people type. It seemed. Because in the meantime the frowned upon mass production had taken hold of the protesting outsider in the blink of an eye, transforming the new way of dressing into a collective fashion, whose diktat by now no young person could escape, except at the risk of giving into the eye as belonging to vestablishment. And for some years now, the same children of industrialists can no longer afford to not wear these nonconformist trousers, which in turn have become the expression of a conformist coercion, because otherwise they would stand out as ideologically or politically up to date, as not belonging to people. In short, like nonconformists. 9. Weapons are consumer goods. Old-fashioned hostility. War and fashion are twins. But let's go back to products for immediate consumption. Now their most patent incarnation is not offered by fashion at all but by the war industry, since this, through the incessant modernization of its models, makes the previous models obsolete, and therefore by producing it destroys, a process that is further accelerated through the arms race of the great powers. Of course, this competition is not equally appreciated by both competitors. The Soviet Union and the other Eastern states have been forced for decades, to keep pace in the armaments sector, to neglect the expansion of other still underdeveloped industries. 19 For the United States, on the other hand, the production of a new Soviet model is not at all unwelcome, because in this way the competitiveness of its now obsolete model is cancelled and consequently the production of a new one is made necessary. Weapons from previous years are sold to Eastern states, which is the best the industry can wish for. In this sense, the so-called Cold War, which despite its alleged conclusion continues to be extraordinarily hot, was, or is, a very favorable opportunity for capitalist industry. But naturally, only the hot war offers the greatest advantages, because weapons, at least bullets, bombs, and chemicals, ultimately belong, although this may sound strange, to the category of consumer goods, in how much they can be used only once. Consider the war. What a caesura in the life of capitalist industry would be. Surely false. Rather, it represents, to paraphrase Clausewitz's famous definition, only a continuation of the peaceful destruction of products by other means. What industry primarily aims at is therefore not, as the production of the neutron bomb might lead us to believe, the liquidation of the enemy's world of people and things, at which its weapons are aimed, but that of its own products. The strategy of lightning victory, of the immediate total destruction of the adversary, which evidently 35 years ago could still be considered practical, is today by far obsolete, because it would be an anti-commercial enterprise. What enjoys above all the favors of the industry is the war you can rely on. the war whose sure long-term duration can be counted on, therefore the Vietnam-type war, which can even end in a military defeat, as indeed happened, since, regardless of its military outcome, it in any case constitutes a victory triumphant industrial fighting power, a maximum use of products for immediate consumption. From this point of view, Vietnam was only apparently an enemy of the USA. In truth, whether he wanted to or not, it was its best buyer and therefore its closest ally. What other customer apart from such an enemy would have offered American industry the opportunity to produce and consume 3 times as many bombs used throughout the Second World War? 20. The need for such a customer or ally, called an enemy, and the need for a mentality, called patriotism, which facilitates that relationship, are then produced no less artificially than the needs for stereo discs or color televisions. The factories in which these needs are produced are the mass media. 21. Let's summarize: product modernization and war are twin phenomena that reinforce each other. Both are at the service, each in its own way, of product destruction, which in turn guarantees the continuity and growth of production. This growth is the only thing that is desired as a constant that lasts forever. The products, on the other hand, must be consumed incessantly. The same applies to the means of production, since their unchanged use would demonstrate the lack of growth in production, regardless of the fact that, in the eyes of those who produce them, even the means of production are simply products, which as such are naturally subject to the law of consumption, possibly rapid, and of replacement, possibly timely, by other means of production. The name of the process described here, this concept has actually overcome in the most shameful way, both in the East and in the West, all the crises and catastrophes of the century, becoming the only stable pole in the dispersion of phenomena, is still progress. 22. Good Superman as saboteur of truth. But let's get back to our main topic. Before embarking on the discussion of productive destruction as the end of production, I had come across the decisive novelty of the current era, the fact that technology has today become the subject of history, that in relation to this history, we are only more historical, and finally that this assumption of the technique to the role of subject is usually concealed. In fact, this dissimulation proceeds uninterruptedly through the terminological choices of both the media and politicians, who with crudely philosophical or naively edifying language want to make us understand, but perhaps they really believe it, since it is easier to believe a vital lie than to live permanently with it. That we are, no more and no less than before, the subjects of history, and that the use that we make from time to time, in our historical situation, of technology depends on our goodwill, which naturally we do not lack if, for example, to put it in Eisenhower's naive terms, we use the atoms for peace or for war. The fact that already the simple production, the mere possession, the mere technical data, indeed, the simple possibility of production constitutes a method of use that have today is equivalent to a drinking, and they to adhibere, to expressed in terms of the philosophy of history, that it would be misleading to say that technology also exists in our age, and it is only correct to say that our era is constituted and presumably finished from the technique. Well, recognizing this far transcends the horizon of promoters, builders, owners, and consumers. For them, man still remains always the gentleman of the technique, and as such he is naturally destined in their eyes also to survive. Of this lie of domination and survival, according to which the decision around our destiny is still in our hands and not in those of technology, there is now an incarnation, a figure who for decades now, and in the meantime many others have come to her escort, she hovers like a specter in all the mass media and whose popularity it is really not possible to overestimate, since, which a glance in every American newspaper confirms, she has the protagonist role on the scenes of a vulgar infantile Olympus, I mean Superman. In fact, this man significantly capable of flying without a jet aircraft, plowing through space like a pilotable projectile, is endowed in the fictitious universe in which his creator has placed him, with omnipotence. And this means that the omnipotence that is actually inherent in technology, thanks to what miracle, it remains obscure, seems to have returned to man, provided that return is the right word, given that, however it may sound paradoxically, man has never possessed the omnipotence that he has conferred on technology. In any case, for decades now every illiterate, it doesn't matter if his illiteracy is original or returning, has been able to console himself with the idea that omnipotence is in the hands of an anthropoid, of a being that looks like him, and anyone can practically identify with the image of this hero or demigod. 24.